Chapter
Hello
1351 Safe
We are
Harbor.
pushing 2 video a day with little to no budget.
As VS woke up the
You
next
can help
morning,
with buy me a
he did
coffee
not
or
take the
Patreon.
latent security threat
Link
lightly.
in the descriptions.
However, he did not panic either. The presence of sophisticated listening devices did not mean that someone was determined to make a move. Faye Nita and the mercenaries he hired had already been informed of the findings. As VS was enjoying a quiet breakfast delivered to the hotel room, he listened to a report by Nita. Commander Maven of the Vinar Dust Ravens reached out to his contacts to determine who might be responsible. So far, he ruled out that any of his local allies and acquaintances are involved. I take that to mean that the Bloodwellers and some of the neutral Redwellers aren't responsible, VS replied. I'm not certain if that's the case, sir. The Bloodwellers are far from united. They may share the same banner, but each of them believe in different methods to keep the Redwell province out of the Hinson Protectorate's hands. The conflict between the Bloodwellers and the Whitewellers did not interest VS at all. He had no intentions of meddling in their long-running spat. Whether the Redwell province remained a part of the Chuko Republic or defected to the Hinson Protectorate did not affect his personal interests in the slightest way. Even if the crisis resolved one way or another, the Chuko Republic or whatever took its place would simply become another market in his eyes. Even so, Chuko was significantly smaller and weaker than the Bright Republic, and combined with the distance in between, VS did not anticipate selling a lot of mechs here anyway. That was completely fine to VS. His lack of commitment to the state meant that he did not have to worry about treading too carefully between all of the interest groups. Even if he pissed a couple of them off, it wasn't going to bite him back in the butt as long as he never returned. In a way, VS partially treated his year-long trip through the Komodo Star sector as a trial balloon for his future grand expedition. The small lessons he learned and difficulties he encountered would give him a better picture of what it was like to travel through various new locales. Already, he and his advisors took plenty of notes on how they ought to prepare for a multi-decade expedition. If there's one issue that bothers me, it's that we're far from allies here, Nita noted with worry as she rubbed her slightly weary eyes. Aside from hiring the Dust Ravens to act as our local fixers, we don't have any local support. There is no place in the Redwell province or the rest of the Chuko Republic where we can take refuge if we are under pursuit. There is the Hinson Protectorate, I suppose. The Hinson Protectorate is weeks away, and that's only if we take the most direct FTO routes. Also, the Hinsoners will only care about us because they don't want to displease your girlfriend. VS knew that it was foolish to rely on the unmitigated support of the Hinson Protectorate. Perhaps they might decide it was in their direct interest to assassinate VS and pin the blame on the Redwellers. As he reminded himself of this possibility, he lost some of his previous joviality. Faye Nita pointed out a very poignant problem. VS lacked a convenient escape route. The closest possible safe harbor was the Hexadric hegemony, but his fleet would have to travel straight through Hinson space in order to reach the border to the second-rate state. Even then, the problem still persisted. Not everyone saw his relationship with Gloriana in a favorable light. VS was not a hexer and would not be able to find a home anywhere in the hegemony except for the star systems occupied by the Woden dynasty. In short, the only true safe harbor for VS right now was either Centerpoint or the Bright Republic. Unless he reached one of those two destinations, he would never truly be in the clear. Being surrounded by uncertain allies, hidden enemies, and a lot of people who didn't care about his troubles did not do his paranoia any favors. Nonetheless, the sons and daughters of the frontier lived under these conditions for their entire lives. Many of them adapted to this dangerous reality. Some of them even thrived under these conditions. While VS did acknowledge that it would be prudent of him to secure strong allies in the vicinity, he would rather solve his problems on his own. He never forgot the instance where all of the friends, allies, and other friendly connections failed to bail the KNG out when the famed Mech company became embroiled in a scandal. As long as the threat surpassed a certain scope, no one was willing to stick out their necks to lend a hand to a beleaguered friend. It was also for this reason that VS did not plan to seek any long-term allies in this region of space. He shared little to no connection to anyone in the Chuko Republic. Sheer distance alone would cool any connections he made during his visit to the Redwell province. It's good I have a fast fleet at my disposal. If nothing else, hardly any vessel can beat the Barracuda's pace. Securing a powerful fleet ought to be a high priority to him. His current fleet possessed a very crucial mobility advantage that allowed them to outrun most enemies trying to corner them during their travels. Considering that Gloriana started to look into whether she could obtain a factory ship for their grand expedition, VS would not be able to rely on the same advantages in the future. No matter how well the hegemony built their technologically advanced factory ships, the fundamental nature of this humongous ship class meant that it was a pipe dream for these huge behemoths to outrun smaller ship classes. Without any inherent advantages in mobility, VS would just have to resort to building up his might. This issue had been a thorny subject for VS in the last couple of months. One of the biggest issues that VS faced was whether the escort detail should consist of second-class mechs, third-class mechs, or both. Right now, VS did not have the earning potential to support a large second-class mech force. He doubted that would change in the future. Only when he transitioned to designing and selling second-class mechs would he be able to bear the immense burden of supporting so many expensive mechs. Yet what would remain of the avatars of myth? From the start, his personal mech force recruited a handful of native Briters. They were highly capable of piloting third-class mechs, but transitioning to second-class mechs would require years, perhaps decades of training. Not every avatar would succeed in the transition. This left the avatars of myth in an awkward state. He might find himself in the unenviable situation where he had to rely on his girlfriend to fund another outfit that could protect them a lot better than his own homegrown mech force. For now, VS still struggled to find a way to resolve these issues without harming his pride and the pride of the avatars of myth. Having a hexer as a girlfriend gave him a lot of headaches, that was for sure. I've been thinking about what we've been doing as well. Gavin spoke at the table. Right now, we are not expanding the LMC's footprint at all. Shouldn't we do something to further our company's reach? Maybe. VS spoke. The problem is the business climate in the Chuko Republic. No one is interested in facilitating access for a faraway mech company when they are more worried about keeping their heads above the water. You're right. VS deliberately visited an unstable and insecure state, so it was already a given that there wouldn't be any business opportunities on the table. The LMC will naturally expand once I begin expanding its mech catalog, Benny. The next generation is getting closer and closer. It might even arrive shortly after we return to the Bright Republic. That will be the period when I'll really start to pump out designs. Won't you need a design team for that? You recently lost one of your two subordinate mech designers. Only Keddies is left to assist in your design work. Gavin hit the issue right on the mark. The lack of assistance was a sore point for VS, as he hadn't managed to expand his design team for a very long time. I'll be on the lookout for interesting mech designers who are willing to work for me. VS eventually shrugged. Hopefully I can find a couple of mech designers along the way who are willing to stick around for the long haul. They added the finding trustworthy mech designers to augment his design team to their long list of objectives. After they finished sharing their thoughts to each other, they began their new day by visiting one of the local black markets. Underneath a tarnished and largely shuttered industrial district in the outskirts of Wilkesir, a bustling underground trade operation took place. Getting there was a bit complicated. It wasn't as if VS could directly fly there with his shuttle in the open. They also couldn't approach the black market under full escort. Both the land-bound mechs of the battle criers and the aerial mechs of the dust ravens attracted way too much attention. This meant that VS had to leave most of his protection detail behind. As VS stepped inside an unmarked aircar, he only brought a limited retinue along this time. Commander Cinnabar opted to stay behind to babysit his idle mechs, so VS could only rely on Lucky, Nita, and Commander Maven for protection. The latter looked a bit apologetic at these demands. "My apologies for all of these restrictions, but the black market that I'm taking you to don't enjoy government sanction." "I understand." VS casually waved his hand to brush aside the issue. "Black markets that operate under the noses of the government aren't really black markets in the first place. I hope the goods on offer at the place you're bringing me to will be interesting enough to justify the hassle." "Oh, have no doubt about that, Mr. Larkinson. I dare say you'll have the opportunity to purchase plenty of valuables." Though Nita had a lot of second thoughts about this trip, VS remained calm. If worse came to worst, he could quickly don his custom Sparus Vise armor which Nita brought along in suitcase form. She herself had already donned her combat armor as well, so she was more than capable of fending off any sudden attacks. The windows of the vehicle had turned completely dark, preventing the occupants from seeing where they traveled. During the journey, the aircar they rode made a lot of detours before landing at an abandoned underground parking zone. The group transferred to another aircar which followed another circular route before finally arriving at their real destination. VS spotted easily over 100 identical aircars in the abnormally barren and sterile underground parking zone. "This place is kept as clean as possible in order to defeat any tracking measures," Commander Maven mentioned before he passed them a number of robes stored in the aircar. "Wear these in order to hide your identities. It's best not to let anyone know you've been here." They did as instructed. Currently, the mercenary commander acted as their local guide. He led them towards a checkpoint where they underwent a very casual security check before they were let through. Everyone immediately noticed a disturbance in the air. It was like they were all being massaged by invisible waves. "This entire black market is subjected to a jamming field," Gavin gasped. Having spent a lot of time in various different jamming fields, VS became very good at judging their strength. "This isn't a light jamming field. A lot of juice is being pumped into the jammers to keep this underground hall secure." Maven grinned. "I was serious when I said the government isn't involved. Only those we invite are privileged to enter this market." Compared to the extraordinarily public black markets of the Renault Republic, the one he had just entered was a lot quieter and less frequented. Rather than a bazaar, VS had the feeling he had entered an exclusive, high-class shopping venue. Only a handful of people browsed the small shops and stalls in the open. Most donned obscuring robes or other identity-concealing outfits to do their business. Despite the lack of traffic, VS immediately recognized a lot of valuable goods for sale. Visiting this black market may be a lot more fruitful than he thought. Meow! Even Lucky sensed a number of highly interesting exotics. His nose tingled with excitement. Chapter 1352 Double Benefits. While VS spotted various valuable wares, a lot of cheaper junk was for sale as well. The place had the air of a flea market for distressed businessmen and other wealthy individuals. Each stall or store offered peculiar collections of goods that made VS suspect that the owners simply cleaned out their vaults or offices and dumped them into the black market to raise some capital. All of the sculptures, paintings, and other works of art put on display had to come from somewhere. None of the disguised figures threw a glance at these ornaments. In times of hardship, why would anyone want to spend their dwindling capital on useless status symbols? "Art is the first to suffer during a period of deprivation," Gavin muttered. "I'm not so sure about that, Benny. It is during the most difficult times that symbols become all the more important. Art can help unify a scattered people or keep hope alive. Well, tell that to all the fancy exotic-laden statues dumped in this underground market. V.S. smiled. These gaudy or meaningless pieces of art only serve to satisfy the vanity of their owners. They are different from other forms of art that serve a societal function. The streets outside are filled with outpourings of emotions. You mean the graffiti plastered all over the walls of the abandoned buildings? All I saw was urban decay and a complete and utter neglect by the city government. The two continued to argue with each other as they neared the closest stalls. V.S. found it refreshing to argue with Gavin. Despite their huge disparity in status, their common roots as well as their familiarity with each other made it so that his assistant didn't hesitate to voice his opinions. Although there was a time and place for compliance and presenting a unified front, V.S. always encouraged his gatekeeper to speak his mind. Good communication was essential in preventing any misunderstandings that might lead to a dysfunctional relationship. As long as Gavin freely voiced his own opinions, V.S. was much less likely to lose his grip on reality or make strange decisions. If he pushed through with his choices regardless, at least he would do so knowing that he was doing something weird. Sometimes it got harder and harder for him to determine whether he was still acting normally at all. Meow. Oh? You're interested in this mineral, Lucky? Carrying his cat around almost defeated the purpose of their disguises. While V.S. held Lucky underneath the dark and flowing robe he'd been issued, it wasn't every day that a visitor came along who brought a mechanical cat. Well, V.S. figured it was no big deal. He wouldn't be staying on Vindar 7 for long. He already visited the 3 local mech designers he intended to have an exchange with. Other than shopping for curiosities, nothing here compelled him to stay. To Lucky's disappointment, V.S. declined to purchase the exotic shaped as a pockmarked yellow egg. The vendor greedily asked him to pay the equivalent of 2 billion bright credits. He hated being ripped off. V.S. didn't need to employ his spiritual senses to realize that the slimy and greedy salesman thought he was an easy mark. V.S. may be a mech designer, but he also sold mechs for a living. Although he couldn't really estimate the actual value of the egg-like mineral, it emanated very little energy, which meant it was likely a low-grade exotic. If the vendor demanded the equivalent of 2 million bright credits, then V.S. would have said yes. Just let it go, Lucky. We'll find better stuff elsewhere. Meow. Though Lucky fussed and scratched underneath the robes, V.S. resolutely turned away. After passing over a few uninteresting stalls, he quickly found something of interest. Is that a shield generator? V.S. asked with some astonishment. The bored seller perked up from his seat. Why, yes, dear sir. It is a modern, portable shield generator that is guaranteed to protect you from many threats. These devices are rarely sold outside of the heavily regulated stores at Centerpoint. V.S. inspected the shield generator and noted that it was not that different from his own. They shared a common origin. The same supplier likely sold a significant proportion of shield generators circulating in the Komodo Star sector. Since he possessed some familiarity with this type of device, he could immediately tell that it was an older model. Not only that, but its hidden charge indicator did not look very healthy. This shield generator is almost out of juice. There's only a 5% charge left, V.S. flatly stated to the seller. If the shield generator still comes with a decent amount of charge, then it shouldn't be languishing at your stall like a forgotten child. The seller nervously laughed. Ha ha ha, you have a sharp eye, foreigner. V.S. decided to apply his spirituality to exert some pressure on the salesman. This shield generator is almost worthless. It might be able to protect someone against small arms for a time, but even then its protection won't last. There are combat armors that offer much greater protection than this short-lasting gadget. That's not true. the seller dramatically protested. Evidently, the spiritual pressure exerted against the norm did not suppress his salesman instincts. A shield generator can be an enormous lifesaver in the right situations. It is much smaller and more concealable than wearing a conspicuous suit of combat armor. The utility of this shield generator is priceless in the right circumstances. The key phrase here is right circumstances. VS knocked his fist against the surface of the stall for emphasis. What if I'm surrounded by a mob of rioters? What if a rifleman Mech is aiming its humongous rifle at me? This ancient shield generator is only useful in an extremely limited set of circumstances. The two continued to argue over the merits of the shield generator for a few minutes. They began inserting price offers as well. Eventually, VS managed to negotiate the final price down to the equivalent of 553 million bright credits. VS did not even bother to pay attention to the local currency. He simply ordered Gavin take care of converting and transacting the money. Once they concluded the trade, VS walked away with a new shield generator in his pocket. Is that gadget truly worth paying the price of 9 premium mechs? Gavin asked with obvious skepticism. I know enough about shield generators that they're a lot more valuable than the sum you paid, but it's almost at the end of its life. VS only chuckled at that. Hee hee. This shield generator might be almost spent, but I might be able to breathe new life into this gadget. The shield generator was an absolute steal. The seller should have obtained the device through irregular means, otherwise he wouldn't have sold it for such a cheap price. During the bargaining, VS quickly realized that the seller only possessed superficial information about shield generators. The man treated it as a finite, disposable protective device. Once a shield generator ran out of energy, the device lost its value. The price that VS had paid was close to what he might earn if he recycled the spent shield generator. That was an enormous waste. If VS proceeded to pull the shield generator apart and broke it down by material, a lot of active exotics incorporated in the device degraded enormously. However, if VS kept the shield generator intact and instead replaced its spent ultra-compact battery with a new one, then much of the value of the device would be retained. He could subsequently sell the shield generator for a fortune, but VS wasn't stupid enough to do so. This was a shield generator. Aside from the one he received from Master Olsen, VS never managed to get his hands on a second one. One man's trash is another man's treasure, VS satisfyingly gushed. As long as he scrounged up the materials to cobble up an ultra-compact battery, he had an extra means of possession. The only issue that weighed on his mind was who he should lend the shield generator to if he managed to replace its charge. Lucky didn't need it. The shield generator would completely ruin Lucky's adorable shape. This alone was a reason to rule out his cat. What about Gavin? The man would surely appreciate the gift. Out of every person on his staff, Gavin was by far the most vulnerable because of his civilian background. Yet VS decisively crossed him off the list as well. As much as VS appreciated Gavin's advice and friendship, his executive assistant was ultimately expendable. If the worst ever happened, VS might shed a tear at Gavin's funeral. However, as callous as it sounded, he would easily move on from the loss. Obtaining another executive assistant to replace Gavin's job shouldn't be too difficult. VS just had to find a trustworthy person among the crowd. So if Lucky and Gavin fell out of consideration, who should he give it to instead? Keddies emerged at the forefront of his thought. Unlike Gavin, VS really didn't want her to die. He cared a lot about her, and he wanted her to be safe. Right now, she was far away from him. In addition, she wouldn't stick around forever. VS felt very conflicted at the thought of gifting her a fully working shield generator. It was far more reasonable to issue the shield generator to Nita. As his loyal kinderbondwoman, keeping his bodyguard alive effectively meant keeping himself alive as well. Yet, why give away the shield generator at all? Why not make use of it himself? As far as he knew, nothing prevented him from wearing 2 shield generators under his clothes at a time. Though the shield generators wouldn't work at the same time, using one after another effectively doubled his window of protection. Brilliant! VS lit up his eyes. He could never protect himself too much. With all of the danger lurking in the shadows, VS shouldn't let this opportunity pass him by. As much as he cared about the others, he was under no illusion that he would always be the primary target. After obtaining this fantastic bargain, VS eagerly browsed the wares for additional hidden gems. Sadly, his hopes quickly dashed as he encountered an unending selection of artwork, useless trinkets, and other knick-knacks of little practical value. Perhaps pointedly to VS, he came face to face with a lot of trinkets celebrating the past glories of mech designers. Commemorative mech miniatures, old trophies, and other awards all alluded to Vinder's once lively mech industry. Now, most of those mech designers went bankrupt, got fired, or still presided over a husk of their mech companies. A golden trophy for winning a past mech design competition no longer held as much value as ensuring one's basic needs. Mech designers are in a pretty bad shape in the Chuko Republic, Gavin remarked. When money is easy to come by, a lot of mechs get sold. Now that hardly anyone can afford to buy a new mech, what's the point? Only those who are lucky to work for the government or military are still secure. That's the nature of doing business. It's inherently intertwined with risk, VS sagely replied. Mech designers are better off in this regard. They might lose all of their assets, but they can never be robbed of their knowledge. As long as they moved elsewhere, it's not impossible for them to start anew. This was easier said than done. Foreign mech designers were hardly welcome in many states. Most novices and apprentices would never be able to make it as independent entrepreneurs. Only journeymen and higher enjoyed better opportunities. Regardless where they went, a high-ranking mech designer always had a use. Even VS harbored some ambitions of hiring one, though keeping them loyal and subordinate to him was another problem entirely. Of course, even if he gained the employment of a valuable Chukan mech designer, he still had to smuggle them out. With all surface-to-orbit traffic under the complete control of the local authorities, he could forget about sneaking a couple of mech designers out of Vindar 7. Chapter 1353 Crisis Management. VS spent hours trawling through the underground black market. He found a lot of past glories of once successful mech designers, business magnates, famed artists, entertainment stars, and more. A plethora of historical mementos of Vindar VII's once glorious high society turned into cheap and disposable souvenirs. None of these trophies, awards, and other aesthetically beautiful but functionally useless objects aroused his interests. He focused his attention solely on the useful and practical items among the trash. Unfortunately, he was far from the only buyer who trawled the black markets for hidden gems. Savvy buyers who perused the wares much earlier than VS already picked up the most obvious treasures with considerable utility or resale value. The goods that remained failed to impress VS at all. So far, he only obtained the nearly spent shield generator as a bargain, and he couldn't put it to use immediately. He still had to find a way to cobble up an expensive ultra-compact battery to truly revitalize his second-hand gadget. It might be your stuff that would be put up for sale one day, Gavin muttered. Unlikely. VS shook his head underneath his hood. All of the mech designers who got ruined are mostly the low-ranking ones. Seniors are still well off, while journeymen can also find employment from the government if they don't have anywhere else to go. It's just that a couple of mech designers such as Old Man Terrence are too proud to abandon their past accomplishments. It was not as if mech designers literally starved on the streets. The demand for domestically produced mechs had simply dried up. Mech buyers were short on money and did not wish to squander their dwindling reserves on mechs, made more expensive due to the scarcity of materials. With so many enterprising mech designers running out of business, they had no choice but to find alternative employment. Working for the government, or larger mech companies who still managed to make ends meet, had always been reliable refuges for mech designers with at least some level of skill. These kinds of transitions already took place in better economies such as that of the Bright Republic. The only difference between his home state and the Chuko Republic was that the latter's bar for success had been raised to a ridiculous height. In this awful business climate, hardly any novice or apprentice could keep their independent businesses aloft.
Maybe you have a point, boss. Mechs designed by novices and apprentices always compete on price. In an economy where the supply of raw materials are constrained, their only advantage of offering cost-effective mechs is gone. Who wants to buy an inferior mech that practically costs the same of a superior mech designed by someone better? The availability and affordability of materials is critical,
VS emphatically noted.
As long as the materials required to produce a mech are unavailable or priced out of proportion, it isn't viable for a mech manufacturer to produce their mechs. I bet when scarcity hit the Chuko Republic, the bigger mech manufacturers probably managed to make a deal with the surviving suppliers. As for the smaller mech companies, they're too far down the line,
VS noted.
Even the troubled raw material suppliers seek certainty and stability in troubling times. They don't care about the small fry. Maintaining favorable relations with a senior or well-performing journeyman is far more important than keeping thousands of inconsequential apprentices afloat.
The harder it got, the more ability and competence mattered. Only in a prosperous and bountiful mech market offered enough space for low-ranking mech designers to do business. Ever since he founded his company, the LMC operated in a relatively good business climate. Even during the height of the recent war, the Bright Republic's robust infrastructure ensured reasonably stable distribution of vital materials. This was to the credit of the Bright Republic, whose long history of wars had forced the government to invest in various measures that ensured the continued flow of goods and materials to Bentheim, even with divisions wreaking havoc on the brighter supply lines. Yet what if the supply of materials dried up to a much greater extent? What if prices of the materials that remained for sale multiplied by 2? Could the LMC still stay in business in such an unfavorable climate? No. Even if the LMC mostly sold premium mechs at generous profits, it was exactly the upper end the mech market that declined the most. With every outfit and mech buyer facing diminishing reserves of money, they could hardly afford to splurge on expensive, high-performing mechs. From what VS had observed of the Chuko Republic's anemic mech market, the most predominant mechs sold these days fell into the budget category. Consumers no longer indulged in luxury. Subjective taste made way for pure practicality. Mech models aimed at maximizing the price-to-performance ratio in an inexpensive package dominated Chuko's mech market. The sad thing about it was that most mechs sold in the Chuko Republic consisted of imported mechs. States that didn't suffer from Chuko's instability and deteriorating market circumstances still retained their strong economic advantages. Foreign mech manufacturers eagerly swooped into Chuko like hungry vultures and outcompete the faltering domestic mech companies. Having observed all of these interactions and seen the consequences of failure through all of the goods put up for sale, VS fell into an increasingly contemplative mood. He intended to visit different locales in order to learn. Already, the Chuko Republic taught him many valuable lessons. The one he grappled with right now was the importance of preparing for adverse economic circumstances. My company isn't set up to survive a disaster that has struck the Chuko Republic, VS morosely declared. To be honest, we've only ever experienced growth, boss. There has never been a period where our growth has declined.
The worst periods we've lived through was when our sales started stalling. That's nothing compared to the calamities that have befallen the Chuk and Mech companies. Both VS and Gavin saw the need to shore up the LMC's reserves so that it could continue to operate during extremely difficult times. "I'll raise some suggestions to the folks back home," Gavin muttered. "While I don't think the Bright Republic will deteriorate to the level of the Chuko Republic, it's best to take some precautions while times are still good. It will be far too late to implement new measures while we are in the middle of a crisis period." VS waved his hand, signaling his assent. "It's a bit irresponsible for a company as large and significant as mine to overlook proper crisis management. It's evident that a lot of mech companies on Vindar 7 haven't done that enough." To be honest, the implications did not concern him too much. If the LMC ever shuttered due to catastrophic circumstances, VS would still be okay. His ability as a journeyman guaranteed that he'd be able to regain what he lost and surpass his old accomplishments. The only requirement to do so was to remain free and unfettered from any existing shackles. The Chuko Republic experienced such a severe brain drain that they strongly held on to their existing talent. If VS ever got caught up in such a net, he could forget about starting his business anew. He wouldn't be immune to these circumstances even if he started to operate from an expeditionary fleet. There may be times during his upcoming grand expedition where his fleet might stumble into a region with enormous troubles. Keeping his expeditionary fleet under his control would be a major challenge. He also had to take into account that the regional business climate may become so unfavorable that his operations would have to keep running at a deficit. Planning for these circumstances could make the difference between a successful expedition and total failure. As VS continued to weigh the additional preparations he needed to do to shore up the grand expedition, Faye Nita suddenly bumped him with her armored hand. "Sir, I've detected something critical at the shop ahead of us. It's an item that might prove very vital to you in the future." He followed her subtle direction to what appeared to be a gaudy golden figurine of a human DNA strand. "What's so special about this ornament?" "The smell of it is unusual, sir. Upon further study, I believe it is a one-time receiver from the cult. These receivers are often handed to moles in deep cover." VS widened his eyes. The cult in this case could only mean the 5 Scrolls Compact. "Will you be able to use this receiver?" he whispered back. "I'll only be able to determine if it has received a message. As for interpreting the contents, it's unlikely that I'll be able to overcome the encryption." "Then what use is the receiver?" "For objects of this nature, security is paramount. It works through very different principles from ordinary receivers. I doubt you'll be able to detect anything amiss when you point your multiscanner at it. The only cost to this disguise is that it will only be able to receive a single short message before it no longer works. The cult therefore only passes these objects on to agents planted in very critical positions with orders to act normal for years or even decades. Not even the cult itself retains any records on their moles in order to ensure maximum confidentiality." That was quite a scary method. Who knew if someone important secretly worked for the Compact? "I see. If the cult takes so many precautions to keep their moles secure, then they won't send anything but the most critical messages to these one-time receivers. For example, the arrival of reinforcements followed by the mobilization of many hidden assets spread throughout the star sector. The message sent to the one-time receiver might carry a different message entirely. Yet if the receiver remained dormant for an entire decade, only to become active shortly afterwards, then that might signal something ominous. The envoys of the mythical ruined temples may have arrived at the Nixian Gap. "All right, you've convinced me," he said. "Let's go by it. If it is truly issued by the cult, then it may hold more surprises." Obtaining the ornament depicting a golden DNA strand posed no challenge to VS. Because of its lack of utility,
VS managed to snag it for the equivalent of 50,000 bright credits. Even then, he probably paid at least 3 times its apparent worth. The seller grinned gleefully at earning a hefty profit. VS passed the object on to Nita, who had to retract the armored gauntlets of her combat armor in order to study the ornament by touch. Anything? It's definitely related. I'm sure. As for what else this receiver holds, I'm afraid I can't say. That's fine. I'll take it to my lab and see if I can find anything noteworthy. He didn't have much hopes of finding anything in the scan results. If the 5 Scrolls Compact readily issued these items to their moles, then they were probably capable of defeating nearly every scanner in existence. Only a nose as remarkable as Nita's had been able to sniff it out. Not even VS with his spiritual senses had been able to sense anything amiss. In fact, VS had scoured more than half of the black market by now and hadn't found a single object that reacted to his spirituality. VS encountered very few exotics for sale. Most exotics in the collections of mech designers possess very high resale value if they hadn't been processed. His hopes of stumbling another sample of the P-stone began to fade. Perhaps the only reason why he hadn't given up entirely was because the P-stone's true value was not apparent on the surface. Most people mistook it as a marginal low-grade exotic with extremely dubious value. Sadly, after another hour of trawling the offerings, VS made no more gains. The shield generator and the one-time compact receiver had been his only gains from this visit. I've seen enough. Let's return, VS instructed. Chapter 1354 Hidden Receiver. Once VS had his fill of the black market, he and his group left through the same method of shuttling between a number of blacked-out aircars. Nothing amiss took place, though VS half expected something to happen. Nita and Lucky constantly remained on high alert in case the aircar brought them somewhere dangerous. VS especially trusted Lucky as the aircar's attempt to blind its occupants failed to work on the cat. If his pet wanted to glimpse outside, he could simply phase through the structure of the vehicle. Fortunately, Commander Mevin's promises stayed true. VS encountered no attempted robberies or extortion or anything like that. The black markets on Vindar 7 couldn't afford to scare away the few foreign buyers who were brave enough to frequent their sites and inject some extremely valuable hard currency in the local economy. VS had money. A lot of money. He also showed his willingness to spend his fortune. That made him a king among beggars in the Chuko Republic. The way Commander Mavin regarded VS had obviously increased by a few notches. Spending the equivalent of 500 million bright credits on a single transaction spoke volumes about his foreign employer's financial strength. The Vindar Dust Raven snagged a loaded client. From the way Commander Mavin looked so satisfied, VS was sure that the Dust Ravens received a commission for the money he spent at the venues he was brought to. This was already to his expectations. As long as everyone amply benefited from the current arrangements, they wouldn't be tempted to resort to more unpleasant options to earn a big payday. VS knew that this was simply the price of getting in bed with a local snake. Once everyone finally returned to the hotel, VS went up to his room and called up Nita to study the DNA strand figurine in greater detail. Lucky sniffed the hand-sized ornament with a curious expression. Meow. It's okay, Lucky. Your nose is just geared in a different way. VS soothed his disappointed cat as he configured the settings of his Vulcan eye. Right now, Lucky covered the entire hotel room in his ECM field. This posed a lot of hindrances to his multiscanner's operation, but different from inferior devices, his Vulcan eye could pierce through the jamming as long as VS held it very close and dialed up its power. In the meantime, Nita kept turning the disguised receiver in her hands as she tried to decipher its secrets. No luck.
I really can't tell anything about this statue aside from what I've already determined, she said with a downcast expression. The only other guess I can make is that it may have been designed to be identifiable to people with empowered noses like mine. VS agreed with her assessment. That is a very strong possibility. Even if the compact has done its best to erase any records of their hidden moles, they still need some way of tracing them somehow. I think it's quite ingenious since I doubt even the MTA or the CFA developed means of tracing these mysterious scents. This also meant that they might be incurring some risks in carrying the ornament around. Who knew if they'd be approached by a compact agent one day who held the mistaken belief that VS and Nita were hidden assets of the cult? Nonetheless, as long as carrying the one-time receiver did not lead to immediate hostilities, VS found the risks acceptable. The object represented his canary in the coal mine. As long as it started hooting, they would know that something drastic had changed. Otherwise, by the time VS realized that he should launch his grand expedition, the compact bloodhounds might have already marked him as a person of interest. That reminded him of another priority for this trip. He should really look into obtaining more Gerald spice. In fact, VS wanted to do more than buying the finished product. He desired to obtain the unique plants the Nixians processed into their trademark pungent spice. Will Gerald spice be able to obscure the smell of this trinket? VS curiously asked. It might be prudent to hide it from your former compatriots. I only want it for its ability to receive a critical message. It's worth a try. VS retrieved his packet of Gerald spice from his pocket and sprinkled it over the figurine. Though it looked rather silly of him to flavor an inedible object, Fei Nita looked optimistic. I think it worked. The spice won't stay fresh when exposed to open air, but as long as it remains effective, I can't distinguish the hidden receiver anymore. This was a welcome development. With one less worry on their minds, they continued to study the ornament. Sadly, they made no further gains. His system-bought Vulcaneye scanned the object at close range in multiple modes, but all of the data he received indicated that it was nothing but a piece of decoration made with slightly valuable materials. His multiscanner detected absolutely no circuitry, crystals, or other weird objects that might be responsible for receiving a transmitted message. The object presented a very interesting puzzle to VS. His knowledge on signals and communication was too shallow to even begin to fathom how the object functioned as a signal receiver. After they stopped their investigation, he waved Nita to the side while calling Gavin to his room. As VS sat while idly playing with Lucky, Gavin took his seat at the couch opposite to his own. What's up, boss? With everything I've observed so far, I think it's time to fill you in on the details of one of my more ambitious plans. VS began to enlighten his assistant of his grand expedition. Though Gavin might have picked up some clues just by interacting so much with his boss, this was the first time he heard of something so incredibly significant. This is crazy. It's not as outlandish as it sounds, Benny. What I'm doing is no different from what the space-born clans have been doing for millennia. I'm simply doing it on a temporary basis. Even so, abandoning a fixed and stable career in the Komodo star sector for the unknown doesn't make any sense. It did make sense. Just not to someone working on incomplete information like Gavin. Even if VS did not communicate the threat of the 5 Scrolls compact to Gloriana, she still bought his excuses of accelerating his progression by experiencing new cultures. Look, I've already made up my mind on this decision. I've also filled Gloriana, who has already begun to make her own preparations on her end. Seeing how it was hopeless to persuade VS from changing his course, Gavin moved on to the consequences. The LMC back home won't be the same without your presence, he stated. Mech companies are highly defined by their lead designers. Unless you can find a mech designer with stature to hold the fort, the LMC's growth will inevitably be hampered. I've already said that it's fine. We can compensate for the slowdown in growth in the Komodo star sector by fostering growth elsewhere. That's one of the purposes of the Grand Expedition. I'm not sure if you'll be able to succeed. You're still a foreigner, after all, Gavin pointed out. VS smirked. I think the unique advantages that my mechs have to offer will definitely appeal to customers regardless of their origins or cultural backgrounds. They began to discuss the greater implications to the company if VS really brought a significant chunk of people along. The company will be split up if you do this, boss. The employees who volunteer to join your expedition will develop in a different manner than the employees you left behind. Will the latter still hold any admiration towards you when you've been so distant for so long? VS casually waved his hand in a dismissive gesture. Most of the LMC's workers aren't critical. They are cogs in the machine. If a couple of cogs have turned rusty, we can easily replace them with new ones. Is that how you see your employees? As cogs in a machine? I'm a mech designer, Benny. As long as someone is replaceable, they're not worth excessive consideration. If my employees get grumpy just because the boss of the company isn't physically present, then why are they working for the LMC in the first place? You. It sounds as if you don't care about the LMC anymore. VS shook his head in denial. I still care, but it's not as critical to my development as you think. As long as the company falls in line, it is still a valuable asset. He needed to make a lot of money if he wanted to fund his future research and development projects. The only caveat was that the money did not have to come from the LMC. Gavin still looked disturbed. He could foresee the enormous amounts of damage the Grand Expedition might do to the LMC's cohesion. As someone who was involved in the company at its earlier stages, Gavin possessed a lot of emotional attachment to the LMC. If you're gone from the LMC, you still need to leave someone behind at its headquarters to represent your interests. Kelsey has been doing a good job so far. She might not be enough, Gavin warned. Even though she's my friend, she is far from ready to assume the highest post. She has made her doubts pretty clear to me during our private discussions. You'll have to find someone else to take the helm of the portion of the LMC that you are leaving behind. That was a difficult issue. Other than Kelsey, VS could think of no other person to lead his mech company in his absence. What about you, Benny? Haha. I'll be honest. I never thought about sitting on the big chair. I don't have what it takes to inspire confidence and to ensure stability over the company. Well, that left VS with very little names aside from the senior retainers sent by the Larkin Son family. Just as VS was contemplating some alternatives, Gavin made a strange suggestion. Why not place a Larkin Son at the top? There are so many Larkin Sons in your family that have the leadership ability and experience to preside over a company. While they might not be up to speed on how to run a mech company, they can always learn on the job. The most important factor is that they have the spine to be in charge of thousands of employees and billions of credits worth of assets. That caused VS to interrupt his other thoughts. Put a Larkin Son in charge? If it was in the past, the idea would have repelled him. The LMC was his baby, and he did not want his family members swoop in and freeload off his hard work and accomplishments. Yet, as the LMC continued to expand, his ability to influence the company continued to diminish. It had grown too big for him to implement arbitrary decisions and expect the entire company to play along. His extremely sudden decision to go on a grand expedition in the future was exactly the kind of development that might fracture the LMC. This made it all the more important for him to place someone trustworthy but also authoritative enough to hold the LMC together when its lead designer merrily began his decades-long adventure. In addition, ever since VS advanced to journeyman, he began to value his own progression over the growth of his company. Although the two were intricately related,
VS would not face total ruin if the LMC ended up mismanaged.
I think your suggestion has a lot of merit, VS slowly said. Try and come up with a list of Larkin sons with the requisite leadership or business experience that can take over as director or CEO.
Obviously, VS did not completely think through what his departure from the Star sector would mean to the company he left behind. He founded the Living Mech Corporation to help him fulfill his dream of propagating a different kind of mech. If he failed to manage the upcoming changes properly, all of his previous efforts in building up his company might go to waste. Chapter 1355 High Maintenance. VS and Gavin held a very fruitful discussion about maintaining the stability and continuity of the LMC if the grand expedition ever took place. Obviously, the LMC likely wouldn't be as it once were, but perhaps that was for the better. By slowly implementing multiple policies over the following years, VS might be able to minimize the shock of the sudden departure of the lead designer.
Right now, the LMC is very much centered around you, Gavin noted. That's not inherently bad because it simply reflects the truth that mech companies are all about their mech designers.
The lack of mech designers under the LMC's employ had been a consistent weak point for VS. When he left the Komodo Star sector in order to go on his grand expedition, he would not only deprive the LMC of the personal presence of its founder and CEO, but also its sole lead designer. Naturally, VS could still remain in touch via comm calls and remote conferencing and the like. However, time and time again it has been proved that running a company completely by remote was not a healthy development for the long term. This made it all the more important that he placed competent surrogates in the positions he left behind. In essence, this not only meant he had to prioritize the director, but also the presiding mech designer at the mech nursery. Right now, VS could at least resort to promoting a proven Larkin son as the director of his company. Yet who could fill the huge void he left behind in his paltry design team? Kedys would have been perfect for the position. Bright, resourceful and loyal, she was the perfect candidate to head all mech design-related matters that needed to be addressed back home. Yet she had made her opinion about returning to the Sword Maidens abundantly clear. Her attachment to VS and the LMC could never overcome her devotion to her fellow sisters. It would have been great if the Sword Maidens moved to Cloudy Curtain. The idea suddenly interrupted his train of thought. What if it was possible to take the Sword Maidens out of the frontier and place them in civilized space? Such an operation would not be easy. Civilized space repelled pirates, for a very good reason. Smuggling in Kedys might have been okay as she was just a single person with a very good counterfeit identity. Smuggling in hundreds of slaving, robbing pirates was another thing altogether. Even if VS somehow found a way to forge the identities of so many women who popped up out of nowhere, would they even agree? The Sword Maidens explicitly fought for the daughters of the frontier who lived much worse lives than the women in civilized space. Their central mission was incompatible to moving to civilized space. The only way the Sword Maidens might willingly decide to accept the offer to move to civilized space was if they were no longer able to survive in the frontier. Whether this would happen or not depended on how well Commander Dice managed her outfit's relations with the local pirate powers of the Ferris Star region. VS mentally put this unrealistic option aside. He couldn't rely on lucky breaks to retain Kedys in his company. He would have to find someone else who could take his place and address any acute design-related problems at the mech nursery. After swapping a few ideas with Gavin, the executive assistant came with another surprising idea.
Why not resort to your family again, boss? Aren't your relatives in the process of raising a few bright seeds to potentially inherit your mantle?
The suggestion had some merit, but VS quickly shook his head.
The young Larkin sons being nurtured as mech designers are way too juvenile. Even if they can graduate from a good mech university in time, they'll be way too green to handle most of the problems that might pop up from time to time. They can always call you if they need your help. That's true, but I'm not always available. What if I end up in an anomalous zone? What if the expeditionary fleet is being pursued by pirates? A lot can happen when I'm away from the mech nursery. The mech designers that I've left behind will have to be adaptable and resourceful enough to handle all kinds of difficult technical problems. Perhaps one way to solve this problem was to feed some candies to the young seeds. With brighter minds, they could breeze through their mech design courses and maybe even receive additional nurturing. Yet the lack of struggle in learning might breed arrogance and complacency in the seeds. VS encountered plenty of spoiled brats in his profession to realize that it was better if mech designers were tested beforehand than if they were thrown headfirst in a situation where mistakes could plunge the LMC into ruin. Someone like his old friend Carlos would have been a great choice. Hardened by his wartime experience, his friend possessed a much greater practical grasp on mech design than any fresh graduate. Yet that was not an option in this case. VS sighed. He still had a decade to address this problem, so his current lack of choices did not reflect the future. Let's shelve this issue for later. We might not have a dearth of candidates when the time comes to make a decision. Is there anything else you believe we need to address? Gavin thought for a moment. In truth, he's still worried about many issues, but most of those problems could be solved by others. Only a few required special attention. You've already thought about most of the critical issues, but what about your destination? I've already selected some options, but I haven't made up my mind yet, VS admitted. There are too many choices, to be honest. Many star sectors in the galactic rim have their own distinct inclinations. It's too difficult to make a choice right now. Star clusters usually consisted of multiple varied star sectors. It was quite rare to see a homogeneous star cluster unless a powerful first-rate state gobbled everything up and turned it into their own playground. Most star sectors developed rather independently from each other. While the Komodo star sector lacked a distinguishing trait due to its relative youth, other star sectors may be different. With a lot more history under their belt, older star sectors already developed a lot of distinctive characteristics. Each of them offered very interesting circumstances for him to focus his exploration towards. For example, one star sector might be filled with religious states, while another had fully converted to the bestial supremacy movement. The Mech designed from these eclectic states all inherited some of the characteristics of these distinct cultures. VS mentally salivated at the thought of witnessing a huge variety of strange and unusual mechs. Just as he began to mention some of his favorite options, a knock sounded at the door. VS ordered Lucky to deactivate his ECM field before commanding the door to slide open. Nita entered the room with a somewhat troubling expression. My apologies, sir. Miss Gloriana Woden called. She is quite insistent on speaking with you this instant. Is it urgent? His bodyguard shook her head but merely repeated her words. She is quite insistent. That must be quite an understatement if VS gauged Gloriana correctly. He helplessly waved his hand. Let's resume this discussion later, Gavin. Go ahead and inform Kelsey of my plan. She will have to prepare the LMC for the upcoming transition as well. Will do, boss. You're really putting us in a difficult spot, though. The LMC would be much better off if you stayed behind. A mech company's strength is determined by the strength of their lead designers, Benny. If there is an opportunity for me to progress faster in a sustainable fashion, I won't hesitate to take it. The next few decades may be challenging, but the payoff will be more than worth it for myself and the company. By that time, many of the workers who joined the LMC at the start will have retired by then, Gavin morosely muttered. His remark reflected the lack of understanding between normal people and mech designers. As a journeyman, VS had already crossed the extraordinary threshold and therefore became increasingly more inscrutable. Even his assistant,
who had spent a long time by his side, couldn't figure him out sometimes. This problem would only exacerbate as VS continued to progress and distance himself from his normal human roots. Once Gavin and Nita left the room, he accepted Gloriana's 37th call attempt. The woman that appeared looked grumpy and gorgeous. Dressed in a body-hugging white sweater that accentuated her slenderness and a skirt that showed off her delicate legs, his girlfriend immediately appealed to him in a very primal way. "Gloriana," he began, "you look pretty." "Oh? Just pretty?" Glorian twirled a lustrous lock of her raven hair. "Is that the extent of what I deserve?" "You're gorgeous. If you weren't in front of me as a projection, I would have embraced you by now." Hi. That's better." After a bit of small talk, they settled down. The reason why Gloriana called was because she finally received some news about the promises she made. "I've been looking into how to obtain a factory ship with the specifications we need," she began with a serious tone. "The Woden dynasty owns stock in many different businesses spread through the hegemony. We have close ties to a number of shipbuilding companies and have commissioned them to build many of my dynasty's starships. The only problem is, factory ships are expensive and complicated." Gloriana nodded. "Exactly. As much as I want to commission the best, I don't have the money to afford one. Even if I contribute to numerous mech design projects in the next 10 years, I still won't be able to pay off more than a tenth of the cost." "We don't need the best. As long as they are properly built, we can always upgrade them later. Also, we don't have to commission a second-class factory ship from your home state. It's a lot more affordable to commission a third-class factory ship so that—" "No! Absolutely not! I will not travel around with you in a shabby rust bucket." VS was afraid of this. Gloriana's perfectionist tendencies had cropped up in the worst time. "Gloriana, unless your Woden dynasty helps with the financing, there's no way we can obtain a good ship. I've seen the prices the shipbuilding companies charge for this class of vessels. Why not look for cheaper alternatives such as buying a second-hand factory ship?" "No! Don't speak nonsense, VS! I will not have our time together be ruined by inadequate facilities and equipment breakdowns. Our factory ship will be our flagship and our home for the next couple of decades. Our children will grow up running through the halls." Kids? VS became stumped. Wasn't this too fast? "We owe it to our cute little children to provide the best nurturing environment." As VS still puzzled over the mention of kids, Gloriana already moved on as if this issue wasn't in question. "Don't worry, VS. I don't expect you to be able to help me in the financing. I can manage on my own, I think. I've been sounding out my parents and the rest of the Woden dynasty for a potential deal. With my potential, I'm sure I can get them to agree to an accommodation. The only concern I have is that they might make some problematic demands." Factory ships were expensive, so even the Woden dynasty wouldn't be able to shrug off their cost. Even if Gloriana was a part of the family, there were rules she needed to abide by. No one was allowed to squander the dynasty's fortunes. "Please don't make too many promises," VS pleaded. "We don't need all the latest toys and whistles." His girlfriend completely ignored his words. "You don't have to worry about anything, VS. If everything goes well, the shipbuilding company will begin construction of our fantastic new factory ship in a couple of years. Our new vessel will put all the other privately owned factory ships in the hegemony to shame." Chapter 1356 Growing Risk. VS let out an exasperated sigh as he ended his call with Gloriana. His girlfriend showed almost no regard to his input. It was as if only her opinion counted. "She's so high maintenance," he lamented. He predicted that this would become a recurring problem. VS should feel lucky that Gloriana at least didn't impose unattainable demands such as trying to obtain a first-class factory ship built by the MTA or a first-rate superstate. In addition, even if Gloriana asked for much, right now she did not place any expectations on VS to help her pay for her expenses. As a hexer, she already assumed the role of the primary earner. In essence, even though she was a high-maintenance girlfriend, she essentially paid for herself. VS shouldn't have anything to complain about. Yet why did he feel awful? As a man, he really felt diminished in front of Gloriana. If he earned enough money to pay for the factory ship, then he wouldn't be bowing his head in front of her all the time. I have to do something about this in the future. VS slammed his fist against his palm. I can't keep leeching off her money all the time. Designing third-class mechs wouldn't cut it in the long term. Even if he sold billions of them over the next half-century, he would still be unable to catch up to his girlfriend. If VS wanted to make the really big bucks, he would have to venture into designing second-class mechs at some point. I should start studying their design principles, he determined after some thought. Although it's not going to be easy for me to become familiar with the properties of second-class mechs, the earlier I begin my familiarization, the sooner I can take off in this entirely different class of mech market. He added yet another goal in his long list of objectives he had to fulfill. The amount of design projects he would have to complete in order to shorten his to-do list became quite burdensome. Designing a complete collection of third-class mechs already demanded a lot of time, but adding a whole raft of second-class mech designs on top of that threatened to overwhelm his agenda. If he wanted to design the largest amount of mechs in the least time possible, VS needed to prioritize the nurturing of a large and robust design team. Yet where could he obtain the subordinate mech designers that could make up such a vital group? So far, VS possessed a rather mixed relationship in the mech industry. His Class 9 design philosophy, his past public antics along with his devil tongue nickname already turned him into an unpalatable figure. If not for his astounding and remarkable effects of his design philosophy, VS might not have any chance to attract other mech designers. It's too bad I haven't been able to buy any mech designers from the Kinner tribe. He rubbed his chin. Even if I did, they generally won't amount to anything anyway. The education system of the Kinner tribe firmly emphasized quantity rather than quality. The Kinners in general already made for poor mech designers due to their lack of creativity and ingenuity. Combined with the way they were raised, hardly any Kinners managed to advance to journeyman, let alone the higher ranks. Even slaves in spirit, if not in name, had their limits. The special properties often popped up in his mind recently. So far, the Kinners he hired or bought at Bloodstone all performed to his satisfaction. Faye Nitta and Michael Crinden already served as his additional left and right arms. Their addition into his staff considerably improved his personal and virtual security presence. As for the battle criers, VS called up Commander Huggins Cinnabar to his hotel room to discuss their employment. How have your battle criers been faring so far under my service? It's a bit more quiet than we are used to, but that is not a bad thing, Mr. Larkin's son. The red-bearded man replied seriously. Overall, we like what we see, but we haven't experienced enough to make up our minds. There are some battle criers who are in favor of working for you on a permanent basis, but there are also doubters in my rank who are holding out for a better employer. I'm sure that will change at the end of this trip. VS confidently smiled. Is there anything you want to say? The Kinner mercenary commander shrugged. Nothing much. I do appreciate the trust you put into us. Despite being Kinners, we've dealt with plenty of employers who mistrusted us or think their judgment is better. I'm very grateful that you've left most of the operational decisions to me. My men won't easily listen to other people's orders. VS hadn't done anything exceptional in this regard. Commander Cinnabar was an experienced and competent mercenary commander, so VS did not hesitate to delegate every decision concerning his mech security detail to the Kinner leader. How are the two Ingvar siblings doing so far in your service? Ayman and Cassia Ingvar still remained on the ion tracker high up in orbit. As space-borne mech pilots, they played no role on the surface. The same applied to Commander Cinnabar as well, but he fell back to coordinating the escort detail while staying close. The Kinner grinned. Casella has been adjusting pretty well. The woman is a lot humbler than what I expected out of noble brats. She's got a smart head as well and learns quickly. It's a shame she's rather stiff. Despite her willingness to adjust, she still hasn't let go of her highborn roots. What about Ayman Ingvar? The mention of the male Ingvar caused the commander to grimace. He's adjusted less than well. He's always dragging his heels whenever we give him an assignment. Casella has tried to persuade her brother to behave numerous times, but she hasn't managed to get the stubborn kid to adjust his snobbish attitude. Keep working on it, VS responded. If we ever stumble across trouble in the coming months, just throw the Ingvars headfirst into the fighting. If Ayman happens to survive the encounter, I'm sure he'll have a much higher appreciation of your battle criers and a much better assessment of his own strength. You sure about that? I hired them to protect me and fight on my behalf. If they aren't even willing to do that, they're not worth the money I've thrown at their feet. No one is allowed to slack off under my employ. While VS still possessed a considerable interest in the Ingvar twins, he wouldn't be able to make use of them as long as their old attitudes remained. Unlike the Kinners, Ayman and Casella couldn't be bought. As ordinary mercenaries, the Ingvar siblings could pack up their bags and leave whenever their contract ran its course. If VS wanted to make use of their remarkable spiritual potential, he first had to win them over. He had several ways of doing that. One method would be to pamper them and proactively invest in their development. Yet the thought of investing so much money and other resources into improving a pair of mech pilots with uncertain loyalties left a sour taste in his mouth. What if they subsequently decide to leave and use their elevated abilities for someone else's benefits? Investing in human resources only made sense if those resources remained in his possession. Therefore, VS concluded that the first step to securing their allegiance was to adjust their personalities and attitudes. What better way to force them to go through a reality check than to throw them in the middle of a battle? According to their stories, either Ingvar twins actually fought a real battle as of yet. House Ingvar fell way too quickly for them to put their training to good use. What is the overall risk of encountering pirates or other threats while we travel through the Redwell province? Not that high, sir, Cinnabar confidently replied. Our battle criers might look shabby, but our battle accomplishments can't be faked. Pirates and the like know better than to attack a fleet like ours. Not only can we outrun most attackers, but we'll fight like hell if they manage to corner us. Sacrificing so many mechs and mech pilots just to attack you doesn't make much sense. Pirates preyed on the weak and avoided the strong. While VS and his escorts fell somewhere in between, that was enough for most of the pirates and irregulars operating in the Redwell province to let them pass. Too much risk and not enough payoff. Unless the attackers specifically targeted VS, there shouldn't be any reason for them to be attacked. Regardless of these circumstances, VS knew better than to assume he wouldn't be attacked along the way. He had seen way too many stupid pirates to believe that each of them would adhere to logic. In addition, the sophisticated listening devices inserted in his hotel room the other day did not portend any good. Be on the lookout for any threats targeted in our direction, VS warned. What do you think about Commander Mavin and the Dust Ravens? They're reliable so far. I don't regret introducing them to you. It's only... What's the problem? The commander frowned. I've been spending a lot of time with Maven lately, and while he's still an old friend, he's a changed man. He strikes me as a bloodweller. My thoughts exactly. While he's professional enough to keep his political inclinations from interfering with his work, I'm concerned that the White Wellers will try something. That sounded weird to VS. The White Wellers can't attack us in the open. As citizens who are agitating to defect to the Hinson Protectorate, they can't afford to be seen as attacking a hegemony-aligned mech designer. You know how these things are done. The assailants will never reveal their true allegiances. That was true, VS admitted. I'm sure we can stay secure as long as we travel along the most frequented routes. That won't protect you in every instance. Many star systems are too big for patrols to cover every transition zone. The system patrols may also be less than enthusiastic about repelling pirates due to bribes, incompetence, or lack of funding. Mixing up with the Dust Ravens only complicates our security situation even further, as we can no longer claim to be strictly neutral. That last point sounded very important. So what you're suggesting is that hiring the Dust Ravens may have afforded us protection against the elements of his own faction, but attracted the hostility of the opposing faction. Correct, sir. While the White Wellers aren't known for taking proactive action or launching attacks, they aren't as scattered and defenseless as you think. We'll have to be prepared for every eventuality. With how serious Commander Cinnabar sounded, VS could not maintain his nonchalance. Though he still maintained his confidence that he could come on top of almost every crisis that might occur during his stay in the Redwell province, taking some extra precautions didn't hurt. Should we hire some extra mercenaries? Cinnabar shook his head. That will only muddle the situation even further. Each mercenary corps that managed to survive in these difficult times have all attached themselves to a faction or powerful influence. It's not a good idea to mix them up. Then what do you suggest we do? Leave the Redwell province as fast as possible. Out of the question. I still have at least a couple of destinations to go. There are several mech designers in Redwell that I still want to conduct an exchange with. They all reside in the safer parts of the province, so the risks of traveling to them aren't unreasonable. Sadly, Commander Cinnabar hadn't been able to come up with any other suggestions. It was hard to improve their security situation any further without hiring additional mercenaries or leaving the troubled Shuko Republic. Sir, I really don't think you're making the right choice here. The chance that we'll come under attack will only grow larger the longer we linger in the Redwell province. VS grinned. To him, that didn't necessarily sound like a bad thing. As long as their assailants didn't outnumber them, VS was sure he could gain some benefits from the confrontation. Chapter 1357 Prismatic Lie. Vindar 7 offered a lot more sites to visitors, but none of them interested VS anymore. He already exchanged with the few journeymen that remained and picked up some bargains from an underground market. While VS could spend his time on visiting the other black markets, his timetable was too tight for him to indulge in continuous bargain hunting. He decided to move on from the Vindar system. VS and his entourage returned to Wilkes's spaceport and left Vindar 7 with some new company. The Vindar Dust Ravens continued to accompany VS during his stay in the Redwell province. While they were based in the Vindar system, their contacts stretched throughout the entire province. They were part of a vast, informal network of other outfits and organizations. It wasn't a stretch to regard this network as an alliance of convenience. A few weeks went by as VS visited a number of specific star systems. He visited mech designer after mech designer, many of which yielded very little of note to VS. It couldn't be helped. Many mech designers were too selfish and narrow-minded to share their valuable insights. They valued their own insights highly. Even if they failed to progress their design philosophy after advancing to journeyman, they still stuck up their noses in front of VS. What could a weird mech designer with a Class 9 design philosophy offer to them? The only reason they hadn't declined the exchange visitations was out of consideration for his powerful Hexer girlfriend. For these reasons, VS encountered many situations where his counterparts only cooperated in a superficial manner. Their lack of sincerity continually disappointed VS and dampened his impression of Chuko mech designers. Even if they all suffered under the economic malaise, they still clung to their pride as journeymen. All of them believed that they were already good enough to live through this troubled period and bounce back to success in due time. What was worse for VS was that many older mech designers maintained similar sentiments. He deliberately adjusted his agenda to meet with older mech designers, only to be subjected to long-winded rants about how everything was better in the good old days and endless boasts of how they won various design competitions forgotten by everyone else. VS failed to stumble across a second old mech designer who wanted to impart some life lessons to the younger generation. It turned out that even among his generation, Old Man Terrence was still the exception rather than the rule. The biggest reason was because Old Man Terrence was a famous recluse. He never married and never mentored any younger mech designers due to the restrictive nature of his design philosophy. It was too hard to obtain a mech designer who specialized in neural interfaces. Many other mech designers with more conventional specialties did not suffer this problem. With so many novices and apprentices on the streets, they could easily collect dozens of them and nurture the most promising ones into their heirs. Even that wasn't entirely necessary, as many mech designers opted to nurture their own children. Nonetheless, even as VS dejectedly returned from his exchanges with little to show for his efforts, he did manage to receive some useful tidbits here and there. Nonetheless, it became increasingly more difficult to find someone willing to hold a sincere exchange. Secrets have become too important to a mech designer's continued survival, VS dreadily observed after his fleet left yet another star system without any gains. When times are plenty, mech designers are much more eager to expand their horizons and focus on their progression. That wasn't the case right now. When times were bad, the mech designers who remained no longer thought about growing their capabilities. They simply wished to hold on to their existing accomplishments. The lack of forward thinking made many mech designers far too reticent to open their mouths to VS. Holding on to their existing competitive advantages and preventing them from disseminating might mean the difference between staying in business and declaring bankruptcy. Fortunately, VS finally caught a lucky break when he met an unusual mech designer. At a company headquarters located on a typical industrial planet in decline, VS shook hands with a middle-aged female mech designer. "Mr. Larkin's son, welcome to Paisley I." The motherly woman greeted with a weary smile. "I hope you don't take our lack of hospitality to heart." VS returned a friendly smile. "I wouldn't be visiting the Chuko Republic otherwise, Mrs. Linzif." As they seated themselves at her desk, they began to chat. Felicity Linzif had been a rather odd choice for him to visit. She specialized in multi-frequency laser weapons and enjoyed enough success to gain a nickname from it. Within the local mech community, she started to become known as the Prismatic Light, which was very flattering. VS felt a little jealous that Mrs. Linzif received a nickname that drew attention to her capabilities while he got stuck with a moniker that made light of his tongue. Fortunately, not everyone took nicknames seriously. Mech designers paid a lot more attention to a fellow mech designer's specialty and mech designs than their personal inclinations. Many mech designers, particularly high-ranking ones, tended to be eccentric. If mech designers continually took offense at a fellow colleague's quirks, then how could they expand their network? Of course, Class 9 design philosophies still attracted a lot of scorn, so VS still had to deal with a lot of prejudice regardless. Mrs. Linzif didn't appear to be the same as other mech designers, though. If only her design philosophy was more relevant to him. While her specialty interested VS a lot, Her area of expertise possessed little relation with his design philosophy.
"Mrs. Lindsif, thank you for hosting me," he began. "I appreciate your willingness to accept my request for an exchange."
The woman smiled gently at VS.
"I'm not as narrow-minded as the other colleagues you've visited. Word is getting around about your visits. While many of them have conspired to stymie your efforts to learn anything valuable from their mouths, Old Man Terence speaks glowingly about you. If there is one thing I know, it's that Old Man Terence is not in the habit of exaggeration."
Ah. VS learned a lot from her words. He wasn't aware that the local Redweller Mech designers he scheduled an appointment with all banded together against his visitations. He also learned the reason why Mrs. Lindsif took him seriously where many did not. VS owed a lot to Old Man Terence.
Terence Reedon is quite a mech designer. He's always been rather secretive, which is a necessity considering his restricted specialization," the woman explained. "I've always admired his ambition to make genetic aptitude strength irrelevant. He was always destined for failure, but he never wavered in his pursuits. That is how a true mech designer ought to act. Not many of us are courageous enough to upend one of the most impactful rules on mechs."
They quickly moved on from talking about Terence. VS hadn't come here to share in her admiration for an old and senile mech designer. Though a number of customs had emerged to set the ground rules for professional exchanges between mech designers, they did not adhere to a structured format. This meant that the discussions could take on any form. It all depended on whether the mech designers themselves were willing to divulge their more valuable insights. For this reason, Mrs. Lindsif started the exchange with a strange opening.
"What is the ultimate armament of mechs?"
This question completely came out of the blue to VS. He could only answer according to his honest beliefs.
"The perfect weapon for mechs doesn't exist. Every weapon is associated with their own advantages and disadvantages. No weapon can possibly defeat every obstacle in existence." "That's the most orthodox answer to this question," she said with an intriguing smile. "Yet what if we disregard this premise that the perfect weapon isn't possible to be made? What if one day we can develop a weapon so powerful that every other weapon pales in comparison? Is that what you are pursuing?" "In a way. There are many different weapon types in existence. Ballistic rifles, kinetic rifles, missile launchers, all the way up to primitive weapons such as swords and spears. Don't you think these weapons are rather lackluster in this day and age? The big two and the first-rate superstates already make use of very advanced weapons such as plasma rifles and positron rifles. They're a lot more destructive than the armaments that are prevalent in the galactic rim." "Ah, that is true, but that's not the point. Even the entities you've mentioned still make use of laser rifles, you know. Theirs are more advanced than ours owing to better technology and materials, but the basic principles are still the same." "What are you trying to say?" "Laser weapons are the ultimate weapons for mechs. They're scalable, universal, and applicable in nearly every situation today." "Not every situation," VS replied.
For example, the hexapods have graining for absorbed seemingly limitless amounts of energy, rendering energy weapons ineffective against these creatures.
For now. While I admit that certain defenses have emerged that offer extremely effective protection against laser beams, even they can't withstand the energy of a sun. That is horribly inefficient. Trying to overpower a defense that is tailored against laser weapons with lasers is not a cost-effective endeavor. For now. That is not indicative of the future. I believe out of all the weapon systems that humanity has developed, none still hold as much potential as laser weapons. They have been with us ever since our civilization's first forays into space. From the age of stars, to the age of conquest, and now the age of mechs, laser weapons are still alive and thriving. You could say the same to ballistic, kinetic, and missile weapons.
Mrs. Lindsay snorted in debridement. Those primitive weapon systems are always slower than light. Their limitations are plenty. In the future, mech combat will increasingly take place at a distance. The next generation is already a portent of this trend. The offensive might of laser weapons will continue to grow while defensive tech falls further and further behind. The woman continued to rant a bit about the supremacy of laser weapons over other weapon types. VS did not share in her opinion, but he hardly managed to get a word in while she espoused her love for laser weapons. Nonetheless, despite being subjected to a very biased opinion, VS still kept his ears open because it sounded as if she possessed some insider information about the next mech generation. The development and evolution of laser technology has achieved so many strides these last couple of decades that the proponents of other techs have tried to muzzle us. The upcoming new standards and specifications on laser weapons is much more conservative than what the leading experts in my specialization wish to impart. So the MTA is publishing a half-hearted set of standards for laser weapons? VS probed. Right. The lobbies for other weapons and defensive tech have managed to persuade the MTA to hold back in introducing radical innovations in laser technology. It's a travesty. If they didn't outnumber us all, we would have taught them a lesson. VS wasn't interested in the infighting that took place within the research circles of the MTA. Is there a way for mech designers like me to obtain the unadulterated specifications for laser technology? Mrs. Lindsay grinned. The new innovations will eventually leak into the mech community. Our efforts will not be in vain. When the new mech generation finally commences, you should do yourself a favor and withhold from designing any mechs armed with laser weapons. Newer and better licenses will quickly emerge in a year or two that will absolutely blow the crippled versions of the MTA out of the water. This was a very valuable piece of advice. He appreciated what she told him even if she did not offer him the insights he sought. Chapter 1358 Dangerous Complacency. When a new mech generation commenced, a raft of component licenses and updated technological specifications became available to mech designers. These additions to the mech industry fired off an explosive race to design the first mechs that made use of the new specifications and components. Yet this was just the start. The first wave of mech designs in the new generations possessed a relatively short shelf life. In a couple of years, the second wave would emerge that made use of components derived from the ones published by the MTA but improved and tweaked in many different ways. The MTA employed some of the best mech designers and researchers in the galaxy, but they did not encompass the full creativity and ingenuity of the entire mech industry. Individual geniuses or those who possessed unique advantages were occasionally able to design better components than the ones published by the association. Nonetheless, by the time the second wave already arrived, the mech designers who moved early enough to capitalize on the first wave achieved an abundant amount of sales. The advantages they accrued by selling a lot of mechs of the first wave would be able to utilize their momentum to take the lead during the second wave as well. In other words, it was critical for mech designers to accrue an advantage at the beginning. If they slipped up or delayed their mech designs, their competitors would have already captured the bulk of the sales they would have gained if they moved faster. Most importantly, first-wave mechs did not lose relevance just because of the advent of second-wave mechs. The differences usually weren't large enough to warrant a full renewal, especially in the span of a couple of years. As long as a first-wave mech model performed well, its vast number of customers would ensure a good reputation that turned it into an enduring seller for a long time. The mech company only had to tweak their prices downward for a little bit to retain their attractiveness in the face of newer mech models entering the market. Mech designers like VS were well aware of these dynamics and planned ahead. Designing a laser rifleman mech as one of his first mech designs for the new generation had definitely been on the cards. As one of the most popular machines on land, in the air and in space, laser rifleman mechs represented the biggest and most lucrative mech types by sales volume. That made the nugget of intel provided by Mrs. Lindsif all the more important. If her claims were true that the second wave of laser rifleman mech designs would significantly surpass the first wave, then starting early with designing these mech types would be a grave mistake. Because the first wave would practically experience a more severe devaluation than usual, putting them on par with last-gen mechs. Laser weapon development sure is incredible, he said as he tried to flatter his exchange partner. It's amazing to hear that the specialists in laser technology have managed to achieve so much progress even if it is already a mature and highly developed field. The Redweller mech designer scoffed at his words. Maturity is a false concept. I've never put too much stock in its predictions anyway. Our civilization is so vast and powerful that we've managed to overcome most plateaus. Laser weapons may have been in use for millennia, but there is always something to improve. Can you tell me about the nature of the improvements that will likely be introduced in the next generation? She shrugged. Oh, the usual, mostly. Updated technical specifications along with new applications using exotics that haven't been utilized before are responsible for most of the performance improvements. They're mostly aimed towards improving efficiency, I hear. More energy is being directed towards the laser beam and less energy is turned into waste heat. This means the next generation will feature more powerful lasers without cooking the weapon or mech too quickly. This was another valuable piece of intel. Knowing how the next generation of laser weapons improved upon the previous generation would help him lay the groundwork for his future designs. The information was not only relevant when he designed a laser-armed mech, but also the defensive mechs designed to withstand their improved armament. What do you think about laser weapons? She abruptly asked. Tell me your honest opinion. My answer to that question is similar to the answer I've given to your first question. It's a powerful, versatile, and adaptable weapon system, but it is not the only weapon at a mech designer's disposal. I still believe there is a role for other weapon types. So do you think that I'm wrong when I state that laser weapons will one day reign supreme? VS shook his head. He had to be very careful about expressing an opinion contrary to the deeply held beliefs of his host. I'm just a simple mech designer. I am not a specialist in any particular weapon system. If laser weapons happen to become the premier weapon type, then I'll gladly embrace them when the time comes. The same goes if melee weapons or kinetic weapons experience a revolutionary leap in progress. I'm disappointed by your lack of faith, though I appreciate your honesty, Mrs. Lindsif said with a frown. There are so few mech designers who are willing to commit to a singular weapon system, even though we are responsible for most of the advancements. Every mech designer was different. Talking to so many fellow journeymen exposed him to the incredible diversity of people who broke through the extraordinary threshold. Though journeymen may be fundamentally different from expert pilots in many ways, VS realized that both developed very strong beliefs. Mech designers were perfectly capable of engaging in rational science. They were very inquisitive, did not take every assumption for granted, and were perfectly capable of revising their understanding if proven wrong. Yet as soon as the discussion turned to their specialty or area of interest, they instantly turned into fanatics. VS found them to be no different from the religious nuts of the Ilvain Protectorate or the Five Scrolls Compact when they talked about their specialty. Perhaps he was no different from the likes of Felicity Lindsif. This was nothing to be concerned about. Every mech designer possessed their own unassailable beliefs. Some were just better at hiding their inclinations, while others gleefully expressed their enthusiasm regardless how unhinged they came across. After a considerable amount of discussion on laser weapons, they finally moved to another topic. Chuko's mech industry is in shambles. This is no secret. Mrs. Lindsif spoke. Yet there is a reason why I have stayed where many of my fellow compatriots ran when the government still allowed them to go. Do you know why?
Because of family? I do have a family here, but that's not the primary reason why I decided to stay. Don't you realize, Mr. Larkin's son? The current conditions in the Chuko Republic's Mech market is a test. Those who manage to keep their company aloft and continue to sell their mechs under these circumstances are the best of the best. As long as you can endure these adverse circumstances, you can do business in practically every other market. She had a good point. As tragic as the Chuko Republic fell backwards, the difficult market environment separated the wheat from the chaff. Many mech designers failed to adapt to the circumstances. The bountiful black market selling second-hand goods and junk made a profound impression on VS. Yet out of 99 mech designers who failed, at least one still endured. Many mech designers who still managed to stay aloft owe their survival to their patrons. VS retorted. I've met mech designers who haven't sold a single mech in the last couple of years but instead resort to bartering with various local powers. Plenty of your colleagues have also shuttered their commercial activities in order to work for the provincial and central governments. That's true, but that doesn't detract from my point. Mrs. Lindsay smirked. Sucking up to others in order to attain their protection is also a skill. There is nothing shameful about submitting to others for protections. The mech designers who are too proud to stoop to begging would have died if a real catastrophe has engulfed the Komodo star sector. This was a fundamental truth for mech designers. Each of them possessed a lot of valuable expertise. They were only allowed to earn a lot of money because the states that hosted them benefited as well. If a mech designer did not have the protection of a state, then who prevented them from getting robbed or kidnapped? Each of them were as vulnerable as the technicians and engineers who ended up in the hands of the pirates in the frontier. I see your point. VS thoughtfully spoke. But this also means that the conditions in the Chuko Republic is not the worst-case scenario. Mech designers can at least rely on some powers for protection. That's not always possible in worse places such as the frontier or the Nixian Gap. In those places, who stopped anyone from enslaving mech designers outright? Only those cultivated a ferocious reputation like the Skull Architect retained their freedom. Mech designers had to stoop to savagery in order to deter the numerous bad actors mingling in these lawless areas from appropriating their wealth and capabilities for their own use. The female mech designers cast her eyes. Our human civilization has experienced many ups and downs. Right now, I believe the last 3 centuries' stability and prosperity can rightfully be called a golden age for mechs. We've firmly turned our backs to the depravity and destruction of the latter days of Age of Conquest. Yet do you really think this unprecedented period of stability and prosperity will last forever? Humanity is still surrounded by countless alien races. How long will they abide by the truce of the previous age? Either we attack, or they attack. Peace won't last forever. VS readily agreed. Too many people forgot how much humanity had fought and struggled to come out on top. That said, the MTA and CFA aren't pushovers. Surely they're prepared against the inevitable resurgence of the hostile alien races. They may even be contemplating a preemptive attack. All of that may be true, but do you really believe that human space will remain unaffected if this inevitable war breaks out? Mrs. Lindsay pounded her fist against her desk. Wake up, Mr. Larkin's son! If a war against the rest of the galaxy does happen to break out, frontier star sectors will likely be the first to croak. Our own will not be exempted. VS had to admit that her wake-up call affected him quite a lot. He, like many humans, had been far too complacent. The threat of alien resurgence had always been a distant and abstract threat. Even if everyone with brains knew that the Komodo star sector was situated right in the front lines, no one had taken the threat seriously anymore. What would happen if a war between civilizations finally started anew? Even if the CFA and MTA fought back with all of their might, the frontier star sectors still faced the brunt of alien incursions. Just look at our reaction at the recent Sandmen attacks. Aside from the states situated close to the border, no one else has paid them any mind. The Chuko Republic and all the other states that are furthest away from the frontier are completely ignorant about the dangers. The local leaders haven't made any moves to raise our readiness against the Sandmen. If we aren't able to take our minds off our political machinations, how can we possibly resist a real alien invasion? Her verdict on the local powers made it clear that she had no faith that humanity would be able to unite against the aliens. Though her predictions sounded extreme, VS knew in his heart that she was probably right. Chapter 1359 Fallback Option. His talk with Felicity Lindsay yielded few insights related to his design philosophy. The Chukan journeyman expressed a lot more interest in talking about her gloomy predictions of the future of the Mech market and the Komodo star sector. VS still found the visit to be worth it. Mrs. Lindsay's words served as a warning for VS that he should not take the current golden age for granted. One day, the age of Mechs would enter its twilight. One day, the galactic rim would come under assault. This realization only made him place even less emphasis on building up his presence in the Komodo star sector. He equated the situation to the Bright Republic's border systems with the Vija Kingdom. Because war constantly broke out at those borders, the public and private sectors stopped giving a damn about them. They consistently withheld vital investments from these poor and forgotten star systems because it would all get appropriated or destroyed by the Vija anyway. VS had a very frightening realization as just as he dismissed the border systems of the Bright Republic, the Big Two might feel the same way about the frontier star sectors. It's already obvious when you look at how frontier star sectors are so lacking compared to more inward star sectors. The star systems at the very edge of human space were so sparse and insufficiently protected that aliens would basically encounter only minor challenges when they invaded en masse. From the perspective of a higher-up of the Big Two, the frontier star sectors served as a convenient buffer for any external invasions. VS looked depressed as he idly held Lucky to his chest. He didn't blame the MTA and CFA for taking the bigger picture into account. Their primary responsibility was to protect the human race. Nobody said anything about protecting every star sector, let alone the most far-flung ones with the least amount of value. Perhaps even the Rim Guardians agreed with that sentiment. While VS already held the pieces, it took an oddball mech designer with an obsession of laser weapons of all people to show him how to fit the clues together. The resulting conclusions made him so alarmed that he began to see his grand expedition as something more than a temporary escape. I can also take up the space-borne life if necessary. A strain of humanity believed that their race should no longer be bound by planets. Rather than see them as precious living space and paradises, the true space-borne clans saw them as nothing more than resource sites. Aside from extracting useful raw materials, they weren't good for anything else. And that included living on their surface. Much of humanity disagreed with their extreme views. Humans in general grew up happier on planets. Space was cheap and plentiful, and they never had to worry about ships malfunctioning and killing every occupant because a technician forgot to perform routine maintenance on a critical ship component. Yet despite all of the flaws of nomadic space-borne life, the radicals always touted how living on the move ensured maximum safety. In their view, anyone who decided to settle on a planet was asking to get bombed from orbit. To their credit, they were right in a way. VS muttered. Very few space-borne clans got annihilated during the latter days of the Age of Conquest. By far, most of the killing and slaughtering occurred when human battle fleets wiped out entire planets, or scoured their surfaces with weapons of mass destruction. Even if the citizens saw the existential threat coming, it was impossible to evacuate an entire planet in a matter of weeks. Far too few shuttles and ships existed to take an entire population away. Even if the lucky ones did manage to get away, Housing and settling the refugees became a huge problem. Most evacuation ships had been repurposed for the emergency and didn't hold the facilities necessary to support long-term residency in space. A huge amount of refugees starved or suffocated to death when countless evacuation ships failed to find any safe harbor within their fuel range. Though VS still regarded the space-borne life as unnatural, considering the latent threats looming over the horizon, it might be prudent to prepare a backup option. The expeditionary fleet that VS and Gloriana attempted to form represented a huge investment. What would happen to it after they completed their expedition? Selling them all or scrapping them for parts and materials sounded like an incredible waste. Rather than get rid of the vessels, why not keep the expensive factory ship and other vessels around? As long as VS and Gloriana invested in maintaining the ships and keeping them up to date, they would always have a fallback option at hand if the Komodo star sector really suffered the brunt of an alien invasion one day. VS bet that he was one of the few mech designers around who even contemplated this option. Far too many mech designers who grew up in the same star sector had become so inured with centuries of peace and stability that they no longer paid any attention to the shakiness of their deceptively comfortable positions. It's rank stupidity. Perhaps it was just his paranoia talking, but VS felt less and less secure about his life at the very edge of human space. With the MTA embroiled in an internal struggle over whether they should abandon the galactic rim, and the CFA showing open contempt for fixed human settlements, either of the big two would put too much of an effort to protect the frontier star sectors. Repurposing the expeditionary fleet into a more permanent spaceborne-style caravan fleet sounded more and more prudent. Calamity might not strike in this century or the next, but it will certainly eventually. If VS only lived as long as a baseline human, then he might not even bother. Yet if he could potentially live up to 500 years or more, then it was very possible that he might see the transition to an entirely new age. With such a long life ahead of him, the last thing he wanted to see was to see most of his hard work go up in smoke due to lack of preparation against a foreseeable calamity. Speaking of foreseeable calamities, once VS exited Mrs. Linzeff's company headquarters, his armored bodyguard approached. Faynita passed on her concerns through her full-face helmet. There are observers staring at you from the surrounding buildings. VS pretended to scratch his cheek, thereby preventing his lips from being red. People are staring at me all the time. Lucky and I are rather eye-catching. It's different, sir. These aren't bystanders who are gawking at you because you look wealthy. They've been stationed in the vicinity of this area specifically to observe you from a distance. From their methods, they're definitely trained. Are they spies? I'm not certain at this time. I'm unable to determine whether they work for the government or for a smaller influence. How did you find them in the first place? I always keep my eyes out. I take nothing for granted. The excellent gear that you've procured for me is indispensable. It is evident that they have never fathomed that you would have invested so much money on personal equipment. VS smirked underneath his hand. The local Red Dwellers have been living under a severe economic depression for a long time. It's no wonder they've overlooked the capabilities of secure equipment. Regardless, the presence of so many observers is very concerning, sir. I do not advise you to board your shuttle. Even with the presence of the battle criers and the dust ravens, it only takes one attack to go through to disable your shuttle. The shuttle they used carried a little bit of armor, but that did not give him a lot of comfort. The planetary government already appropriated every armored shuttle on the planet a few years ago. VS and his group lingered at the headquarters a little. Though the receptionists and guards obviously wanted them gone, they did not dare to shoo away a journeyman. Though no one appeared to have moved, one single entity was missing from their midst. Lucky had quietly wandered as if he grew bored.
Half an hour went by as VS discreetly discussed his security situation with Nita and Commander Cinnabar. Due to the suspicion that any remote transmission might be intercepted, they did not dare to pass on any important messages to the Dust Raven Mechs patrolling above.
Are the Dust Ravens involved, perhaps? I can't say. Commander Maven has changed a lot over the years,
Cinnabar murmured.
It won't do his mercenary prospects any good if he stabs his employer in the back. However, if he has thrown in his lot with the Bloodwellers, then he may have decided to sacrifice everything in order to advance their cause. You're prepared against their betrayal, right? Sure did, boss. On your orders, we brought down a lot more riflemen Mechs than usual. My men on the ground have also gone through numerous simulation battles against the Dust Raven Mechs. All of our ranged Mechs have brushed up their techniques targeted towards taking down quick and agile aerial Mechs.
VS nodded in satisfaction. Despite his familiarity with Commander Maven and the Dust Ravens, Commander Cinnabar did not take their friendliness for granted.
Can we count on any reinforcements? We don't even know who to trust. Every mercenary corps on Paisley is pledged to one power or another.
The lack of options made him consider whether to turn to Mrs. Lindsay for help. He was sure that she would demand a very big price, though. She may even be a part of the same faction as the people who targeted him for some reason. The exchange he just held with Mrs. Lindsay came back to the forefront of his mind. Now that he thought about it, he found it rather weird that she began to talk about the need for patrons and the difficulty of surviving under adverse conditions. Was she trying to pass on a warning to VS? If she did, then VS would have preferred a clearer warning instead of the roundabout one he received.
Damn woman, he muttered. What was that, sir? Ah, nothing.
VS rubbed his face.
Can we turn to the government for help? I'm not sure.
Nita grumbled behind her helmet.
If our hidden enemies have stationed an attack force nearby, then they may decide to launch their attack as soon as the planetary guard begins to mobilize.
The big variable right now was whether a hidden force of Mechs was truly present. If not, then the battle criers could fend off most threats by themselves. As VS, Nita and Commander Cinnabar continued to speculate, Lucky eventually returned.
Meow. Really?
Meow meow.
What is your cat saying?
Nita asked, confused at how VS was able to interpret the meows.
Lucky managed to sneak up on one of the distant observers. He then traced the signals the observer transmitted to another site, which housed a single occupant who is in touch with all of the observers. You're right, Nita. We are definitely being targeted right now.
Everyone quietly cursed. Gavin, who had been left to the side, began to wring his hands in worry. He wasn't cut out for this kind of dangerous business. Meanwhile, Nita and Commander Cinnabar looked at Lucky in a very different light. They misjudged the pretty mechanical cat. The artificial creature functioned more than a plaything to a wealthy mech designer.
Meow. Oh. Lucky did more than that. He also traced the encrypted messages the coordinator transmitted to an underground parking zone not far away from here. He encountered a dozen unmarked Mechs.
Although a dozen Mechs would not be enough to overcome the battle criers and the Dust Ravens, they didn't have to. As long as they destroyed the shuttle while in transit, then that was enough for them to declare their mission a success. The evidence they gathered pointed more and more towards a planned assassination attempt.
It's been a while since I've landed in someone's crosshairs,
VS muttered before he slowly began to grin.
Unfortunately for them, they've lost the element of surprise.
Chapter 1360 Preemptive Action. The surprise attack targeted towards VS presented a great threat, but only if he remained oblivious about it. A dozen mechs could never defeat his entire mech security detail. They had to rely solely on the element of surprise to give them the decisive edge. Now that VS discovered their presence, his assassins lost this advantage. What was even better for him was that the potential assailants didn't know that they'd been discovered. With Lucky's stealth, signal tracking, and phasing capabilities, they had no way of guarding against such a perverse cat.
Good boy.
VS hugged Lucky in order to show his gratitude.
I'll be needing you again, though. Are you ready to put your claws to use?
Meow.
Okay, I'll be sure to give you a reward.
Looking onwards, Fei Nita and Commander Cinnabar still looked at the two with doubt. Had the cat really discovered a dozen mechs hidden nearby? Whatever the case, they had no choice but to presume the worst. The three began to discuss measures to turn the tables on their potential adversaries under a light jamming field.
Our conduct alone is probably triggering some suspicion among the observers,
Nita warned.
The individual coordinating this operation will definitely suspect that we're aware of something fishy.
It's fine, Commander Cinnabar said.
They probably think we've detected their observers. Their mechs are a lot more hidden.
VS slightly grimaced.
I think Nita does have a point. The longer we dilly-dally around, the greater the likelihood that our potential assailants will lose their patience. We need to decide on a course of action quickly.
Nita opted for the safest option.
I say we call for help. It won't reflect well for the planetary government if they allow us to die on their soil. The journeyman mech designer you've just met can lend a hand as well, either by continuing to shelter us or calling in her friends.
Pa! Commander Cinnabar huffed.
If we ask for help, we'll be bound to return the favor somehow. I don't think it's necessary to go through all of that trouble. Didn't we determine that the hostiles are relying on the element of surprise? Why not make it clear that we know exactly what they are plotting? As long as we transmit a message telling them we know exactly what they are up to, they'll likely abort the mission.
Nita nodded in agreement.
Covert operatives are trained to strike only when they have a strong chance of success. They abhor variables and unanticipated setbacks. So long as we do what the commander has proposed, the chances are high that they will call off their attack.
VS shook his head.
That's not the most optimal solution. We don't know who they are, who they work for, and the reason why they targeted me specifically. We suffer from a severe information disadvantage. Scaring off the assassins might save our skins today, but this will only cause them to prepare more thoroughly next time. If we truly want to stymie our opponents, then we need to take the fight to them, or at least teach them a lesson.
The three argued over the best course of action. Even though Nita strongly objected to taking a proactive stance, VS held the final decision.
I've made my decision. Let's just roll the dice and see what happens. I think our odds are quite good.
The question was what they should do. VS turned towards Lucky and contemplated where his cat should be put to use. His ability to sneak up under complete stealth and phase through solid obstacles was quite powerful. However, Lucky wasn't particularly fast, so VS had to decide carefully where he should employ his strongest asset.
It's too risky to send Lucky out to sabotage the mechs in wait, he murmured. It's doable if the mechs are lying dormant, but according to my cat they've already warmed their systems. Can your cat sneak up to the figure of who is leading this operation? Nita asked.
VS turned to Lucky, who raised his tail in an arrogant manner.
Meow. Lucky can definitely do it. There's a small security detail present, but they won't pose a threat. Then I suggest you take him out, sir. The way this operation is set up makes me think this person is the key. Should we take him in alive? Is that possible, Lucky? Meow. Lucky says he only has lethal options available.
Nita retrieved a vial containing an unknown substance from a cavity in her combat armor. Here. As long as you splash its contents in someone's face, they'll be knocked out for a few hours. It won't work against people who carry standard antidote devices or implants, as many spies tend to carry in their loadouts. You hear that, Lucky? VS grabbed the antidote and placed it between Lucky's maw. When you splash this stuff on the leader's face, make sure to prevent him from neutralizing it. We need this person alive and well enough to talk. More. Lucky responded, his regular meows sounding garbled due to the finger-sized vial between its teeth. After passing on a few instructions, VS waved Lucky off as he began to sneak back to the hidden room where the suspected mastermind resided. VS turned back to the others. 15 minutes from now, Lucky will make his move. If we want to accomplish anything else, we have to decide quickly. I say we make a move on the hidden mechs. My battle criers are far more suitable to go on the attack. Since we know where they are holing up, we can quickly take them by surprise by storming straight at their position. I don't suggest we do so, sir, Nita replied. We're operating on foreign soil. As guests of Paisley I, it is highly unbecoming of us to launch a seemingly unprovoked attack. The mechs in hiding may be working for a legitimate local power. And if this local power happens to be a part of the plot to take our employer's life? VS scratched his head. Both options are possible. We simply don't know enough. Nita is right, though. If we launch an unprovoked attack, we'll definitely get in trouble with the planetary government. With all of the political entanglements taking place in the Redwell province, it's not impossible that certain elements of the government are in cahoots with the attackers. So we should let the attackers go. I'm not saying that. We should simply ensure that we should not be the ones who launch the first attack. As long as we can get the other party to do so, we'll be justified in our reprisal. Nita disagreed. I don't think that excuse will necessarily hold up. Aggressive posturing is a naked provocation. If the attackers are smart enough, they'll know what we are up to and will withhold their fire in order to prove they aren't related to any assassination attempts. Ha! That's not going to be a problem. My battle criers will make sure the hidden mechs will attack first. You can trust my word on this, sir. Though VS was inclined to do so, Nita held another concern. There's another problem, sir. If we allocate all of the battle criers to the attack, only the dust ravens are left to protect us against hostile mechs. If they happen to be a part of the conspiracy, that will leave us all dangerously vulnerable. We can split our forces up, Cinnabar suggested. Half of my mechs will move out as planned while the other half will stay behind. If I'm guessing right, then the mechs preparing to attack are mostly ranged mechs. They don't perform very well when taken by surprise. The underground parking hall won't offer them much distance against my melee mechs. What the commander said made a lot of sense. Only the ranged mechs of the battle criers kept the dust ravens in check. Leaving behind half of the battle criers also protected VS against the other cards the assailants held in reserve. Yet, the question was whether the battle criers could truly triumph against the dozen of hidden mechs. The battle criers only received permission to bring 12 mechs to the surface. This meant that if VS went through with this plan, he could only count on the 6 ranged mechs for protection. As long as the dust ravens were still on their side, then this would not be a problem. Yet if the dust ravens did happen to be compromised, then the battle crier mechs would have to focus their full attention on deterring the aerial mechs. This left them vulnerable if another hidden mech force emerged. This talk is getting way out of hand, Nita spoke. Regardless whether the dust ravens turn out to be hostile or not, they won't be able to do anything while we are still holding up in the lobby of Linzif's headquarters. Any operation that is targeted at us is likely aimed at taking out our shuttle. It's a lot harder to attack us while we are still inside this structure, especially from above.
The most the attackers can do is collapse the entire building. They won't do that, VS asserted. Felicity Linsif is still present in the building. She managed to stay in business to a certain extent by aligning herself to at least one strong local patron. An attack on the headquarters is an attack aimed at her, and by extension her backers. What if the attackers don't care? What if Linsif and the attackers are in the same boat? Then we'll just fight our way out, VS declared. Every modern office building of this size should be connected to an underground tunnel system. We just have to find one of the evacuation exits. Time was running out. Almost 15 minutes after Lucky departed, the orders that Commander Cinnabar discreetly passed on to his mech pilots began to take force. 6 of the battle crier melee mechs abruptly separated and headed towards a specific direction. As befitting for an offensive mercenary corps, the mechs that departed all consisted of light and medium mechs that emphasized speed and offensive power. They traversed the largely empty streets of the fallen office district with prodigious speed and reached the entrance of a closed underground parking hall. The melee mechs stabbed their weapons through the thin protective cover and cut open a huge opening. Since the material they were cutting through merely consisted of conventional alloys, the mechs faced very little resistance. Within no time, the mechs formed a square opening through the metal cover. They filed through and engaged their alternate sensor modes in order to observe the completely darkened hall. Back at the lobby of Linsif's headquarters, Commander Cinnabar impatiently stared at the projected interface of his comm. A message finally came through. They've spotted the hidden mechs. They're all grouped up and unprepared to repel an attack. Are they firing at your battle criers? So far, they've withheld their fire. Commander Cinnabar grinned. We'll see how long that lasts. In the meantime, VS received a nonsensical message to his own comm. Although both the sender and the message itself consisted of garbled data, VS nonetheless recognized a few prearranged patterns that in themselves conveyed a brief message. Lucky succeeded, VS smiled. He managed to take out the guards and use the vial to knock the leader out. Evidently, they never thought they were already exposed. Did they activate any booby traps? Cinnabar asked. Sneaky folks like these often have the habit of preparing several traps and safeguards. I have confidence in Lucky. I've already instructed him to sabotage anything that looks dangerous. The commander briefly paused as his comm received another notification. Sir, Commander Maven has just sent an urgent message to me. He's asking what the hell is going on. VS idly waved his hand. Tell him to go on high alert and guard against any acute threats. Don't say anything else. The Dust Ravens won't like being kept in the dark. Commander Maven isn't stupid. If we don't tell him anything, he'll realize that we're doubting his loyalty. He's a mercenary. Being regarded with suspicion and distrust already comes with the job. If he's truly innocent, then he won't take this incident to heart. Even if VS unjustly maligned the Vindar Dust Ravens, that was better than putting his blind trust in their loyalty. Chapter 1361 Itching for Battle. As their preemptive counterattack took place, VS frequently itched his hand towards his holstered peaceful repose. His eyes also frequently strayed towards the suitcase that Nita carried in her spare hand. He was tempted to order her to hand it over to him so he could don his custom suit of combat armor. Who knew if the headquarters was about to come under attack? Yet the days of stumbling across trouble or running into battle with his Amistendera spitting lasers were over. As a journeyman mech designer, his place was in the rear, far away from the action where all of the actual combat took place. VS felt very strange about this. While he knew he ought to be placed in the safest position possible, a part of him wanted to get close to the action. How could he call himself a man if he cowered so far in the rear that he couldn't even hear the sounds of mechs clashing against other mechs?
He disliked how well Mrs. Linzeff's headquarters isolated sound. None of the characteristic noises of Mechs on the move or launching attacks reached the building. In fact, soon after the fighting at the underground parking zone began, the entire headquarters entered into lockdown. Metal shutters slid over the transparent windows and entrances. The receptionists and other personnel immediately evacuated their posts while armored guards began to mobilize into action. The security guards regarded VS and his company with wary apprehension. They had observed some of the battle criers moving out and breaking into a nearby underground parking hall. VS was definitely responsible for the fighting that occurred not too far away. When the security captain that walked up to them asked them to leave, VS plainly refused. "We will be staying here for the moment. It's not safe outside. If the situation deteriorates, I hope you will make your underground evacuation exits available to us." The imperious tone of voice left no room for arguing. The security captain had no choice but to return empty-handed. He was deeply reluctant to antagonize a journeyman. "As long as Mrs. Linzeff doesn't say anything, we can stay," VS said. "Why hasn't she told us that?" "Because she doesn't want to get involved in this mess." As events continued to unfold outside, VS, Gavin, Nita and Commander Cinnabar continued to wait for further development. During the wait, VS became increasingly impatient. He hopped from foot to foot and continually caressed his holstered gun. It felt too unnatural for him to be so far from the fighting. Even though he knew he wouldn't be of any use in this situation, he still felt antsy about his lack of agency. Both Nita and Commander Cinnabar recognized his abnormal behavior. "So the stories I've read about you on the Galactic Net are true," the Kinner mercenary leader remarked. "You really did live through a couple of battles." VS sardonically smiled to himself. "Yeah, I did live through some battles, but I never asked to be there. I know better than to run headfirst into danger. It's just that in the past I've come under attack a lot. Being on the other end is a surreal situation for me. It's rare for me to be in the position to preempt an attack on me by attacking first. This is what I am here for. What we are here for," Nita answered from her helmet. "I don't know what your previous circumstances were like, but you've made a good choice bringing us aboard. It is our job to address your security concerns so you don't have to pull out your gun and fend off the attackers by yourself." Her words reflected the changes that VS had been through lately. No longer did the galaxy regard him as an inconsequential apprentice mech designer. Now, he not only became a journeyman, but also a galactic citizen. While the utility of the latter was a little dubious, it nonetheless signified that he had become a person of means. Rather than equate himself as a gun-toting mech designer, he should instead regard himself as a true leader. Someone who sent others to battle in his stead because it was completely unnecessary for him to move into action in person. The logic of it was very clear. Most of his fellow mech designers had no problem recognizing this simple truth. But not VS. He was different. The irrational part of his mind still found it disturbing that he opted to cower in the lobby of Linzeff's headquarters than to go out and give the assassins a piece of his mind. For now, he managed to control his urges. He wouldn't be able to do anything meaningful anyway. A few minutes passed by as VS continued to press down his nerves. At some point, Commander Cinnabar received a hopeful message. "The hostile mechs have all been taken down," he grinned. "2 of our mechs suffered severe damage, but that's the extent of the damage." "Let me see the extent of the damage," VS demanded. The mercenary commander's comm displayed a simple readout of the damage. "All of the damage is from laser weapon fire," VS noted. "The hostile mechs are completely geared towards launching a surprise attack on a vulnerable vehicle. They're not equipped to fight against mechs with at least decent armor." Ranged mechs armed with laser weapons packed a lot less punch than mechs armed with physical weapons. They could unleash a lot of damage over the course of a battle, but they fared poorly when beset in their hideouts by a bunch of melee mechs. Despite outnumbering the battle crier melee mechs by 2-1, the hostile mechs had truly been unable to put up a good fight when cornered.
Seems like our bet to launch a preemptive attack worked out. It would have been a nightmare to fight those mechs in the open.
Cinnabar grunted in satisfaction.
The only issue now is that our actions have alarmed the planetary guard. We're to cease and desist all ongoing action. It's fine. Tell Commander Maven if he can help us smooth over our differences with the authorities. If that's not enough, I'll go talk to Mrs. Linzef and see if we can't work something out. The opposing mechs did fire first, right? Haha. Of course. It was easy as pie to provoke them into firing at us. How did your boys manage to do it? Tell me honestly. My mechs merely closed the distance while broadcasting insults and threats. Once the enemy mech pilots heard how we planned to torture them, they quickly lost their nerve and fired. Ah. Well, I would fire too if I were in their position.
The battle criers evidently bluffed and won. Even though both sides knew that the side who launched the first attack would incur a justifiable response, the enemy mech pilots still attacked first. They had no choice. Letting the battle criers walk up to their ranged mechs meant giving up their crucial distance advantage. If the battle criers disregarded the rules and swung their swords, then no amount of trust in the rules would protect them from those who acted like they broke them for a living. The obvious hoodlum nature of the battle criers played a key role this time. At some point in time, the planetary guard arrived to impose order. Though the fighting had already ended, the authorities still treated the battle criers' mechs as potential hostiles. A huge back and forth ensued over what exactly happened and what gave VS the right to order his escort mechs to launch a seemingly unprovoked attack. VS declined to say anything about the observers, the coordinating figure who directed the operation, or his own suspicions towards the shady group of mechs holed up nearby. He simply answered most of their questions with a simple statement. They fired first. Naturally, the planetary guard did not treat this answer seriously. According to the footage they obtained, while the unknown mechs did look suspicious, the battle crier mechs that barged into their hiding spot did everything possible to provoke a hostile reaction. For this reason, the excuses that VS had offered stood on shaky grounds. He already knew he wouldn't be able to talk himself out of this situation alone. He was counting on someone to bail him out. To his surprise, after an hour of maneuvering behind scenes, Commander Maven of the Dust Ravens finally managed to get the planetary guard off their backs. The Redweller mercenary commander had long exited his own mech in order to report to VS in person. The authorities are reluctant to let the matter go, but my contacts managed to persuade them their time is better spent elsewhere. What's the price? VS asked. He was not naive to think the planetary guard retreated without a fuss. They've appropriated all of the wrecks. The battle criers won't be able to claim salvage on any of the trashed machines. Supposedly it is for compensation for all of the damages we've caused. VS snorted. They can have the salvage. Sure, a single half-abandoned parking zone got trashed, but so what? The planetary guard had plainly demanded a bribe. Fortunately, VS was more than happy to relinquish the salvage. Right now, getting the authorities off his back was much more important. Finding out the motives and the identities of the attackers was another priority. All of the hostile mech pilots committed suicide before we could capture them, Commander Cinnabar replied with a scowl. We won't get any answers from them. TCH. We'll have to see what Lucky managed to do. Once they got rid of their entanglement with the authorities, they openly began to move towards the hidden command center of the attackers. None of them had any illusion that the planetary guard stopped paying attention to the foreigners. The high-profile Mechs accompanying their shuttle already made it impossible for them to obscure their movements. For these reasons, VS did not even bother to hide his movements. Some time later, he and his group entered a medium-sized abandoned office building. They moved all the way up to the top floor where they entered an office room that used to belong to an executive.
"That's a lot of equipment," VS commented calmly as he took in the projectors, the terminals, and the other gear. "They held the entire city district under observation."
Most of the gear had been wrecked. Numerous claw marks rent their way straight through most of the processing banks. The few projectors that remained functional displayed various angles of the streets around Linzif's headquarters. As VS focused on the hardware, Gavin quickly ran out of the door and barfed out the contents of his stomach in the corridor. The stench of blood and the sight of half a dozen corpses sickened him to no end. Different from Gavin, Faye Nita and Commander Cinnabar looked impressed.
"Your cat is more effective than any infiltrator," Nita praised. "None of these operatives managed to pull out their guns before their throats got clawed out." "My cat is very talented," VS grinned. "Did you think I'm only bringing him around because I need something to pet all day? To be honest, you aren't the first bodyguard in my service. Lucky has been fulfilling this role all this time."
VS and the Kinners directed their attention to the star of the show. The cat proudly sat on top of the chest of an unconscious man.
"Meow. You did a good job, Lucky." "Meow."
As VS showered his vain cat with praises, Commander Cinnabar approached the unconscious figure and searched his pockets. The search yielded various weapons, gadgets, and other knickknacks. The thin and seemingly ordinary man carried a whole host of equipment.
"This is the loadout of a spy," VS observed.
"I agree," Nita concurred as she remained on high alert.
"The operation here suggests that everyone here are professionals of sorts." "Of sorts?" "I've seen better, sir. These operatives don't appear to be too well trained and their equipment is only average. It's unlikely these operatives belong to an intelligence agency."
Hearing her judgment made VS sigh in relief. While she may be wrong, VS had a hunch that her description was accurate.
"That still leaves a lot of options, though."
VS suspected that either the Bloodwellers or the Whitewellers organized this attempt. Only either of them possessed compelling reasons to kill him in Redwell Province. Chapter 1362 The Hometown Prodigy. Joshua sat behind his desk at his dorm at an advanced academy in Bentheim. When he started to excel in his classes back on Cloudy Curtain, he received an invitation to transfer to a better institution on Bentheim. Now, despite being several years away from graduating into a full Mech pilot, his inbox already started receiving invitations to join a Mech regiment. As long as he maintained the same level of results, the Mech regiments promised to fast-track his entry into their ranks. Famed Bentheim Mech regiments such as the 3rd Infernal Hellhounds, the 5th Stormenders, the 9th Colossus Grand Rollers, and even the glory-studded 1st Volari Starhawks expressed their interest in him after he graduated. To be honest, when he received an invitation from the Volari Starhawks, he almost accepted on the spot. This was the Mech regiment which birthed their latest star, Venerable Ganso Larkin's son. Yet, did he really wish to join Venerable Ganso's footsteps?
My heart says otherwise.
Joshua shook his head in regret. Many of his former cadets believed that he wanted to pursue a career in the military. Just like them. Who didn't want to join the Mech Corps if they had the skills? The better Mech academies on Bentheim all had ties to various Mech divisions and Mech regiments. As long as a cadet stood out in the areas that Mech regiments appreciated, they stood a good chance at receiving an invitation. When Joshua first transferred to the hustling and bustling Bentheim, he met many new Mech cadets. Their skills astounded him at first. All of the top students in his academy worked extremely hard to appeal to the Mech regiments they idolized. Different from his new friends and rivals, Joshua never took more than a brief glance at the Mech Corps. Though he admired the glory it earned and the camaraderie of its Mech pilots, he never pictured himself in one of their uniforms. "I'm destined for a different career altogether." His eyes burned with fiery passion. The invitations from the Mech regiments did not come without cause. Not only did he manage to get admitted to the renowned Mayerling Mech Academy on Bentheim, he also climbed his way up until he came close to the top of the ranking of his class. He even surpassed most of the Larkin sons attending Mayerling, which made him feel very mixed. He only fell short against the freakishly prodigal Mech cadets with superior genetic aptitudes. Though his results stopped short of reaching the very top, he differed from every other top cadet because of his versatility. He gained proficiency in both land-bound and space-borne combat. He was equally as good with wielding swords as he was in shooting down distant targets with a laser rifle. To be honest, his Mech instructors and his Mech cadets first looked at him as a fool. Why would he hold off on specializing for such a long time? Wouldn't he develop in a jack of all trades and a master of none? In a Mech culture which highly prized efficiency and specialization, what Joshua did went against common sense. Even now, his Mech instructors still lament that he might have been able to reach the top of the ranking if he stopped splitting his training in multiple specialties. If he spent all of his training time in only a single Mech type, then he might have vaunted himself into the ranks of the prodigies. "They don't understand," he muttered. "They say I haven't specialized in any Mechs yet. They say I'm still being indecisive." The words of his detractors couldn't be more wrong. In truth, he already specialized himself long ago. He did so as he piloted his first virtual Mech from an obscure Mech designer account called Chasing Clouds. He specialized in piloting every Mech released by the LMC. The young blood and old soul both sustained him during the early days of his arrival at Bentheim. He trained and grinded up the leagues of iron spirit outside his classes until he finally gained access to 5-star Mechs. Once he finally reached this point, he finally began to play with the two mainstays of the LMC, the enduring Blackbeak and the agile Crystal Lord. Though piloting the virtual versions of fully featured modern Mechs strained his capacity at first, he quickly began to adjust to the load he needed to endure in order to make full use of their capabilities. His results in the academy quickly shot up as he became more proficient in piloting the two classics of the LMC. Everyone thought he was on track to become a premier land-bound Mech pilot, but since a year ago he suddenly took classes in space-borne Mech combat. At this stage in their upbringing, most Mech pilots ought to narrow down their skill sets so they could spend more time on polishing their key abilities. Not Joshua. Ever since the LMC released the Aurora Titan, he instantly bought a virtual copy and eagerly entered Iron Spirit's Mech arenas in order to channel its might. "I failed miserably," his butt got hooped. How could someone unused to space-borne combat expect to fare well in space, which required specialized training before any Mech pilot could fight proficiently in this gravity-forsaken environment? Compounding the problem was that the Aurora Titan was one of the most complicated and demanding space knights ever released in the Bright Republic in recent times. Its complex polarizing module required focused, skillful use in order to enhance the Aurora Titan's defenses. Joshua tried and failed to split his attention to all of its systems during heated moments, causing his virtual Mech to be blasted out of space-time and time again. Most Mech pilots would have given up. Joshua certainly felt tempted since he never committed to space-borne Mech combat before. He refused. He was better than this. Piloting the Aurora Titan may have been 10 times harder than piloting the Blackbeak, but the rush he experienced was also 10 times more impactful. His mind and emotions always rose to an unseen height whenever he piloted the virtual copy. From all of the reviews and testimonies of the physical copies of the Aurora Titan, Joshua knew that he was only experiencing a pale shadow of what the real Mechs could bestow to their pilots.
Virtual Mechs are just toys, he exclaimed to himself. I have to pilot the real thing.
His dream had always been to pilot the LMC's Mechs. He hungered to touch the surface of their armor with his hands. He longed to sit in their extraordinary comfortable piloting chairs. As for interfacing with these great machines,
I can't wait to experience the nirvana that many lucky mech pilots already got to enjoy.
Ever since he chose to master the virtual Aurora Titan, he poured most of his training efforts into raising his proficiency in the relevant skills. He took additional classes and reduced his time spent on polishing his skills related to land-bound mech combat. Though it had taken more than a year of constant struggle, the Aurora Titan became easier and easier for him to control. At some point, he started winning his virtual matches, causing him to accelerate his improvement as he felt more and more in tune with his virtual mech. As of now, the Aurora Titan almost danced according to thoughts, though its powerful polarizing module still hindered him a bit with the endless amount of choices it offered. That didn't count for other space knights.
All the training mechs from the Academy are nothing compared to a beast like the Aurora Titan, he snorted.
He disliked piloting mechs designed by other mech designers. Mirling's training mechs were all great machines, but they lacked the feel of any of the LMC's mechs. Even the primitive Fantasia II Seraphim evoked more fighting spirit from him than the cold and clinical mechs. This was another reason why his results failed to propel him higher in the ranking. Joshua knew that piloting non-LMC mechs was a necessary evil for now. As soon as he graduated from Mirling, he already knew where he wanted to apply.
As for the Mech Corps? Forget about it. Aside from one exception, there's not a single LMC mech in any of their mech rosters.
While various mercenary corps and security companies started fielding Blackbeaks, Crystal Lords, and even the rare Aurora Titan or two, Joshua quickly dismissed them from his consideration.
Why should I join these middling outfits when I can go straight to the source?
Only in Cloudy Curtain would he be able to pursue his dream. That was because his goal for the last couple of years had been to join the Avatars of Myth. As the personal mech troop of V.S. Larkinson himself, the outfit got to enjoy the best and latest toys of the LMC. The Avatars distinguished themselves from every other outfit that made use of LMC products by fielding the most gold label mechs.
Gold label! I have to pilot one!
The LMC's gold label mechs achieved a mythical reputation in a certain portion of the mech community. Those who became fans of the LMC all worshipped the handmade mechs as gods in machine form. Merely standing in front of them compelled mech pilots to bend to their knees. They were just that powerful. Joshua knew this very well, because during one of his holidays a few months ago, he specifically visited an exhibition showing off one of the rare and vaunted gold label Aurora Titans. The memory still sent him into a rapturous glee. His mouth widened into a blissful grin as he remembered how close he came to the impressive mech. He never came back the same after that. His proficiency in piloting the Aurora Titan skyrocketed as he somehow clicked with the mech. He understood its essence.
Coming in touch with the real thing is far better than spending thousands of hours practicing with the virtual versions.
Sadly, he hadn't been able to get a glimpse of the gold label Blackbeaks and Crystal Lords as of yet. Too few of them existed, and it was far too difficult for him to find the time to attend one of their exhibitions. The only way to solve this deprivation in his life was to join the Avatars of Myth. His hellish commitment to his training had all been for a single purpose, and that was to make the Avatars take note of him and accept him into their ranks. With his current ranking, Joshua already felt assured he'd be able to gain a coveted spot in the Avatars. They'd been pretty prolific in recruiting for the past few years, so even if he achieved a middling result, he would still have a chance of becoming an Avatar. It's not enough! Why should he be resigned to a rank-and-file position when he could instead receive vastly more attention? Not every Avatar was lucky enough to pilot an LMC Mech or a gold label Mech. I can't let the latter slip from my grasp. As long as he became a Mech officer or a Mech champion, then he would surely receive the privilege of piloting one of their precious gold label Mechs. Everything he did for the Avatars. Just thinking about wearing their uniform, fighting alongside the Larkin Sons, and above all piloting their growing variety of LMC Mechs excited him to no end. I only have a few more years to go. I have to endure. I have to achieve better results. Even if the Avatars have stopped recruiting, I'll force them to take me in. They'll never refuse a top Mayerling graduate. His greatest hope was to catch the attention of V.S. Larkin Son himself. His greatest ambition was to convince this great Mech designer to design a Mech just for him. His life was not complete until he piloted a Mech uniquely responsive only to himself. Just you wait, Avatars! I'll be joining your ranks soon enough. The Mech cadet turned his attention back to his terminal. He swiped his arm, causing him to select the invitation messages that enticed him to enlist in the Mech Corps. After a single moment of thought, he decisively swept his arm in a discarding motion, causing his account to throw all of the invitation messages into the trash bin. Dream on! You're only worth my time if you start fielding LMC Mechs. Otherwise, you can forget about luring me into your Mech regiments. Chapter 1363 The Zealous Chosen. The Ilvain Protectorate had never been the same after the brief visitation of the Bright Martyr. His coming and going only lasted a few months, but the ripple effects of his actions still echoed throughout the highly religious state to this day. A number of highly controversial debates ensued after the Bright Martyr painfully exposed many problems the Ilvainans tried their best to bury under the ground. The division between Ilvainans had never become more stark. Yet, even as the faithful joined sides and argued against each other over the best course forward, the Protectorate had never been more united. Despite their differences of opinion, Ilvainans of all stripes grew more ardent about the faith they held in common. They were all Ilvainans. No matter how much they disagreed, they were still brothers and sisters. United by a set of common beliefs, it became more important than ever to present a common front against the outside galaxy. The Kurin dynasty, which aggressively pushed for greater reforms, readily agreed to compromises whenever the Poxco dynasty pushed back. The stoic and stiff-necked Cronin dynasty also shifted some of their long-held customs. They loosened up some of their rules and cautiously introduced some compassion in their decision-making. The shepherds of the flock, the attendants of Ilvain, and the protectors of the faith all experienced their own renaissance. No longer did they grow further apart and divide the Protectorate into three isolated silos. For the first time in hundreds of years, the three leading dynasties each started to move closer to each other. Even the notorious true Ilvain dynasty subsided in their radical actions. To Ton Melon, he experienced this new spirit of cooperation firsthand. As a young elite Cronin Mech pilot, he originally fell under the employ of director Cecily Kurin. She selected him and 5 of his fellow elite Cronins to pilot the upcoming hero Mechs designed specifically to serve as her ceremonial bodyguard detail. How things change! It seemed only yesterday that I was treated as an outcast for my Ascensionist beliefs. He sighed. The Ascensionists, often regarded as cultists and deviants of the Orthodox Ilvainian faith, now gained prominence within the Cronin dynasty, to the consternation of the more conservative Poxco dynasty. Though widespread acceptance still wasn't on the cards, Ton Mellon and his fellow Ascensionists enjoyed being able to talk about their beliefs openly. It was all thanks to the transcendent messengers they piloted. The Mechs that had originally been designed to serve as ceremonial bodyguards turned out to be so much more. Each of the transcendent messengers were masterpieces of Ilvanan Mech design. Their ability to touch the faith of every devout Ilvanan became so famed that it became untenable for Director Cecily to maintain her possession of the Mechs. They were simply too precious to remain in the possession of a single person. The Protectorate already declared the Mechs as national treasures. From what Ton had heard, the Poxco dynasty even contemplated designating them as holy relics of the Ilvanan faith. The only reason why the traditionalists hadn't done so yet was due to their reluctance to further add to the credibility to the Bright Martyr. The Poxca still regarded the notorious Brighter as a harbinger of change, both for the better and for the worse. As Ton quietly contemplated the drastic turns of his life, the person sitting next to him at a bench in the courtyard of the Inquisition headquarters finally spoke up. His guest had arrived a moment ago. "How are you adjusting after your transfer?" Director Cecily asked with mild concern. "Neither of us foresaw that you'd be transferred to the Ilvanan Inquisition. Unfortunately, the Poxcos are insistent on obtaining control over Zeal." "I am content, Director." Ton offered the powerful woman a respectful nod. "I am the chosen of Zeal. The Inquisition tried their best to replace me with their Poxco Mech pilots, but none of them can bring out its strength as well as I've been able to demonstrate." Older Mech pilots. Younger Mech pilots. Innocent Mech pilots. Scheming Mech pilots. The Poxco dynasty paraded many different variations of Poxco pilots in an attempt to supplant Ton Mellon from the valuable relic Mech. Each of them failed. Few Mech pilots could proficiently pilot a hero Mech to begin with. Those that did encountered another problem, which was that Zeal felt a little pale when others piloted the Mech. Only when Ton Mellon himself entered the cockpit did the Mech truly come alive, as the Living Mech Corporation often described. He was chosen. Not only him, but his fellow Cronins who were originally assigned to serve as Director Cecily's bodyguard had been chosen as well. It was as if the Bright Martyr specifically designed each of the 6 transcendent messengers for their use. Not even the handful of Poxco expert pilots that the Inquisition paraded to Zeal succeeded in bringing out its greatest strength. Both Ton, Director Cecily, and the rest of the Ilvain Protectorate heard about this strange phenomenon. The Ilvanans started to believe the Mechs had minds of their own. That Ton and his fellow chosen all happened to be Ascensionists led to a lot of bitterness from the attendants of Ilvain. Had they been wrong in rejecting the Ascensionists' beliefs? One thing was for sure. Ton did not mix well with the Ilvanan Inquisition. Despite his zeal and devotion in the Ilvanan faith, the Inquisition was still sour at their failure to replace him with one of their Poxco Mech pilots. Director Cecily gave the young Mech pilot a reassuring smile. "Your place as Zeal's designated Mech pilot will remain assured so long as you align with its ideals. The Bright Martyr designs each of his Mech with the premise that they are alive. Never take Zeal for granted. I am learning something new every time I hop inside its cockpit. Zeal is a fantastic Mech and one that has brought me closer to the Prophet than any church or shrine has ever managed to do. I am endlessly grateful that I received the opportunity of doing the Prophet's work each time I sortie with Zeal." "I'm glad you think that way, Ton, because the time for you to muster up your Mechs in parades and publicity stunts will soon be over. The Star Faith Collective have become more and more unbridled in their aggressive incursions. One of the reasons why I'm visiting the headquarters of the Inquisition is because we are discussing the potential deployment of several transcendent messengers to the border systems. Zeal may be one of the Mechs that we will select to defend one of the border planets. I am already aware of my mission." Ton's eyes lit up with fiery conviction. "The Stars must be stopped, and they shall. This I am certain. Zeal is destined to turn back their unbridled assaults."
I see, Director Cecily replied. Please keep in mind that failure is not an option. The Ilvain Protectorate is taking a huge risk by deploying some of the transcendent messengers into battle. Zeal and every other mech in the set have evolved into symbols of our people. Their defeat in battle will come as a gut punch to the Protectorate. The loss or capture of a transcendent messenger will deal incalculable damage to our faith. Zeal will not lose. I will die before I let that happen. You are not piloting sacrifice. Please do not treat your mech too carelessly, Tan. The deployment of the transcendent messengers represent a huge gamble on our part. While a considerable number of leaders are opposed to risking them in battle, I think the Ilvain Protectorate needs to see that these mechs are not just there to look pretty. They are hero mechs, after all. To truly galvanize our people, the transcendent messengers must lead the charge. None of these political concerns registered to Tan that much. To him, piloting Zeal to the best of his ability was all that mattered. He already knew that Zeal was destined to be more than just a glorified parade mech. You will not find me wanting in battle, he promised. Every Cronin mech pilot is already prepared for battle. This isn't only about yourself. Do not forget who and what you are fighting for. Aside from the Ilvanin faith and its believers, you are also fighting for one more person. The Bright Martyr himself is counting on you. Many Ilvanins are already convinced of his blessed status, but the more traditional-minded Ilvanins are still on the fence. They are fools. Tan crossed his arms. They will see the truth. I am sure of it. Every mech pilot that isn't piloting one of the Bright Marty's mechs are missing out on a golden opportunity to ascend and grow closer to Prophet Ilvain. Director Cecily smiled. I'm glad you think that way. Please voice your opinions more, even if unasked. The Bright Martyr needs all the help he can get to gain wider acceptance. Above all else, please develop yourself further and aim your sights higher. If you happen to excel in a magnificent manner, there might be an opportunity waiting for you in the future. I'm aware. You don't need to look any further. Zeal and I will be at your disposal whenever we are needed. The visions do not lie. Your conviction is admirable. If only more Ilvanins were supportive of our cause. After a few minutes of chatting, Director Cecily finally departed from one of the inner courtyards of the Inquisition headquarters. She was a busy woman, and she still had a few more chosen mech pilot to visit. Tan watched the woman saunter away in the company of her bodyguards. Recent events may have brought many Ilvanins together, but they also hardened certain radicals against the woman responsible for pushing them in motion. Director Cecily endured 3 different assassination attempts. Each of them failed, but her protection detail grew more and more numerous. She doesn't even need all of that protection. Tan contemptuously snorted. She is far more deadly than all of the assassins put together. Tan saw visions. He had been seeing them for a while. Sometimes, the vivid visions came to him when he piloted Zeal. Sometimes, they came to him during his sleep. A normal person would have dismissed these visions as dreams or fabrications of the mind. Perhaps even some Ilvanins would doubt the veracity of their visions despite their vividness. Not Tan. He plainly accepted the visions as the truth. While he was not conceited enough to claim that he was following in the footsteps of the great prophet, he nonetheless believed he was blessed by the great figure. I am chosen. This singular belief sustained him throughout all of the changes in his life. No matter who he worked for, no matter how much the Inquisition wanted to replace him with their own, his visions gave him the bedrock he needed to stand firm. I am ready. He was ready to fight. He did not convert to Ascensionism because he wanted to live a life of comfort and luxury. Though he had the option to sit back and enjoy the glory of being one of the chosen, he knew he could be so much more. I am a vessel. He could feel it in his bones. Just as V.S. Larkin's son channeled Prophet Ilvain,
Tan too believed he too represented his will.
The bright martyr.
Tan held a lot of thoughts about the man. Unlike many Ovanans, he easily got around to the idea that the great prophet favored a seemingly faithless brighter Mech designer.
Everyone is an Ovanan.
The prophet cared for every human and alien. Even those who held contradictory beliefs to the Ovanan faith still deserved redemption.
Even the Star Faith Collective is worthy of redemption,
he muttered. Of course, they still needed to be taught a lesson before they saw the light. The stars and their heretical worship of stars needed to be stopped. Chapter 1360 for the Lifelong Partner. Janzi Larkinson still couldn't believe how a single sortie changed her entire life. The moment when she piloted the first production copy during the product reveal of the Aurora Titan, she never came back the same. Janzi pressed her hand against the shield of Samar. A few years ago, she never dreamt she'd be able to become a notable mech pilot of the vaunted 7th Apocalypse Heralds. Not only did the Heralds welcome her with open arms, they also invested lots of time and resources into nurturing her growth. Ever since she became a Herald, the higher-ups showered her with genetic treatments, specialized training courses, and exclusive tutoring from fellow expert pilots. The brass thought that all of the focused nurturing succeeded in accelerating her growth. While her skills and battle instincts indeed improved at a rapid pace, Janzi knew the real reason for her progress came from a very different source. She looked up at the immense bulk of the shield of Samar with its savage lizard head at the very top.
You've been my companion for all this time. Accompanying me to the Apocalypse Heralds has been a lifesaver for me, Shield.
She often spoke to her mech. As someone who spent some time with V.S. Larkinson and his company, she knew their values inside out. The LMC's motto spoke to her in a way that no other advice ever could. Living Mechs. Partners for life. Her relationship with the Shield of Samar embodied those words. Whenever the Apocalypse Heralds compelled her to pilot another mech with the hopes that she would move away from the sluggish super-medium space knight, she never felt the same connection. They weren't her partners. Her performance noticeably dropped, and her drive to excel became noticeably absent. After a lot of arguing and pushback, she finally convinced them to let her continue using the Shield of Samar as her main mech. She knew the Heralds still weren't quite convinced of the Aurora Titan model. While it functioned well as a source of courage and inspiration, its lackluster mobility still posed a lot of tactical constraints. The regimental commander probably hoped that Janzi would grow out of her mech. Once she advanced to expert, it would be far too much to ask for a young and inexperienced journeyman like VS to design an expert mech. Was the Shield of Samar destined to become obsolete? No. Partners don't abandon each other. Especially when we are bound for life. She whispered softly as she continued to caress the surface of her personal mech. An unspoken accord developed between her and the brass. As long as Janzi kept making brisk progress, the Heralds would let her keep using the Shield of Samar. The moment she started to stall, her superiors would renew their push to replace her mech. What they didn't realize was that Janzi only worked harder in order to stave off this threat. Her love and devotion for the Shield of Samar was so much greater than a temporary fancy. She considered her mech to be the first and only partner of her life. After some time alone with the Shield of Samar, someone else entered the mech stable, breaking her quiet contemplation.
Janzi, you are looking good. Venerable Larkin's son.
The still young-looking Ganso let out a rueful smile.
Cut it out. We're alone here and this isn't an official visit. The Starhawks just happened to stop by this space station, that's all. Since I happen to be here, I might as well visit the latest relative that has joined our ranks. I'm not an expert pilot.
Not yet, but it's only a matter of time. Ganso grinned. I've read the reports. Your progress is remarkably fast. Though you have a lot of catching up to do with regards to your skills, your previous display of force resonance hasn't lied. Anyone who can do that much upon their elevation to expert candidate will assuredly become an expert pilot in due time. Janzi knew in her heart that her older cousin stated a fact, but she did not allow his encouragement to blind her into complacency. If she thought she could sail her way into becoming an expert pilot in her sleep, she might instead begin to regress. Expert candidates who demonstrated force resonance had failed before. Janzi studied their cases carefully, and all of them taught her that expert pilots were exceptional for a reason. When an expert candidate ceased to be exceptional and merely performed as a normal mech pilot, then they failed their candidacy. With such a low commitment to improving their ability to fight, they had no right to enter the ranks of experts. Janzi knew in her heart that the Shield of Samar demanded a worthy partner. Ever since she first interfaced with her mech, she resolved to do her best to meet her partner's expectations. Whether I'm an expert candidate or expert pilot, I will always be the same, she declared. I am Janzi Larkinson, and I am the only partner of the Shield of Samar. Her forceful words made quite an impact on Ganso, but not in a good way. The man crossed his arms. Ah, that? I've heard about your undue attachment to your personal mech. Janzi. The mech our cousin designed may be great in some ways, but it falls short in many other areas. It's a commercial mech designed aimed at private sector mech pilots. While it's a bit more powerful and expensive than other machines, it's still a mech designed to make a profit. I've heard those words many times, Ganso. Don't bother trying to convince me to pilot another mech. Moving on to another mech is like abandoning my spouse for a better-looking man. It's unthinkable. Ganso sighed. He tried. All right. I said my piece. As an expert, I know our kind can get very stubborn in some ways. Sometimes that can get us killed. I will have died a worthy death if I go down with my partner. Let's not go any further into this topic, Ganso quickly said in an alarmed tone of voice. One of the reasons I wanted to meet with you was to ask you about something important. What do you think about V.S. Larkinson? HM? He's a fantastic mech designer. I cannot fathom how he conceived of the Aurora Titan design and built the Shield of Samar, but I am forever grateful to him. Like every other Larkinson, I've been skeptical about the first and only mech designer of our family, but he is a great man. I see. You disagree? Ganso grimaced. He's a Larkinson. And not. To be honest, I don't know what to think of ES. He is so wealthy he can outspend us 100 times over, but the only money the rest of the family receives are the dividends issued by his company. From what I heard about him from the other Larkinsons, he's not enthusiastic about bringing in more Larkinsons to help him run his business or his private mech troop. He earned his success through his own efforts. He's a Larkinson. He ought to be more grateful to the family. Even if he didn't have what it took to become a mech pilot, he still spent a lot of time among numerous veteran mech pilots, each of whom imparted valuable stories and lessons to him. The mechs he designed are partially made possible due to the heritage he has enjoyed as a Larkinson. Sometimes I wonder if he truly shares our blood. He's a mech designer, an oddball. Your arguments are contradictory, Ganso. First, you complain about how he's been ungrateful despite being raised as a Larkinson. Next, you question how little he has in common with a Larkinson. Ugh. Sorry. Debating is not my strong suit. I'm sure the so-called devil tongue can beat me flat with his words. Janzi turned her full attention to her famous cousin. Are you trying to grow a wedge between VS and I? What is your problem with him? Despite what you think, he is still a Larkinson. Just because he shares our family name doesn't mean he shares our values.
Wake up. See what has happened with the Larkin sons. For centuries, we cultivated an image of an honorable, neutral, and upstanding family. Whenever someone hears of us, they associate us with our long-standing tradition of military service. We are still that family. Not if we let VS poison our family further, Ganso retorted. Don't you see how we have changed in the last 5 years? Old ideals such as dedicating as many Larkin sons as possible to public service has made way for the pursuit of wealth and power. No longer did we maintain our neutral stance. Now, we have apparently joined VS in throwing in our lot with the Tovar family. All the while, some of our younger cousins no longer aspire to enlist in the Mech Corps. Instead, they have set their sights on piloting mechs for the avatars of myth. Such arguments sounded very familiar to Janzi. The discussion within the Larkin son family continued to turn more and more towards their recent changes in direction. Many military purists such as Ganso wanted to retain their old and dust-laden customs. Families change. People change, she replied. The Larkin sons of yesterday are not the Larkin sons of today. The Larkin sons of the future will doubtfully be different as well. Change is not inherently something to be feared. A scowl appeared on Ganso's face. You and the rest of you money-loving Larkin sons can go ahead and abandon everything our family stands for. As long as you VS worshippers continue down this corrupt road, the true Larkin sons will not be a part of this travesty any further. His words caused Janzi to sense that something great was at play. You are talking about a schism. I prefer to see it as a divorce. You see, Janzi, the Larkin son family has grown too big and too scattered. Our values are being eroded by the toxic dividends the LMC constantly dumps into the coffers of the Larkin son estate. A number of concerned Larkin son elders have expressed an increasing amount of concern about this unwelcome development. For now, we are trying to do everything we can to keep the Larkin sons together, but our patience will run out at some point. In a future steering committee, we plan to issue our ultimatum. Your ultimatum has no chance in passing. She smirked. The amount of Larkin sons who are Mech pilots are in the minority, and many of our cousins in the Mech Corps have made good use of their expanded budgets. In my eyes, the Larkin sons have never been better. All the money at our disposal has let us participate in expensive training programs or make use of gene therapies that used to be reserved for our wealthier rivals in the service. The Larkin sons have been doing fine for centuries without those luxuries. Too many Larkin sons are being spoiled by this bounty. I am starting to see too many Larkin sons climb up to positions that they didn't deserve. Instead of prizing diligence and hard work, they are starting to realize that they can achieve the same results by spending lots of money on their problems. That's easy for you to say, Venerable Ganso. Not everyone is fortunate and talented enough to break through to your height in a matter of years. The air between them soured by the second. Ganso did not hide his contempt at Janzi's lackadaisical attitude towards the changes in the family. Realizing that he wouldn't be able to make any inroads on his younger cousin, he decisively turned around and walked away. A proposal will be put to the vote in the steering committee one day. If it is defeated, we will still part from your company. We have no intentions of sullying ourselves with your corrupt ilk. Janzi frowned. We are still family. Is this the way a Larkin son ought to act? If our proposal is shot down, then we are no longer family. You can have the Larkin son name if you want. We shall start a new family which will inherit the values that you have abandoned. Ganso's footsteps echoed against the deck as he slowly walked away. Chapter 1365 Useful Body. V.S. Nita, Commander Cinnabar, and Lucky all moved out of the hidden command center with the unconscious spy commander in tow. They moved into a different floor of the abandoned office building before finding an abandoned storeroom to conduct their interrogation. Though Gavin attempted to follow, V.S. turned him away. You're not cut out for this, Benny. You should stay outside. I can do this, If Nita and Commander Cinnabar can stomach this much, so should I. Your role is different from theirs. Bringing you into the room is as inappropriate as sending a mech technician into battle. Don't think you're useless just because you can't fight. If you want to be of use to me, why not coordinate with Commander Maven in smoothing our relations with the planetary authorities? Paisley, I must be wondering what we are doing here. Try your best in keeping them at bay. After his stern lecture, VS succeeded in soothing Gavin. He understood his assistant's helplessness. VS himself experienced the same resignation during the war whenever he witnessed the flagrant vandals deploying for battle. Support personnel like VS and Gavin should never be the ones getting shot and firing back at their enemies. Though his instincts roiled against the thought, VS recognized that he was more like Gavin than someone like Nita, or even Lucky. Both of them were in the same boat. VS was just in denial sometimes. Be it his Larkinson blood, his history of getting caught in the middle of the fighting or some reason, he still had to force himself to stay put and place his trust in the people he hired or bought. He had to admit that it required far more effort than he found ideal. Some habits died harder than others. Once he settled down his assistant, he entered the room and locked it. With Lucky on guard and maintaining a strong ECM field, no one should be aware of what was about to take place. All right, please wake up our captive. It's time we get some information out of this fellow. Both Nita and Cinnabar had already stripped the man down to his underwear and searched his body numerous times. VS and Lucky also scanned the unconscious body thoroughly in order to assure that they hadn't missed any hidden implants or suicide pills or anything like that. Nita patted the unconscious man's wiry chest. The man is clean. I'm fairly confident in my judgment. Our captive may be a trained professional, but he is not an elite operative. For this reason, don't expect to obtain much intel out of this fellow, Commander Cinnabar added as he chewed on some kind of stimulant. Expendable field agents don't know much, and the annoying part is that their trainers invested the most in their resistance to interrogation and indoctrination techniques. Just think about it. Who wants to hire operatives who readily spill everything they know once they fall into enemy hands? I understand what you are saying. Let's try anyway. Once Nita woke the unconscious man up by injecting a small substance in his bloodstream, the fellow slowly blinked and took in his situation. Ah! Realization dawned upon the man as soon as he beheld the barren and faded storage room interior, as well as the three people surrounding his bound and prone body. Nita grabbed the man's hair and yanked it up. What is your name? Foreign scum! You won't get anything out of me! The captive glared. That's what they all say. She spoke while jabbing her chest with her fist, causing the man to humph. Now let me repeat myself. What is your name? The man stubbornly kept his mouth shut even after more forceful persuasion from Nita. Just as she was about to draw out a drug that could make people more pliable to suggestions, VS raised his palm. The methods you're about to employ likely won't work, he said. Tough customers like these are already conditioned to resist these tricks. The captive burst into laughter. Ha! That's for sure. You must be new at this. Otherwise, you wouldn't mention this in my presence. Amateurs. VS directed a shark-like grin. Oh, just because I am questioning our methods doesn't mean I've given up. I just have an alternative method to get what I want. He finally realized what it meant to hold a captive, especially one whose life and death mattered little to him or his enemies. His eyes lit up as he raked his gaze over his unwitting captive's entire body. The man in question shuddered as he momentarily lost his composure. Why was the target of the failed assassination attempt staring at him like he was a precious treasure? His lower body started to clench as he tried to guess the foreign mech designer's impure intentions. In fact, VS indeed looked at the man with appreciation.
He belatedly saw the uses in a captive who was both hostile and expendable. Test subject. To VS, the man might as well be short, muscular, and stubby rather than someone who held normal human proportions. In his free time, VS often fantasized about the experiments he wanted to conduct in order to explore what he could do with his spiritual powers. Ever since he departed from Aeon Corona 7, he missed the unbridled way he could just grab some dwarves from the wilderness and subject them to his whims. Civilized space functioned as both a refuge and a cage to VS. He liked the safety and adherence to rules, but only when they suited him. Whenever he thought up a great experiment, he always bumped into inconvenient ethical rules that prohibited him from doing what he wanted to people. To his credit, VS indeed abided by these rules. Well, mostly. Even he knew that it would be a bad idea to recklessly experiment with innocent people. He could get caught. If there was one lesson that VS had learned from other examples, it was that acting without scruples meant he would get caught sooner or later. So for a long time, he held himself back and tried his best to maintain the conduct of a normal, civilized mech designer. Yet this time VS saw an opportunity to let out the part of him that he long held back. His inquisitive, experimental nature hidden in the back of his consciousness roused itself from its dormancy and entered the forefront of his mind. Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! Even though his kinner subordinates looked at him like a weirdo, VS still let himself go. No longer did he feel the need to hold back. Too much time had passed since he last got his grubby hands on a test subject. Perhaps he might have held back if he was still in the Bright Republic, but right now he was in the Chuko Republic. The faltering state was falling apart at the seams. With an absent central government, a power-hungry provincial government, and a corrupt planetary government, law and order no longer held sway in where he was at right now. Having recently persuaded the authorities to back off in exchange for a hefty bribe, they probably wouldn't intervene no matter how much his test subject screamed. The situation was perfect. Eagerness rolled off his body as he energetically rubbed his hands. Hee hee. The method I have in store for you is something that I always wanted to try out. Thank you for attempting to assassinate me. I really needed someone who I absolutely don't care about at all. Now that you happen to have land in my grasp, don't think I'll let you die without extracting every possible utility out of your body and mind. Genuine fear began to well up inside the captive. Faint stories about mech designers started to surface in his mind. Some were perfectly normal aside from a few quirks, but the smarter they became, the more often they deviated from the norm. Some mech designers were straight up mad when they got excited. Stay back, you freak! Stay back! VS grinned and ignored the pleas of his test subject. He hovered closer and gently brushed the top of his test subject's head. What a precious mind! No potential. A pity. Still, let's see what I can do with your pretty little head. I hope you won't succumb too quickly. Eagerness and enthusiasm visibly welled out of VS as he started to concentrate his mind on the experiments he wanted to perform. His mind, body, and design seed all harmonized with each other as he began to consider the results this impromptu experiment might yield him today. The captive man squirmed and tried to bite his tongue. Nita had been ready for his and firmly inserted her armored fingers in his mouth, preventing him from using his teeth against himself. With Commander Cinnabar pressing his weight against their captive's body, the unfortunate operative had no way to stop the scary mech designer. Sweat poured over the captive's brows as VS emanated an increasingly threatening vibe. His entire body urged him to flee. Amphi! Stu! IGIUU! 3UWWWTUUU Anywin! Just as VS started constructing a devious image in his mind, Nita held up her other arm.
Sir, I think our captive has a change of heart. What? VS asked. His momentum stalled. Some of his excited energy disappeared as he took in her words. He's given up? He broke, Cinnabar remarked with a grin. Just look at this fellow. He looks so pathetic right now. Please, Mr. Larkin's son, the captive cried. Stay away from me. I will tell you anything I know. Just treat me with respect. His excitement suddenly deflated. What kind of ridiculous situation was this? Just as VS wanted to experiment with a method he came up with to manipulate someone into opening their mouths, the test subject suddenly withdrew from the test. Test subjects weren't supposed to do that. This fellow. VS gritted his teeth. Let's make use of this while we still can, sir. Nita and Commander Cinnabar ignored their employer's visible dismay and began to pump the unresisting spy for information. What is your name? Maki Saray. Where do you come from? Paisley. I was born and raised on this planet. What do you do for a living? I lead strike teams on behalf of my organization. What is your organization? 33C. It's a meaningless name specifically designed to expose nothing about us. Personally, I've long suspected that we are just a small cell of a much larger spy network. I really don't know much else, though. Is 33C a Whiteweller or a Bloodweller organization? None. I don't know. Personally, I'm more inclined towards the Whitewellers, but 33C has conducted operations that advance either one or the other. This caused VS, Nita, and Commander Cinnabar to look askance at each other. They suspected that Maki Saray worked for a clandestine organization on the side of the Whitewellers or Bloodwellers. To hear that 33C fit in either of those two boxes meant that they likely wouldn't be able to identify the ones who gave the order for the hit. Nita asked another question. What is the reason for targeting Mr. Larkin's son, then? I don't know. Maki helplessly shrugged. We rarely targeted foreigners, but it has happened now and then. To be honest, we were only ordered to put ourselves in a position to take out Mr. Larkinson's shuttle. I was still waiting to receive the order to go ahead with the assassination attempt or abort our attempt when your machine cat jumped on us all. Lucky proudly meowed from the side. As Nita continued to pepper Maki for intel, VS stood silently with nothing else to do. His eagerness and enthusiasm departed from his mind like air flowing out of a punctured balloon. He had so much in store. How could his test subject lose his nerves so quickly? God damn it, what a badly trained spy! Is this the best that Chakans can do? Chapter 1366 Profound Disappointment. In the end, Maki Saray really didn't know all that much. Maki and 33C functioned as an isolated cell within a larger network of unknown alignment and origin. VS vaguely suspected that 33C and its overarching network may have functioned as offshoots of a foreign intelligence agency. Unfortunately, he obtained no proof to back up this assertion. After questioning some more about 33C, VS and his Kinner staff learned that the cell only received a modest amount of funding and training. The lack of generosity reflected the lack of information the members of the cell received. A strict hierarchy existed where only the cell leader maintained contact with the larger network. Strike team leaders such as Maki Saray only occupied a middle position within the cell. His responsibilities solely covered wetworks. Other aspects such as intelligence gathering, analysis, and more fell under the purview of other cell members. It's useless, haha! Maki chuckled as Nita and Commander Cinnabar continued to hold his bound body in place. As soon as my superior failed to get in touch with me, he'll know the gig is up. 33C has prepared an insane amount of contingency measures in the event that any operation has gone askew. Even if they are overreacting, they will still go through with cutting off ties and bugging out of our former base. You won't be able to track down anyone from our cell even if you squeeze out every last nugget of information from my mouth.
He's telling the truth, Nita remarked. One of the many functions of her combat armor was the ability to identify lies. While lie-detecting systems could be fooled, it would take a highly trained operative like Calabas to be able to do consistently and convincingly under pressure. Commander Cinnabar nodded, indicating that his gut feeling was inclined towards the same conclusion.
Meow.
Even Lucky sensed nothing amiss with Mackey's statement. As for VS, even though he fell into a depressed mood, he still extended his spiritual senses. He failed to detect anything that hinted at dishonesty so far. Mackey had truly broken to the point where he no longer held any intentions to deceive.
This fellow is useless.
VS scowled and gave the limp body a light kick to vent his frustration.
After all of this questioning, we don't know who is responsible, why I'm being targeted, and whether there are others who want to have a second go at my life.
He supposed he could still experiment on the man regardless if he spilled all of his beans. It wasn't as if VS intended to let Mackey go if he obediently cooperated anyway. This was just the nature of the work he did. Someone knocked at the door to the storage room. VS approached it and briefly exited the room.
VS? The planetary guard is getting more and more insistent. They're constantly on the line threatening to go, and regardless of my objections. Time is running out. You'll have to finish what you are doing before the authorities haul us out of this building by force.
Damn.
Isn't our bribe enough to get them off our backs for a day?
VS grimaced.
We only bought off a single planetary guard official. Now there's a different official from another department on the line.
All right.
I understand. Tell the official we'll be departing in a couple of minutes.
VS turned around and re-entered the storage room.
The planetary guard is getting antsy. Let's cut this session short. We already obtained what we can get out of Mackey. So this is goodbye, right?
It would be inconvenient for VS if his kinners dragged out a captive from the building. Bribes or not, the planetary guard still maintained a responsibility to protect its citizens, especially from nefarious foreigners who stirred up trouble.
Yeah. This is goodbye.
Mackey Saray closed his eyes.
I've already made my peace with this outcome. People like me are merely pieces on the board. The moment I fell into your hands is the moment I already died. Just end it quickly. Don't leave me hanging.
With a simple gesture with his hand, Nita immediately carried out the unspoken order. She shot the man in the head with her pistol, ruining the brains and preventing anyone else from retrieving it and pumping it for whatever information could be recovered. The occupants of the storage room left the reddening room and joined up with Gavin. Together, they left the abandoned office building and boarded their waiting shuttle. They returned to their hotel under heavy escort. As the shuttle brought them back to their local accommodation, VS gathered his kinners in the same room to discuss their next course of action.
While Mackey Saray talked a lot, the actual amount of useful information we've retrieved is very little.
Nita began.
That's by design.
VS gravely nodded.
Patsies like him serve as cheap and disposable tools. Once I break a wrench or something, it's far more likely that I'll throw it away and take out another one than attempt to hammer it back together.
Commander Cinnabar rubbed his red beard.
I think we did learn a few useful details. There is an unknown clandestine organization in the Chuko Republic that is specifically targeting your life for some reason. While we don't know which faction this organization belongs to, the fact that someone has taken note of you is already a cause for concern. It could be anyone, though. White-Dwellers, Blood-Dwellers, Hinseners, Phantasmers, Tratters, Hexers, and whatever else you can think up are all possible suspects. We haven't been able to narrow down the culprits at all.
VS helplessly shook his head.
Today was a day marked with modest gains accompanied by a lot of frustration. He still had to process the insights he gained from his talk with the prismatic light. He also had to suppress his profound disappointment at being robbed of the opportunity to conduct valuable experiments related to spirituality. He had so many ideas. Sir, some of the intel we've received might help us track down other members of his cell. If we move fast enough, we might be able to track them down. It's too late for that, Nita. 33C may not amount to much, but they're professional enough to clean up their tracks. If we employ Commander Meevan's contacts to sound out the local situation, we might be able to track them down regardless. The local powers have a much better lay of the land than us. I'm pretty sure that some of them have already kept an eye on 33C, especially considering that the cell has been operating on Paisley I for decades. There's no point, VS reiterated. Although I'm just as pissed as you for being targeted, this isn't my first rodeo. A lot of people wanted me dead or captured at some point in time. Most of them have given up. I'm a hard man to kill, and the price of killing me is only getting higher. Staying alive is a sufficient form of reprisal. It's not worth it for us to pursue the matter in a dysfunctional state where we have no allies at all who we can count on to cover our backs. Commander Cinnabar nodded. I think our boss is right. My battle criers pissed off a lot of people too, but you don't see us going on a revenge spree. There are countless bastards in the galaxy. If you asked me, I'd like to punch each and every one of them in the face, but I won't even get past their guards in most cases. Sometimes the best decision is just to let it go. I understand that. But this threat is bigger than that, Nita burst out. Mr. Larkin's son is an eminent person. It is a grave affront for someone to target his life. Look, Nita, I get it that you're his bondswoman now, but your duty as a kinner is to protect his life. Following up on these tangled threads will just keep our employer in the Chuko Republic longer. I don't know about you, but I think we've had more than enough of this awful state. Only now did VS understand why Nita insisted on retaliation. She took affront that someone had the audacity to target a holy son. In her view, holy sons were the most dignified and holy humans in the galaxy. For some scumbag in the shadows to have designs on the life of a holy son was one of the biggest crimes imaginable. VS nonetheless held out his hand. Nita, enough. I'm fully on Commander Cinnabar's side on this. Lashing out reflexively is not a good idea when we have the option to avoid any further problems entirely. What if the masterminds will try again? What if they strike you even if you've left the Chuko Republic? We'll deal with that problem when it is evident that a stronger reaction is required, VS responded. Remember the purpose of this trip. I merely set out to sample different cultures and conduct professional exchanges with fellow mech designers. Nothing in our lists of goals state that we should stick around and get entangled in regional conflicts. None of us have a stake in the future of the Redwell province or the Chuko Republic. If the attackers are one of the factions involved in this struggle, then all the more reason for us to get out. As soon as we leave their range, we won't face any further threats. His arguments still offended Nita's sensibilities, but she was sensible enough to agree to the decision that best ensured his safety. From what little clues they gathered from Maki Saray, 33C operated on Paisley I for a long time. That was a considerable investment on a very specific planet that wasn't all that important in the greater scheme. This pointed out that the ultimate masterminds were highly likely entangled in the local power struggle. Staying in the Chuko Republic would just expose VS and his companions to other attacks. 33C was just one of many cells in a vast unnamed network. Yet no matter how vast this network stretched, VS doubted that it extended beyond a couple of states. The only ones who could truly do so were enemies so powerful that VS absolutely couldn't confront directly. So it's decided? Cinnabar spoke. We're leaving? Yeah. I have had enough of the Redwell province. While we still have another destination on the agenda, we'll just scrap it. I'm more than ready to leave the Chuko Republic and its needlessly murky struggle for power behind. While VS didn't know whether he made the right choice or not, his intuition did not ring any alarm bells. That was a good enough reason for him to go through with his decision. Everyone split up after he brooked no further argument. Although he let his Kinner subordinates voice their opinions, he was still in charge in the end. Once Nita and Commander Cinnabar left, Gavin entered the room. Both of them stared at each other for a moment. How do you feel, Benny? I don't know. Left out? Disgusted? Scared? It's okay to feel that way about today's events. No normal person should experience what we've just been through. Is that what you think of me? A normal person on your staff? I think of you as more than that. You don't have to fish for compliments from me, Benny. Today has been a day where Nita and Commander Cinnabar happened to be of actual use. Previously, they've been sitting on their thumbs while you got to help me with managing my affairs. You're right. Gavin sighed. It's silly for me to think I'm useless just because I haven't been able to do anything today. If you want something useful to do, then please prepare for our impending exit from the Chuko Republic. Get in touch with Commander Maven to inform him that we're cutting our regular schedule short. Will do, boss. Gavin exited the room in better spirits than before. Chapter 1367 Beating Attrition. The Barracuda, escorted by the ships of the battle criers, exited the Paisley system without any further fanfare. The Dust Ravens had been left behind as VS no longer required their services. While the local mercs assisted the visitors with getting access to planets, they did not possess any substantial space-borne forces. I don't quite trust them either, VS murmured. He always had the feeling that the Dust Ravens kept the Bloodweller faction informed of everything he did. It wouldn't have bothered VS if not for the recent assassination attempt. Though anyone could have been responsible for putting out a hit on him, the fact that it might be a local influence meant the Bloodwellers couldn't be ruled out. No matter how much the Dust Ravens acted honestly, their back influence continually aroused suspicion. VS sat behind his desk in his stateroom as he studied the regional star chart. The fleet had been meandering through the Redwell province for a while now. The distance to Chuko's border with the Hinson Protectorate was only a short distance away. Once they crossed over into Hinson, VS hoped he no longer had to watch his back against the murky factions that continued muckabout in Chuko. The state was so unstable that he couldn't even count all of the factions and organizations treating it as their communal playground. Nita still felt sour at letting off the people who plotted for V's life. His bodyguard understood the logic of making a swift exit, but her immensely high opinion of the Holy Sun made her unable to stomach such a meek course of action. As VS thought of a way to soothe Nita further, someone requested entry into his stateroom. Come in. The hatch automatically slid open, revealing Michael Crinden. The Kinner bondsman had been spending his time continuously aboard the Barracuda in order to tear apart the most egregious backdoors. Even though months had passed since he started his work, Crinden was nowhere done with the momentous task. Modern starships were simply too connected, and almost every point was being monitored by several sensors. How's your progress lately? Crinden shook his head. There are limits to what we can do by hand, sir. I've finished sweeping over this stateroom and the surrounding compartments, but there are many essential sensors that are part of the core functioning of the vessel that I haven't touched. Without a thorough revamp of this ship, she will always be riddled with vulnerabilities. At least there are less of them than before, right? Right. All of the work I've performed hasn't been in vain. Your vessel is more secure and much less susceptible to hacking or undue tampering. The ship was already hard to access, but the measures I've taken means that even those with backdoors should encounter some hindrances. It's not enough, right? If you want to obtain a truly secure vessel, then you should commission one that lacks all of the interconnectedness and conveniences of modern starships. Do these ships actually exist? They do, but I don't recommend you procure them. They're less responsive and much more dependent on their crews, as almost every system is put under manual control. Aside from their resistance against hacking and electronic tampering, they perform much worse in almost every other aspect. VS looked disappointed. Oh, I can see how that can be a problem. Such vessels merely shifted control away from automated systems to human control. This meant that a single bad actor among the crew could do a significant amount of damage by abusing their control over critical systems. It'll be much better once we reach the dry dock we've reserved at the Sentinel Kingdom. Due to their proximity and frequent interactions with the Nixian Gap, they have become very good at developing resilient ships that can withstand anything the Nixian pirates throw at them. The CFA is also very present in Sentinel. The level of naval engineering at the Sentinel Kingdom was some of the best among third-rate states in the star sector. The Nixian Gap consisted of so many hazardous and anomalous regions of space that regular starships generally fared very poorly in the region. Ships had to be modified to endure the rigors of travel in a seemingly endless expanse of asteroids. It helped if the helmsman also possessed an abundant amount of experience. If either of these conditions held true, then even an agile ship like the Barracuda could easily smash herself against an asteroid. After we arrive at the Sentinel Kingdom, I'll start taking you with me during my excursions. VS spoke, moving on to another topic. Although your work has been valuable up here, I need a virtual security expert by my side. Nita and Commander Cinnabar can't hack. Crinden did not show a lot of confidence. While I've shored up my hacking skills lately, I am still better at protecting systems than intruding upon them. My combat abilities aren't on par of that of Nita. I don't expect you to fight on a physical battlefield. Your place lies on the virtual battlefield. Do you understand? I understand, Crinden reluctantly replied. I can serve you better if you let me move independently. I'll think about it, but for now I want you to be a part of my entourage. VS was gathering quite the number of staff who followed him around. For a long time, he made do with Lucky and Gavin. Now, the addition of Nita had already paid off by helping him foil a possible assassination attempt. If Crinden had been on the ground with them at the time, they might have been able to recover some data from the quickly deteriorating databanks at the time. After a brief chat, VS dismissed his Kinner bondsman and enjoyed some time alone. He made a grab for Lucky, only for the cat to jump and float in the air. Meow! Oh, come on! Lucky denied the comfort VS wanted as revenge for the times the cat got tossed in the air. As his cat departed the compartment by phasing through the deck, VS rapped his fingers against his desk. Now that his visit to the Chuko Republic came to an end, he wanted to sum up his gains. Out of the various professional exchanges he conducted, he yielded remarkably less than he expected. A lot more mech designers turned out to be miserly, which meant that VS wasted the majority of his visits. Though he could have probably employed some coercion in order to get the stubborn mech designers to open up, that defeated the spirit of exchanges. It is not like I didn't make some gains. Some conversations led to huge gains, which was enough to make him satisfied. The time he spent in the Chuko Republic had not gone to waste. Even the conversations which mainly yielded little of value to his design philosophy still broadened up his perspective. He sampled the diversity of opinions of various different journeymen, each with their different design philosophies, backgrounds, achievements, and more. He also heard a diversity of opinions that opened up his mind to how others perceived a problem in a different way. Still, The most valuable insights are still the ones I've gained from my talk with Old Man Terrence. VS continually thought back on his exchange with the fading mech designer. Whether he wanted to confess his sins or give a younger mech designer a gift, the old man had been the most generous and open exchange partner up to this point. Perhaps the single most important lesson he gained from this exchange was that there were two sides to every coin. Neural interfaces opened up Mechs for widespread application, but the dangers relating to their use still existed. The MTA and neural interface specialists merely conspired to understate the potential damage they still did to unwitting mech pilots. VS thought back on his own mechs and tried to think where their neural interfaces stood. Like almost any other mech designer, he defaulted to using the standard neural interface models, thinking that they were the safest option. Usually, I like to get something more exciting, but neural interfaces are too dangerous to mess around with. No mech designer wants to be culpable for the deaths of mech pilots due to dangerous interactions with tampered neural interfaces. Yet something rotten hid beneath the innocent and harmless facades of standard neural interface models. Old Man Terrence's claims that the MTA engaged in manipulation at a very large scale by tweaking the limits of neural interface sounded very preposterous at first. The more he thought about it, the more he became convinced. He did his own research, of course. He tried to trawl the galactic net and the MTA's internal database, but he encountered no relevant data of this kind. VS sighed. The MTA isn't stupid enough to publicize their dark experiments. He turned his attention to studying the neural interface models instead. Utilizing his extremely basic understanding of neural interface technology, he tried to compare models of different generations and see whether the MTA shifted their limits. So far, VS found very little differences among the models used by the Komodo star sector. The tweaks were so minor that they wouldn't yield any measurable differences. Then again, a backwater star sector like ours doesn't merit any attention from the MTA. He studied the neural interface models of other star sectors, particularly the ones prone to conflict and war. Here, he spotted larger swings. The limits had been raised and lowered by as much as 10%. Such a difference might not be huge, but over time they affected a lot of mech pilots. After making this observation, VS no longer doubted Old Man Terrence as much. At least on this point he spoke the truth. He's probably right about all the other stuff he talked about as well. A mixed expression overcame VS as he thought about the danger his mechs posed to his customers. Risk is always accompanied by reward, he whispered. The MTA thought long and hard about the relation between immersion and performance. Their overarching policy of developing as many high-ranking mech pilots as possible meant they chose to set the overall limits in the middle. A lot of regular mech pilots accumulated brain damage as they continually interfaced with their mechs. Even expert pilots weren't exempt from these consequences. What is the value of a normal mech pilot compared to an expert pilot? The MTA's policy on neural interfaces revealed that they didn't care about the well-being of mortal mech pilots. Millions of brain-damaged mech pilots can't compare to a single expert pilot. The human race consisted of an uncountable amount of individuals. Even if only 3.5% of them possessed the right genetic aptitude to pilot mechs, that was still an ungodly amount of potentates. The galaxy won't run out of normal mech pilots anytime soon. As long as mechs remained popular, new mech pilots always emerged. For this reason, the MTA readily treated them as expendable resources in order to generate as many expert pilots as possible from their ranks. Unlike mortal mech pilots, high-ranking mech pilots are far too rare. Attrition was the number one reason why the MTA constantly sought to increase the amount of expert pilots. Too many of them died in battle over the course of their careers. The difficulty of extending their lifespan was another reason why it became so hard to maintain their numbers. Even less got to live to ace pilot. Those that did had a very long road ahead before they could even have a chance to advance to reach the apex of mech piloting. It says something that only 100 or so known god pilots exist, almost the same as the amount of known star designers in the entire galaxy. Even if numerous more god pilots existed in secret, their absolute numbers shouldn't be much more than the entirety of the avatars of myth. Considering the immense size of the galaxy, that was still a depressingly small amount. The MTA obviously pursued a risky policy with a very significant human cost in order to increase the amount of god pilots. If there weren't enough expert pilots, there wouldn't be enough ace pilots. If there weren't enough ace pilots, then the number of god pilots that existed would never increase. In fact, they would probably decrease, because even god pilots still died in battle every now and then. Just because their moniker contained the word god did not mean they were unkillable. Even gods are not exempt from attrition. Chapter 1368 for the best. VS had thought long and hard about the ethical conundrum with regards to neural interfaces. If he really wanted to, he could opt to use slightly different neural interface models popular in other regions of the galaxy that possessed higher or lower limits. While this course of action would definitely arouse some suspicion of the MTA, VS figured it was fine as long as he stuck to MTA-approved models. He could also do nothing at all and continue using the neural interface models that were prevalent in the Komodo star sector. To be honest, VS still leaned towards the status quo. Certainly, he found the MTA's policies to be abhorrent. They decided the limits themselves while withholding crucial information and agency in their own risk exposure. It was for their own good. If too much hysteria emerged about the safety of neural interfaces, then how many potentates would still choose to pursue a career in piloting mechs? As many potentates as possible had to be pushed into piloting mechs. All of the privileges, honor, and high regard associated with mech pilots were there for a very good reason. Without sufficient tangible and intangible rewards, not enough people actually chose to risk their lives in battle. With so many potentates reluctant to become mech pilots, the last thing the MTA needed was people casting doubt on the safety of neural interfaces. It's no surprise then that the MTA expects more from mech pilots, VS muttered. By setting the limits higher, expert pilots emerged in higher numbers, but at the cost of an uncountable amount of worn-out mech pilots who accumulated significant brain damage in the later stages of their career. VS even believed that unsafe safety standards may have played a role in forcing his grandfather Benjamin to fall from grace. My grandpa used to be an expert pilot, but then he regressed. His grandfather didn't like to talk about it. For an expert pilot at the prime of his career to suffer a devastating battle injury at that point was very painful. Though Benjamin seemed to have made peace with his descent, VS nonetheless found it to be a huge pity, especially in light of the information he received. If neural interfaces were safer, would my grandpa still be an expert pilot? He mused. Another question was whether Benjamin Larkin's son would have advanced to expert pilot in the first place if he made use of safer neural interface models. VS didn't know the answer to those questions. His inability to make a solid argument against the MTA's stance meant that he did not strongly object to them. In their view, they made the right choices. But is it the right choice for me as well? If VS never met with Old Man Terrence, he would have guiltlessly kept making use of whatever neural interface models the MTA shoved down his throat. Yet now that this blasted old mech designer pried open his eyes, VS could no longer pretend ignorance. Thanks for that, old geezer, VS scoffed. He imagined that plaguing him with guilt and doubt was probably a funny game to Terrence Reedon. VS both hated and appreciated the Chuk and mech designer for enlightening him to the ugly truth. VS now faced a very difficult question. Should he condone an unsafe practice for the good of society, or should he reject it in order to protect his own vulnerable customers? His brows continued to furrow as he struggled with his decision. Not every mech pilot aims to become an expert, ace, or god pilot, he reminded himself. Part of that was because the chances of any mech pilot to break through to expert candidate was low. Even so, only a portion of mech pilots seriously wished to advance their careers. A lot of mech pilots simply saw it as a phase in their lives, a job they performed out of duty, or to earn a lot of money. It didn't help that potentates exclusively attended mech academies, which almost solely focused on teaching mech piloting skills. As for other subjects such as history, language, economics, and more, forget about it. Mech pilots should only seek to pilot mechs, not become a professor of economics or such nonsense. Though the MTA and various states pushed as many potentates into becoming mech pilots, the people in question were not always so enthusiastic about risking their lives. These people are only in it to earn their paychecks and secure their generous benefits. VS did not begrudge their lack of commitment. It was just the way they were. The problem was that mech pilots with a 9-to-5 attitude suffered the brunt of the consequences of the MTA's perverse policies. Unsafe neural interfaces benefited ambitious mech pilots the most, granting them a greater chance to break through to expert candidate and beyond. As for the more casual mech pilots, their brains aged and degraded faster, which meant that they spent less time enjoying their comfortable retirements. No mech pilot was the same. An enormous variety of people existed who piloted mechs for a living. The MTA conveniently ignored this reality by unilaterally adopting a one-size-fits-all solution. VS chuckled to himself. Now, I'm pretty much doing the same thing. In an ideal situation, he would give mech pilots the choice to set their own safety limits. Yet that entailed disclosing the actual risks of piloting mechs to his customers. While it was the right thing to inform his customers, VS believed the MTA would resolutely stop him if he did. To the MTA, telling mech pilots how some neural interfaces models wreck their brains faster was the wrong thing to do. Forget about providing mech pilots with the opportunity to make an informed choice. As many potentates had to be pushed into piloting mechs as possible, all for the sake of producing more high-ranking mech pilots. As a mere mech designer, VS lacked the power to resist the MTA's will. Seeing how much effort they made into nurturing as many expert pilots as possible, VS was sure that this was one line that he absolutely couldn't cross. Bereft with the option of giving mech pilots the choice, VS found himself in the unenviable position of making this important choice in their stead. Most of my mech designs so far are aimed at advanced mech pilots. The Black Beak, Crystal Lord, and Aurora Titan models all demanded a lot out of their mech pilots. For this reason, the main users of his products consisted of more ambitious mech pilots. If I take my current customers into account, then sticking to the status quo is fine. This might change if he ever ventured into cheaper mechs. If he designed a budget mech or a so-called economy mech, then he shouldn't expect too much from the mech pilots that get to pilot them into battle. Utilizing safer and more limited neural interfaces with cheaper mechs was the most appropriate choice. Yet, did he really wish to gimp some his mechs? VS oddly disagreed with this notion. Even if his mechs slowly accelerated the deterioration of the health of many of his mech pilots, was it worth it for him to rob them of the opportunity to earn greater glory? Another factor complicated his consideration. Unlike many other mech designers whose specialties possessed little relation to neural interfaces, VS was deeply dependent on their parameters. Safer and more limited neural interfaces may curtail much of the damage that mech pilots regularly accrued over time, but they also limited the benefits provided by the X factor. The shallower the immersion,
the weaker the interaction. While VS had not tested this relationship in a rigorous experiment, according to his existing knowledge, the X factor was strongly related to the depth of the man-machine connection. It's like comparing a long-distance relationship to a physical relationship. The two can't be compared. For this reason, his mechs performed vastly better in the hands of his mech pilots if their neural interfaces possessed very liberal safety limits. The less constrained the neural interface, the greater the potential for symbiosis. If VS made the decision to transition to safer neural interfaces, then he would basically be shooting himself in the foot. The degree of interconnectedness between the mech and mech pilot would be subject to many limitations. The famed piloting experience of my mechs will be a lot more muted than before. Mech pilots will notice the difference and think I've lost my touch. This would be an absolute disaster. After years of strengthening the X factor of his mechs, making use of safer neural interfaces would mean that the X factor would be subject to artificial caps. It's like lowering the ceiling of a house so that only dwarves can live in it. Who wants to live in such a tiny home? Nobody except dwarves and those who like to crawl on their feet. If VS wanted to maintain his principal competitive advantage and preserve the unique strength of his products, then he should not opt for neural interfaces with more stringent safety constraints. In fact, he should do the opposite. While it doesn't apply to everyone, for me, it's better if I aim for greater potency. Neural interfaces that allowed for greater immersion and depth of connectivity meant that the mech pilots that used his products grew much closer to them. This would likely lead to a substantially greater effective performance than before. His eyes lit up at the thought. For regular mech designers, looser limits will only yield modest gains at an increasingly greater cost. But the calculus is different in my case. Because of the properties of his specialty, a deeper neural interface connection directly correlated to a greater interaction with the design spirit of his mechs. To put it in a simpler way, unsafe neural interfaces directly amplified the effects of the X factor of his mechs. The realization exploded in his mind like a bomb. VS always knew his design philosophy depended heavily on the man-machine connection, but only now did he understand that he could precisely manipulate its effects by messing with the neural interfaces of his mechs. VS tried to envision what would happen if he adopted riskier neural interfaces. The rate of brain damage and other adverse consequences would increase among his customers. However, many of them also stood to enjoy a lot more gains from using his products. The effective performance of regular mech pilots will increase. As for those who already perform well, their chances of breaking through are doubtlessly greater. To the MTA and almost every other mech designer, the most optimal balance lay somewhere in the middle between absolute safety and reckless potency. Yet to VS, his mechs became so much more with this change. Their true potential would be unlocked as many mech pilots enjoyed a greater degree of symbiosis. Another thought briefly interrupted his glee at the possibilities. One of old man Terrence's warnings came to the forefront. There are always two sides to the same coin. Loosening the safety limits paved the way for greater symbiosis, but also greater adverse side effects. On top of the known side effects, mech pilots also became exposed to greater risk if they happened to be incompatible with the design spirits of their mechs. The possibility momentarily sobered him up. If the mech pilot hates his mech and vice versa, then the damage the mech pilot suffers will be amplified as well. However, VS found it hard to care about mech pilots who clashed with their mechs. If the design spirit hated a mech pilot to the point where it actually harmed the individual, then it was probably justified. VS found out that he didn't mind it if his mechs wanted to harm or kill their own mech pilots. "My mechs demand respect," he exclaimed. "The stupid mech pilots have it coming if they fail to heed this warning." Less and less objections stood in the way for him to transition to using unsafe neural interfaces. Even though he essentially took the MTA's heartless stance and took it into a more extreme direction, VS did not feel guilty for making this determination. Deep in his heart, he believed he was making the right choice for his customers. Mech pilots will thank me for this decision. As VS exulted over his brilliant decision, he quickly came across a great idea. While all of this theorizing was great and all, who knew whether his assumptions panned out? What better way than to test his theories by applying it on his upcoming mech design? His eyes lit up as he began to recall the progress he made on his incomplete Smart Metal Tiger mech design. With the changes I have in mind, my mech will be even more autonomous and lifelike. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 1369 Unshackled Mech. Over the past couple of months, VS still hadn't finalized the draft design of his speculative Smart Metal Tiger mech design. Normally, he was quite decisive, but this time he frequently doubted his choices. He couldn't help it as it was truly difficult to incorporate smart metal to a tiger mech in a meaningful way. He supposed he could have saved himself a lot of trouble by choosing another bestial mech type. He didn't want to, though. The stubborn part of his mind flared up whenever he thought about giving and switching to something that meshed much better with smart metal technology. Sure, I'd have an easier time if I design a space-born squid mech with tentacles made entirely out of smart metal, but where is the fun in that? One of the reasons why he stuck with the unfortunate combination of properties was because he wanted to challenge himself. Even though he sometimes felt that he bit off more than he could chew, he still persisted with his decision. Over the past few weeks in between transit, VS had continued to refine and revise his draft design. He continually tweaked the amounts of smart metal replacing or augmented the conventional subcomponents of his design. Even as he tinkered with his design, he always felt he was missing something. His initial intention was to design a mech that provided its design spirit with a greater degree of agency. Handing over control of the smart metal tail of the tiger mech to the design spirit was an inspired choice of his. Yet now that he came up with his new realizations, he intended to upgrade his vision for his unnamed tiger mech. VS leaned back in his chair and activated the integrated signal jammer that Crinden recently installed in his stateroom. Sorry, Gloriana, no free show for you. Sorry, MTA, this little design is not for your eyes. Only then did he call up his current draft design. As he stared at his current work, he already started to plan the adjustments he wanted to make in light of his new realizations. Let's start with the basics. The premise of my tiger mech is that it is a mech that can both think and act for itself to an extent. Different from his other mech designs where people only indirectly perceive their liveliness, his next mech design marked a very radical change in direction. He wanted to steer his design philosophy closer to the path of life. He wanted to explore some of the potential this path had to offer. Rather than treat his mech designs as passive, invisible participants in the mech piloting experience, VS wanted to bring it out to the forefront. He wanted his mechs to truly live up to his ideals and the name of his mech company. How can the products of the living Mech Corporation still be static and mechanical? He quietly lamented. It's time for me to crawl out of my shell and showcase some of the promise of my design philosophy. His decision to stop hiding and reveal the tricks he could do extended to more than what he already decided. Letting the design spirit assume a limited degree of direct control over the mech was tame compared to his next design choice. Humph. He smirked. Since old man Terrence calls neural interface technology the devil's technology, then why not embrace this aspect? My next design shall be called the Devil Tiger. Devil Tiger. VS only envisioned producing a single copy of this mech, yet that did not reduce the impact of its potentially seminal design.
If the innovations that VS introduced in the Mech panned out, then he had no doubt that it had the potential to become another legendary Mech like his renowned transcendent messengers. The key property of the Mech concept of his Devil Tiger design was to remove some of the safety limitations that ordinarily protected both the Mech and Mech pilot. Rather than be afraid of the unknown, let's embrace it. Ha ha! He envisioned his Devil Tiger as a double-edged sword. When wielded properly, it was able to perform fantastically. The potential of his Mech might even be greater than that of the Aurora Titan or Transcendent Messenger if everything went right. However, if the Mech pilot of the Devil Tiger clashed with its design spirit, then there were lots of ways for the Mech to hamper the individual in question. This is the price that must be paid by giving the Mech more agency. Piloting this Mech was like making a deal with the devil. Only by keeping the devil pleased would the Mech pilot continue to derive a great amount of benefit from piloting the Mech. Hee! Ha ha! Ha ha! VS occasionally burst out in laughter as he thought of how great and terrible his next Mech design would be. He intended to propel it into a unique Mech of which had never existed before in the history of Mech design. How could he not feel excited? His wild and audacious vision of his Devil Tiger stoked his enthusiasm and passion to greater heights. He became fully engaged with his design project and no longer muddled over the choices he needed to make. First, let's solve the problem with regards to smart metal. VS wanted to design a Mech suited for the environment of Morshell in the Nixian Gap. The chaotic but resource-rich planet hosted numerous different outfits, each of them competing over the bounty of exotics that regularly crashed on its tectonically unstable surface. He rubbed his chin. In the Nixian Gap and in the vicinity of Morshell, ready access to repair facilities are absent. Just like the scum in the frontier, I doubt the treasure hunters, dark mercenaries, and pirates are any good in servicing technologically advanced machines. This served as a very big constraint to VS. On the other hand, he could also turn it around and see it in a different light. Repairability and ease of maintenance is key in the Nixian Gap. For example, a Mech like the Aurora Titan might perform great in such an environment at first. Its quality and performance parameters were head and shoulders above the trash mechs the Nixian pirates predominantly used. Yet after a few months of occasional battles, the outfit that fielded such an extravagant Mech would begin to run out of spare parts and materials. The expensive alloys that made up its structure couldn't be sourced from some grungy, poorly supplied pirate station in the middle of the Nixian Gap. The armor compressor required to produce new armor plating to replace the broken ones couldn't be operated by any casual Mech technician. Only a specialist in alloy compression could operate one without too many errors that resulted in a lot of expensive failures. Such specialized personnel is probably hard to find in the Nixian Gap, he muttered. Obtaining an armor compressor is also a relatively big burden to an outfit. In short, any Mech designed to perform well in the Nixian Gap couldn't be too expensive and sophisticated. The target audience for his Devil Tiger were simply too poor and stupid to maintain a high-performance Mech. However, this is only the case with standard mechs. What if the Mech is entirely different? What if it's made out of much more smart metal than I envisioned? VS looked at his draft design and waved his hand, causing all of his previous progress to be wiped away. He didn't intend to develop this early version any further. Instead, he wanted to start anew with a more radical concept for his smart metal Tiger Mech design. My Devil Tiger won't be a conventional Mech. Not every performance specification is important. The key is to make my Mech durable and sustainable in an environment that features poor logistics and a lack of skilled personnel. He made a big mistake with his previous draft design. He sketched a Mech design that was far too complex for the Nixian Gap. While the notorious area featured a handful of outfits and Mech pilots who could give elites a run for their money, they were the exception rather than the rule. I can't assume that whoever gets to pilot my mech is as skilled as a Larkin Sun mech pilot and has access to a competent maintenance crew. Prioritizing speed, power, armor, and so on was a mistake. A much higher proportion of mechs in the Nixian Gap consisted of salvaged rust buckets or third-hand mechs, so why should he aim for a high level of performance? What mattered more was whether a mech would last. First, their endurance had to be at least decent. Resupplying in the varied environments of the Nixian Gap was extremely hard, so mechs needed to be able to last for at least a standard day without requiring replenishment. Second, it had to be easy to service by lower-skilled mech technicians. VS had to pick relatively simple parts that made use of cheap exotics that were prevalent in the Nixian Gap. He also had to find an alternative to using compressed armor plating. As much as its addition enormously increased the durability of a mech, it was still beyond the reach of most pirate outfits. Third, it had to be easy to pilot. In the mech community, Tiger mechs gained a reputation for being fairly easy to learn but hard to master. It shouldn't be too much of a problem for VS to keep the Tiger mech accessible to lower-skilled mech pilots. At the very least, the active design spirit ought to be able to lend a hand if the mech pilot happened to fall short at times. Perhaps even those with a lower grade of genetic aptitude will be able to pilot my mech proficiently. Of course, that was an exaggeration. VS did not think he would be able to solve the problem that old man Terrence wasted his entire life trying to resolve. The point is, my Devil Tiger has to offer great power but without most of the burden. That didn't mean he wanted to design a junk mech though. Even if the system let him get away with it, VS himself disdained developing a crappy mech. His Devil Tiger had to be strong and awe-inspiring in order to be the legendary mech that he envisioned. How could he make his mech both easy to work with and powerful at the same time? Money! It all comes down to money! VS changed his mind about not investing too much in his Devil Tiger design. He had become too invested in its vision to stop halfway. A great mech deserved to contain some valuable traits. He raised a finger and began to sketch his new draft design. The Tiger mech that took shape looked almost identical to the previous design he discarded. The most important difference, however, was that instead of containing a little bit of smart metal here and there, almost its entire insides consisted of the substance. With the sheer amount of smart metal he included in the mech, reaching the target of 30% was a breeze, but VS did not aim so low this time. He wanted to design a true smart metal mech. It's not enough. At least 60% of my mech has to be made out of smart metal. Even the core components such as the power reactor, engine, and large parts of the cockpit has to be made out of smart metal. The non-smart metal portions of the mech would only be reserved for components that absolutely couldn't be replaced with the smart metal he had access to. As for the armor plating of the mech, VS had something special in mind. The entire surface of Morshell is littered with junk and various useful exotics. Why not make my mech's exterior adaptable so that it can incorporate some of these materials? It's brilliant! Ha 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 ha! This was one of the key features of his Devil Tiger. He wanted it to grow with time and continually improve itself. Instead of growing weaker, my Devil Tiger has to be a mech that continuously grows stronger over time. It will never become outdated. Chapter 1370 Asthmas. VS came up with a very ambitious reimagining of his smart metal Tiger mech. Not only did it have to be truly alive in a sense, it also had to be capable of continuous growth and evolution. He wanted to achieve this without imposing too many demands on the owners of his mech. This meant that VS couldn't rely too much on the competence of the maintenance crew that had to service the Devil Tiger. In order to accomplish this, VS opted to apply two measures that solved this particular problem. First, I'll impart some of my knowledge, particularly on metallurgy, to the design spirit. This way, his mech could skillfully repair itself without relying on the idiots or the enslaved to repair the damage to the mech after an arduous battle. Second, the exterior of my mech has to have a form of smart metal at its base that can assimilate various materials and exotics. It has to be able to replenish itself as well in the right conditions. VS knew that such products existed, but they were prohibitively expensive. They only started showing up in second-class mechs, so for him to get his hands on adaptable smart metal armor plating was easier said than done. The immense cost and other practical problems associated with his increasingly ambitious design project shocked him out of his excited state. He palmed his face. The devil is in the detail. It's all well and good to daydream about a fantastic mech, but how in the hell am I supposed to get it all together? VS got so caught up in his imagination that he lost sight of his limitations. He made the same mistakes of a mech design student who just pieced some shiny parts together. He calmed down as he tried to figure out how he could possibly obtain the most critical material, which was the Adaptable Smart Metal Armor System, or ASMAS. ASMAS is not only expensive, but very hard to obtain. It sounded like a wonder material. ASMAS basically consisted of nanomachine goop that possessed basic material processing capabilities. If VS threw a bucket of the goop at a junkyard, the nanomachines would follow its programming and scour the piles of junk for the best materials to form the best possible armor plating that was within their means to create. Smart metal specialists developed ASMAS as a means to create a mech that required little to no actual maintenance and could subside on the field for years. To their credit, they succeeded. Only, the price associated with this tech was very prohibitive. In order to impart material processing capabilities at the microscopic level to a bunch of nanomachines, their complexity had reached an insane height. In order to even make it all possible, each nanomachine had to incorporate numerous traces of medium, or even high-grade exotics. In other words, to form the initial goop of ASMAS, VS had to make an incredibly expensive investment just to get a bucket of this substance. This is also the main reason why no one is afraid that ASMAS will perpetually self-replicate and turn into a gray goo-like threat. There was another reason why gray goo attacks often failed. Plenty of crazies attempted to destroy a planet, or even the entire galaxy by unleashing a plague of gray goo. However, while smart metal could accomplish amazing things, at its base it merely consisted of a huge bunch of nanomachines. Sticking nano in front of a machine doesn't make it any less of a machine. Every machine can be hacked, particularly those that depend heavily on connectivity and coordination. To be fair, the developers of smart metal did their best to make it as difficult as possible to hack their products. Nonetheless, their vulnerability towards hacking was a very huge reason why smart metal never took off in the galaxy. There was only one exception. Mechs were notoriously difficult to hack because of the man-machine connection. As long as the smart metal hopped on to the man-machine connection, it became a bit less susceptible to hacking. Normally, this was due to the human mind connected to the smart metal. However, in the case of the Devil Tiger, VS believed he may be able to achieve the same effect for his mech by tying the smart metal to the design spirit of the mech. That's yet another assumption I have to put to the test, he muttered. In short, ASMAS was not only problematic to procure, but also difficult to replenish. When smart metal mechs sustained damage, chunks of smart metal could easily be separated and thrown from the mech frames. Sometimes, the separated ASMAS could merge back into the mech, but if the nanomachines suffered too much damage, then the damaged mech could salvage only a little bit of exotics. What is the point of using an ASMAS mech when it can't repair itself anymore after a few months of battle? That was far from years of continuous use that the inventors of ASMAS envisioned. Fortunately, the proponents of this tech already devised a solution to this problem.
Perhaps the original exotics might be hard to source, but as long as someone shoveled a bunch of inferior substitute materials to the asthmas, then its volume could partially be restored. It's only a substitute, though. Compared to factory-fresh asthmas, the substitute asthmas isn't nearly as good in processing and adapting different materials. Asthmas Mech had to maintain a minimum level of pure asthmas in order to retain all of its essential functionality. After several generations of development, asthmas Mech got better and better at preserving pure asthmas. Most of the time, it deployed substitute asthmas closer to the exterior of the mech. The valuable pure asthmas would be sequestered deep in the core of the mech, only to be brought out once the fighting stopped in order to facilitate repairs. VS scratched his chin. This is one way to make an asthmas mech more affordable. Instead of turning 60% of the mech into pure asthmas, I can instead split that up. Perhaps I can get by 1/10 as much on the expensive kind of asthmas, while leaving the rest to substitute asthmas. This potentially lowered the lifespan of the mech, but as long as the mech and mech pilot didn't suffer catastrophic damage, the pure asthmas could last for a very long time. VS knew because he already read about it before. Some asthmas mechs lasted for as much as decades. With smarter use, the pure asthmas could last even longer. This is a good basis for my Devil Tiger. He made his decision. Even if it was expensive to get his hands on a starter batch of pure asthmas, he had to do his best to obtain enough of it to form the basis of his Tiger mech. With this much pure asthmas and substitute asthmas, my Devil Tiger will become a true smart metal mech. In order to realize his vision, he had to break one of his rules and spend an extravagant amount of money to obtain a few barrels worth of pure asthmas. Nonetheless, just because he resorted to something expensive to solve a specific problem didn't mean he no longer faced any challenges regarding his design project. Mech design was all about making the best use of the tech and materials at someone's disposal. A good cook can turn cheap ingredients into a tasty meal. A bad cook will make expensive ingredients taste bad. As long as VS made skillful use of the ingredients he obtained, the resulting meal tasted good regardless of the cost. I have to be careful not to waste the ingredients. VS furrowed his brows. I don't even know if I can even obtain some in the Sentinel Kingdom. The actual utility of asthmas technology had always been rather niche. For the price of a single asthmas mech, a mech buyer might as well buy 10 regular mechs instead that performed just as well. VS considered whether he should just beg Gloriana to help him obtain the necessary amount of pure asthmas. He shook his head. Not yet. I don't want to owe her any more than I already do. There ought to be a way for me to get the asthmas on my own. For now, he pushed the matter aside. He still had a long way to go before he finished the design. A few hours went by as VS continued to sketch and fill in some of the details of his draft design. His artistic inclination came to the fore. He tweaked the external appearance of his mech to convey its devilish, double-edged nature. The Devil Tiger is a predator. It's a mech purely designed to kill. The predominant shade of his Devil Tiger was red. Along with its sharp black tiger stripes, the mech looked like a beast that had clawed itself straight out of hell. The snarling maw, the sharp and unnerving tail, the devastating claws, the menacing contours and so on all contributed to a look that might one day inspire dread on the battlefield. Best of all, its appearance can change over time. Due to the properties of asthmas, the shape and configuration of the Devil Tiger was not set in stone. The materials it absorbed and the programming that VS planned to convey would give the mech the option to choose its own evolution. As for who got to decide how the mech evolved over time? Not the mech pilot. VS did not aim his mech at any specific mech pilot. The Devil Tiger was all about the mech for once. Whoever got to pilot it was just a body to enable its design spirit to do what it wanted, including directing the evolution of the Devil Tiger. Ah, but there's the rub. Getting his hands on sufficient quantities of pure asthmas was one major challenge to his design project. The second challenge was to form the right design spirit for his Devil Tiger. Due to all of the demands he posed to his mech, he couldn't make do with self-constructed images. He had to resort to a potent spiritual fragment in order to make the choices he wanted his mech to make. It has to be strong, at least as strong as the one I use for the Transcendent Messenger. These kinds of design spirits were fairly difficult to come by. He could probably make do if he obtained some kind of relic or other object that received a lot of worship in order to refine its spiritual accumulation into something useful. He frowned. I can't pick up any random object, though. It has to be related to cat or tiger-like species. This was a very specific demand. VS didn't even know if such an object existed anywhere in this corner of the star sector. There's got to be at least somewhere in the local region which worships tigers. If that doesn't work, I'll just make do with something related to house cats if necessary. It's not like anyone will notice the difference. Lucky would approve. In fact, now that he thought about his pet, he wondered whether he could borrow some of Lucky's spirituality. VS quickly shook his head. He'll claw my face off my head if I make that suggestion. Aside from finding a spiritually powerful cat-like creature or a totem object related to such species, VS had few options to go on. He planned to perform some very thorough research in the next few days to see if he could obtain a source for the Devil Tiger's design spirit. It has to be strong. The stronger the source, the stronger the spiritual fragment. The stronger the fragment, the more expressive and lifelike my mech can get. His Devil Tiger was destined to be a very deviant mech design. VS did not intend to implement all of the innovations he implemented in the Devil Tiger to his legal mech designs. He merely wanted to test his assumptions and see how his theories fared in an extreme situation. I have to make the most of this opportunity. Chapter 1371 Generalist Mech Designer. The Sentinel Kingdom beckoned to VS. After getting out of the mud pool that was the Chuko Republic, he expected to make a much bigger harvest in the strong and powerful third-rate state. VS and his staff already made a number of orders and reservations at Sentinel. He also had a number of goals in mind while he traveled from system to system conducting various exchanges with local mech designers. From overhauling the Barracuda at a waiting dry dock, illicitly obtaining the key materials required to build an ultra-compact battery, accessing a lab to study the properties of peastone, buying a remarkable pet for Keddies, finding a source of Gerald's spice, investigating the circumstances of his father in the nearby Nixian Gap, begging his girlfriend to procure a batch of pure asthmas and harvesting a spiritual fragment related to tigers, VS had a lot on his plate. I also have to design the Devil Tiger. The scope of his design project grew to an unimaginable degree. From his original intention to design an affordable, disposable experimental mech to creating a legendary machine from scratch, VS had needlessly made things difficult for himself. However, the reason why he broke his own rules and let his imagination run wild was because he became extremely passionate about the project. Sometimes, pursuing my passion is more important than sticking to practicality. If his goal was to earn money by designing a commercially viable mech, then VS would definitely have second thoughts. But that's not the case right now. His primary goal was to complete the upgrade missions from the system. Once he accomplished this, his metallurgy and mechanics skills would finally reach a level that would enable him to design mechs that could potentially capture a significant amount of market share. The gap in performance between my models and the mainstream mech models will further decrease. Nonetheless, VS never aimed to compete over specs. Who cared if a competing mech performed 10% better than his own? The unique selling proposition of his mechs could not be replicated by anyone.
No one can design an LMC mech that out-LMCs the LMC.
Perhaps a number of weird Class 9 mech designers existed somewhere in the galaxy that could manipulate human emotions as well. Yet VS strongly believed that even then, those who work directly with spirituality must number extremely few. The belief that he was pioneering an entirely new dimension in mech design always sustained his pride. His entire career was based around developing something new and unprecedented. And my upcoming Devil Tiger design will exemplify the innovations that I'll introduce to the market. Of course, as an illicit mech design based on pirated licenses, VS did not want the Devil Tiger to be associated with his public identity. He'd have to modify the X factor of his mech in a way that largely focused its influence inward. He also had to obscure some of the mechanics related to his specialization. Perhaps in time a very clever and inquisitive mech designer might be able to uncover V's fingerprints in the Devil Tiger's design. VS didn't particularly mind this possibility. He just had to obscure enough evidence to make it difficult for him to be directly tied to the mech and its design. As long as he maintained enough plausible deniability, nothing would come out of it. At most, he could simply say that someone stole a prototype of a confidential design project.
It wouldn't be the first time someone stole a prototype, he muttered.
Time passed. As his fleet quietly exited the Chuko Republic, VS and everyone breathed a sigh in relief. VS had not envisioned his visit to the Chuko Republic to be so problematic. To be fair, he pretty much asked for it by traveling to such a troubled state in the first place. Despite cutting his visit to Chuko short, VS was already satisfied with the gains he made. Not only could he look forward to wearing a second shield generator once he replaced its spent battery, he also gained the insights he needed to elevate his design project to a higher level. The Devil Tiger continued to consume his attention in the following days and weeks. It was unlike anything he had ever tackled before. Working with newfangled Asmus tech that played a key role in enabling the Devil Tiger's many functions forced him to hit the books. He swamped himself in academic literature. With his intelligence, his reading and comprehension speed allowed him to devour book after book and paper after paper. His view on smart metal technology and Asmus technology grew by leaps and bounds in a very short amount of time.
All of this is necessary if I want to reduce costs and increase efficiency. Pure Asmas are simply too expensive for me to waste.
VS particularly focused on the properties of substitute Asmas. He read up on a lot of material-specific papers to see what kind of materials and exotics functioned as the best building blocks of substitute Asmas.
Substitute Asmas is meant to be the disposable kind of smart metal, he summed up. If I want to make the Devil Tiger last as long as possible, then I have to enable it to replenish its substitute Asmas from all the exotics that are prevalent in the Nixian Gap.
Longevity, sustainability, and ease of supply dominated his concerns about his design project. He did not expect the owners of the Devil Tiger to march up to a populated trade system and order a batch of rare exotics imported from another star cluster to make up for any material shortfalls.
Whoever possesses the Devil Tiger has to be able to scrape up minerals from a planet or asteroid and dump it near the mech so that it can perform its own repairs.
Despite the many difficulties he faced, VS nonetheless enjoyed the novelty of designing something different. He was working with an entirely different mold of mech design. Both the smart metal and bestial mech aspects of his design project forced him to revise many of his assumptions and move out of his comfort zone. Exploring different avenues and keeping things fresh and interesting helped him a lot. Some mech designers believe that they achieved the best progress by narrowing the scope of their work. By focusing on a few mech types or mech concepts, they could refine their proficiency in designing these kinds of mechs to a level beyond a generalist.
Kedis is likely pursuing this path.
He rubbed his chin. However, this approach is not for everyone. VS differentiated mech designers between those who sought to broaden their capabilities and those who narrowed them down to a laser focus. There are advantages and disadvantages to both approaches. A mech designer who wanted to narrow themselves down to a smaller variety of mechs could design fantastic mechs that fell within their area of interest. Every mech designer with Class 6 and Class 7 design philosophies fell under this category. However, the biggest shortcoming of these mech designers was that they couldn't really design a mech that fell outside of their specialty. Oh, they probably possessed enough of a foundation to do a decent job at it, but a mediocre mech design didn't cut it in a competitive market environment. It would be like asking Keddies to design a rifleman mech. I know for sure it will end in tears for everyone involved. On the other hand, a mech designer like VS, who was insatiably curious, very much enjoyed exploring new mechs. With regards to mech design, he did not fear the unknown. Instead, he embraced it. If he didn't have the courage to tackle something new, then he wouldn't have the guts to design a hybrid mech, a super medium mech, a hero mech, and now a bestial mech. All of the aforementioned mech types gave lots of mech designers headaches. VS too sometimes wished he worked on something easier, but he persisted because he always made a lot of gains after he completed a difficult design project. There was no right or wrong answer with regards to which approach worked better. It's just like the debate about specialization versus generalization in mech types. The best option depends on the circumstances. In his perspective, someone like Keddies would probably do fine if she became a generalist. However, she would probably do so much better if she pursued her interest in swordsman mechs and specialized in them. Her experiences, knowledge, and passion all laid down a very favorable foundation for her to go far if she went down this road. As for VS, his design philosophy did not favor any specific mech type over another. Even though he mostly designed expensive mechs up till now, that did not rule out designing cheaper mechs in the future. For him, specializing in a narrow range of mech types made little sense. The gains he could make from specialization would not yield more results than those who truly dedicated themselves to their narrow range of interests. A generalist approach suited him much better as his competitive advantage was very broad and not limited to a handful of specific mech types. He always knew he was inclined towards this direction, but now that the system pushed him to explore outside his comfort zone did he gain a new understanding about this approach. Even among generalists, there are differences. Some mech designers merely branched out because they wanted to form a complete mech catalog that covered all the conventional mech archetypes. They wanted their mech companies to be the one-stop solution for all the products a mech buyer could ask. For a long time, VS held this stance. His intention was to slowly increase his repertoire until he covered all the necessary mech archetypes. Once he completed his mech catalog, he no longer intended to explore something new. This is fine for most mech designers, but is it really the best direction to take for me? He asked himself. The system obviously didn't want him to grow comfortable anytime soon. VS understood the logic of it all. By constantly tackling strange new design projects, he trained his mind in becoming more creative in solving problems. If he just expanded his repertoire up to a certain point, and no longer explored new methods and techniques, he risked becoming more complacent. His problem-solving skills would solidify until he only became capable of solving problems that fell within his comfort zone. On the other hand, if I keep exploring something new, then I'll be so much more capable when I reach the point where progressing my design philosophy becomes difficult. This was the overall lesson he learned from seniors who tried but failed to innovate their way to master. A vast gulf existed between the two ranks, and only the most hard-working, creative, and ingenious mech designers stood a chance of bridging this immense gap. His passion for his Devil Tiger design project already indicated that he was heading in the right direction. If he didn't enjoy the process of learning something new and expanding his horizons, then he wasn't suitable to climb higher up the ranks.
I can't cheat my way into becoming more competent.
He called up his unfinished design and studied the progress he made. With increased understanding, he became a lot more clever with how he intended to utilize asthmas in his Devil Tiger. Though VS did not create a specific image to guide his design process, his passion and his singular focus was sufficient to empower it with a preliminary degree of X factor. Nonetheless, obtaining a spiritual fragment and forming it into a suitable design spirit for his Devil Tiger became a higher and higher priority for the design project. His mech would never reach its full potential without including this crucial element.
Fortunately, I've got just a place where I can obtain something suitable.
Within the Sentinel Kingdom, there existed a peculiar tourist planet. Its entire surface had been terraformed into a terrestrial paradise. Along with seeding it with many ordinary Terran and alien species, the state also seeded it with a large variety of cats, tigers, lions, leopards, panthers, and other cat-like species. The government even dumped various exobeasts that resembled cats in this wild and savage environment.
Our next destination is Felixia, the planet of cats. Lucky will love it there.
Chapter 1372 Cashing In. VS held another virtual date with Gloriana. This time, they visited a live projection of a ballet show that took place somewhere in the Hexadric hegemony. The two sat in a private gallery that overlooked the dancers down the stage who performed their intricate dance. To spice the performance up, the performers danced across a transparent maze-like stage where gravity changed directions at different spots. Pockets of weightlessness allowed the dancers to spin perpetually and perform all kinds of visually impressive feats. Both VS and Gloriana dressed up for the black tie occasion. VS wore a black tuxedo enriched with sophisticated golden details on its lapels. To be honest, VS didn't pick his own outfit. His fashion sense was non-existent, so he allowed Gavin to program his smart clothing in a stylish but safe configuration. As for Gloriana, VS found it difficult to ignore her gorgeous appearance. She opted for a shimmering green dress that complemented her slender contours and reflected lights like stars over a green horizon. The dress left her arms and neck bare. Only her calm and a pair of exotic arm bracelets graced her arms. She also carried her hair in a curly bun that fell like sickles across the back of her neck. Along with her shiny earrings and her sharp facial features, VS could hardly draw his eyes away from her alluring face. Obviously, his girlfriend knew what kind of effect she had on VS. She frequently raised the back of her hand in order to stifle her excited giggles. While VS and Gloriana sat together, their cats also tentatively interacted with each other.
Meow! Meow! Meow!
Meow meow. Gloriana playfully placed a cute pink bow tie on top of Clixie's head, causing the Rebarthan sentinel cat to look extra cute. VS couldn't allow Lucky to fall behind, so he temporarily replaced his gem cat's miniaturized stealth generator with a black and white bow tie. As the two cats admired each other's accessories, VS and Gloriana engaged each other in light conversation.
You're a lot more comfortable in your own skin than before, VS. I like you better this way.
VS smiled.
I recently commenced with a very difficult but very ambitious mech project.
Oh? Do tell.
I can't. The project I'm working on is not exactly proper. I'll get in a lot of trouble if it's exposed.
She pouted.
Don't you trust me?
Despite her pleas, VS held his ground.
I'm sorry, but what I'm working on really can't be exposed. It's not safe for me to divulge the details over a calm connection.
His coy attempts at keeping the details of his project to himself only aroused her interest. VS inwardly smiled at the growing curiosity that formed behind Gloriana's sparkling eyes. Will you tell me about your design when we next meet up again in reality? Sure. As long as we can talk securely, I don't mind showing off my work. It's just, I don't know if I can present you with anything meaningful. Why so, VS? The challenges I'm facing are very considerable. What I'm trying to design is so radical and ambitious that I'll definitely achieve an evolution in my design style if I succeed. Such gains don't come easy. There's a chance that I'll get stuck at some point. I know what that is like, Gloriana said with concern as her projection leaned into VS. Is there anything I can do to help? VS tried his best to suppress his sly smile. He'd been aiming for these words from the start. While a part of him found it shameful to approach Gloriana for a handout, VS still went through with this course of action. Since Gloriana pulled off all kinds of stunts already, then he at least deserved to take advantage as well. As for shame, the damage to his pride was nothing compared to bringing his design project to fruition. As long as he successfully designed his devil tiger, then all of the suffering would have been worth the sacrifices. To be honest, I'm in a bit of a fix, he said carefully. The mech I'm designing can't be realized without including an essential system. Unfortunately, my financial means and supply channels are not sufficient for me to get what I want. Gloriana frowned. You've always been fairly sober in your previous works. Is your design that complicated this time? It's exactly because of these new additions that makes it so remarkable. If I still maintained relations with Master Olson or Limar's Clifford Society, I could have exchanged some favors and merits to obtain what I need to complete my design project. What VS did not mention was that Gloriana was responsible for spoiling his ties to the Friday Coalition. She knew it. He knew it. What was done was done. There was no point for him to torch her over her very deliberate act to cut him off from the Friday Coalition. His implicit message by reminding her of her crime was that she ought to compensate him for the damages. Since VS couldn't approach his former master or his former club for his second-class goodies, then Gloriana ought to provide him what he wanted instead. Her perfectly face scrunched a bit as she fell into thought. What is it exactly that you are trying to acquire? It's hard for me to understand your difficulties when you are withholding so much from me. It's so annoying how often you jam your stateroom, you know. VS patted the top of her head, though his hand went right through her projection. A man needs his privacy. Be happy my ship can't function well if I jam the entire vessel. As for what I need, it's a little pricey. Are you familiar with ASMA's Adaptive Smart Metal Armor System? I'm familiar with it. ASMA's doesn't have a good reputation in the hegemony. Its fans constantly make a lot of promises but never manage to deliver upon them. If you're actually thinking of working with ASMA's, I really suggest you don't. It has too many flaws. I know what I'm doing, Gloriana. I'm well aware of the merits and limitations of ASMA's. If you want to criticize my work, just wait until I complete it and show you the details. For now, I truly need at least a starter batch of ASMA's. What he just asked for was quite expensive. Gloriana fell silent for a moment, leaving VS guessing at what she was thinking. Okay. She eventually spoke up. I can supply you with a batch. It won't be the best quality, but getting my hands on enough ASMA's to sustain a single mech is still doable. I can even have it shipped to your next destination. It's just... What is it, Gloriana? She briefly smiled as he mentioned her name. She always liked it when VS did that. I'll have to go through some trouble, you know. Don't you think you ought to repay me, VS? He already expected to pay an additional price for this huge favor. VS did not delude himself into thinking he could treat his girlfriend as a vending machine without inserting some tokens.
What can I do to make it easier for you? Mind you, don't expect too much from me. I'm still preoccupied with progressing my design philosophy.
Hee hee. It's nothing too big. She grinned.
I was thinking we should meet up again. I'm still preoccupied with a couple of projects at the moment, but once I'm done I don't have anything that demands my attention in my agenda. Isn't this a lovely time for us to reunite in person? We've already spent so much time together in our virtual meetups that it should be fine for us to meet physically again, right?
Just as VS wanted to get something out of Gloriana, his girlfriend also wanted something out of him. The reason why he pushed her suggestion off previously was because he recognized its value to her. As long as he kept dangling the possibility of agreeing to another meeting beyond her reach, he could effectively use it as a bargaining tool. At this moment, VS recognized that the time had come to cash in his chips.
I suppose. I'm up for meeting up again,
he answered reluctantly, though a part of him really looked forward to their next reunion.
I hope we can get to know each other at a gentle pace. I know you're excited and all, but we really do have to take our relationship step by step.
She briefly frowned for a moment, but wiped away the displeasure from her face.
Great! That's a promise then. Don't forget about the asthmas. If I don't get it, I'll probably be too preoccupied with my design project. I'll obtain some as fast as possible. Don't worry, VS. This little issue is not a big deal for me. I'm much more excited about our upcoming physical date. Hi.
They began to discuss when and where they could possibly meet. After comparing their agendas, they determined that it would be best for them to meet when VS stopped by the Hertog Dominion or the Tomaris Federation.
Let's meet at the Tomaris Federation, she lovingly declared. While it's a bit distant from the hegemony, I still need the extra time to arrange all of my affairs if I want to spend the next few years with you. I can't let any lingering issues ruin our perfect time together. Hi. Whoa! What are you talking about? She offered him a brilliant grin. Since we're meeting up in the future, we might as well stick around, right? Let's spend some time together. I'll go anywhere you go. I won't be a bother. Hey. We can also design our first collaborative mech together. I'll let you take the lead this time. My specialty is great for designing the perfect mech for a mech pilot. Aren't there some you care about? This would be the perfect time for us to see whether our design philosophies work well with each other.
This must be one of the biggest reasons why she wanted to spend an extended amount of time together. Just as Gloriana obsessed over what their collaboration might yield, so did VS, though not in such a single-minded way. For this reason, VS did not object to this proposal. He wanted to see for himself if their design philosophies really synergized with each other, as both of them suspected. If the promised compatibility and synergy did not take place, then Gloriana would probably dump him really quickly. Was this really such a bad outcome? Not necessarily. Either outcome favored him in different ways. He did not lose out no matter what results they achieved once they completed their collaborative project.
I'm more than willing to design a mech together, he eventually answered. Yay! I'm so happy! Gloriana exuberantly clapped her hands together. Do you have a mech in mind already? It will help me a lot if you can tell me about the mech pilot you have in mind. I only design custom mechs, so it's really important for me to learn all there is about my customers.
VS briefly contemplated who deserved to pilot a custom mech. He already formed a small list of people he wanted to bestow with a fantastic mech. To him, family came first, but his protection was a priority as well. For this reason, he quickly turned his attention to the avatars of myth. I'd like our first collaborative project to benefit Melker Larkin's son,
one of the cousins in my family. He's been leading my personal mech force for years, but he lacks an awe-inspiring mech that befits his rank. Okay. Gloriana nodded. What is your cousin's specialty? Marksmanship. He pilots a land-bound rifleman mech. Rifleman mech, huh? I've got plenty of experience with those. I'll make the preparations right away. Make sure you study my Crystallord mech as well. Melker has been piloting one for years. Depending on his desires, we might end up designing an upgraded variant of my only rifleman mech design. Got it. I already studied it extensively, so I know what it prioritizes. I'll be sure to do some research. VS and Gloriana both became more enthused about their upcoming collaborative mech project. They continued to discuss the preliminary details with each other without any reserve. Chapter 1373 Cat Crazed. Felixia. The planet of cats. The cat utopia. Originally, it started off as a barren rock in a star system completely devoid of valuable exotic materials. As the Sentinel Kingdom started settling strategic or mineral-rich star systems, a number of eccentric aristocrats with way too much money than sense had another idea. Why not terraform a planet into the perfect cat paradise? When VS first read about it, he thought these cat-crazed nobles were absolutely mad. What kind of value could a planet dedicated to cats bring to society? Quite a lot, it seems. Cats are the most popular animals in human space. No matter what kind of cute and cuddly little exabeasts get discovered in the galaxy, cats are some of the oldest companions of our race. Isn't that right, Lucky? Meow. Lucky currently rested on his lap. The cat's bone-white surface crossed with cyan-blue glowing lines felt warm to his touch. Are you looking forward to Felixia? Meow. I thought you'd be excited. There are lots of fellow cats for you to play with. There's big cats, small cats, alien cats, genetically engineered cats, and even other mechanical cats. Meow meow. VS chuckled. Evidently, Lucky disliked being compared to common cats. Regardless of what VS thought of Felixia, the initial colonists somehow turned it into an attractive paradise. It became so famed that it attracted lots of tourists from outside the Sentinel Kingdom. The initial colonists turned much of the surface of the planet into a managed nature preserve. Different continents and subcontinents featured different attractions. For example, one region had been turned into a giant petting zoo. Friendly house cats and comparable cat-like species casually roamed the forests, the canyons, the idyllic village settlements, and other environments. Families and crazy cat ladies alike swarmed to this region in great numbers. Other regions offered other services and attractions. For example, hunting became a very big attraction. Wealthy or daring tourists could bring their own weapons or rent them from the local facilities and go on a hunt in various challenging environments. The hunters could choose to hunt various mundane and exotic cat-like species, each of them interspersed in carefully constrained boundaries in order to keep the challenge and risk level predictable. For example, families bringing their kids to an outing could go on a guided hunt where they hunted down ferocious-looking but inwardly tame big cats. The kids would come away from the trip with an awesome preserved lion head that they could show off to their friends. More serious hunters and trained soldiers looking for a challenge could enter the riskier preserves. The big cats there had teeth and even killed some people from time to time. Anyone entering these dangerous hunting zones did so at their risk, but that was part of the experience. Aside from hunting mundane big cats, the hunters mainly aimed to take down more exotic cats. Felixia constantly seeded their hunting zones with new, recently discovered cat-like exabeasts. They also engaged in a liberal amount of genetic modification, cooking up hybrid cat-alien monstrosities with genes from dozens of different Terran and alien cat species.
All of the cats, whether they were human or alien, natural or artificial, looked good. Hunting down any of these species granted the hunters the right to do with them as they wish. For a fee, they could turn the heads of a big cat into a trophy, turn their hide into a fur coat, and much, much more. Anyone who returned from a hunt at Felixia with a coat made from the fur of their cat prey received the envy of their peers. Hunting became such a profitable attraction on Felixia that it transformed an entire continent into something even better. Rather than hunting an exotic big cat on foot, why not hunt them instead with mechs? Such an operation reminded him of the training camp at Nova Migalatus I. The Vesians there turned an entire forested continent into a dangerous training environment by propagating it with huge exobeasts that posed an actual threat to mechs. The same had been applied to Felixia's famous mech hunting zones. Instead of seeding them with human-scale cats, the authorities instead designed or obtained formidable mech-sized cats with enhanced strength and other tricks. "These cats are huge," V.S. admired as he projected some of the footage of some of the impressive creatures. "Some have even survived for decades without succumbing." Some cats were too strong, cunning, clever, or elusive to take down. With mech hunting teams subjected to various restrictions, it became a real challenge for these teams to take down the more formidable huge cats. Tons of mechs get wrecked, and numerous mech pilots can even get killed when a huge claw pierces their cockpits. Again, while the danger scared away many mech pilots, a small proportion of daredevils and hunting fanatics remained who eagerly chased after these opportunities. V.S. remembered that then Lieutenant Dice used to be a hunting enthusiast herself. Before she succeeded as the leader of the Sword Maidens, she became famed for hunting down many dangerous exobeasts in the many untamed planets of the frontier. Hunting is a big industry. The activity attracted a disproportionate amount of wealthy customers to Felixia, enriching it even further. The local authorities used that money to invest in research institutions dedicated to studying and modifying the genes of all of the cat species on the planet. The scope of Felixia's cat craze frightened V.S. quite a bit at first. Not only did tourists come to Felixia to hug cats or hunt them down, some also came to take advantage of the popular gene mod templates developed on the planet. Though genetic modification as a whole was frowned upon, some fetishes simply couldn't be repressed. The amount of people who visited one of Felixia's renowned genetic clinics boggled the mind. All of these people wanted to modify their own bodies so that they had cat ears and cat tails. Some even opted for more extreme modifications, such as turning their entire heads into cat heads. Evidently, genetic modification as a whole was still frowned upon except when it came to cat girls and cat boys. Anyone who showed up with lovely cat ears at the top of their heads could expect to receive a lot of squealing and head pats. V.S. looked down at Lucky. "Do you think Gloriana will appreciate it if I show up to her with cat ears?" "Meow." "Ha ha, don't worry, Lucky. I was just joking. You're still the only cat in my household." Cat ears were too impractical for him anyway. He envisioned that he would have a lot of problems with his gear. Trying to fit a standard human helmet onto his head while he had cat ears would be very difficult. If he decided for some insane reason to go through such a needless transformation, then he'd likely be denied due to his already highly modified genes. "I'm pretty far away from a baseline human," he muttered. "There's too much risk of negative side effects if I add cat ear genes to my already crowded genome." He discarded this option in quick order. If V.S. wanted to indulge in his cat fancy, he could readily cuddle with Lucky. There was no need to turn himself into a partial cat. Meow. I agree. Furries are missing the point. Humans should stay human. There are enough cats in the galaxy. Overall, all of these cat-oriented services turned Felixia into a cat lover's paradise. The planet became so known in the region that it had been dubbed the unofficial cat capital of the star sector. Among the many cute and attractive cats that populated the planet, VS dismissed all but the largest ones. His devil tiger required a powerful design spirit. To do that, VS had to obtain a spiritual fragment derived from a powerful felinid exabeast. The stronger the spiritual fragment, the stronger the resulting design spirit. The stronger the design spirit, the more remarkable his devil tiger design. He focused on the biggest, deadliest, and most persistent huge cats. VS hungered to harvest a spiritual fragment if possible. As VS browsed through footage of some of these specimens, he wondered whether some of them possessed a significant degree of spirituality. Developing special powers might be the reason why they eluded so many mech hunting teams.
It's worth a try to see if they have what I need. The only problem is that I need to get in range in order for me to inspect their spiritual qualities.
The most cunning, deadly, and unpredictable huge cats acquired so much renown in the mech hunting community that they fell into a separate category. The crown cats. The mech hunting community considered any huge cat that fell under this prestigious category as a veritable king or queen of their own species, hence the crown. The crown cats officially listed the top 20 most challenging cats to hunt. Despite being hunted non-stop by various mech hunting teams, they always managed to elude or turn the tables against their pursuers. VS petted Lucky's back as he flitted through the top 20.
Those crown cats are amazing! They all look great as well.
Most of the crown cats consisted of hybrid alien monstrosities that had been cooked up as experiments in the research institutions of Felixia. Most genetic experiments turned out to be disappointments. They either suffered from severe genetic defects or didn't turn out to be remarkable enough to justify their cost. However, a small proportion of experiments resulted in a fantastic exception that outperformed almost every comparable huge cat. The huge artificial exabeasts that became crown cats possessed valuable genetics that the research institutions sold to other interested parties. This alone signified the great value of these aberrant creatures. VS frowned.
However, each crown cat is essentially one of a kind on Felixia. The authorities only make one unique specimen of each species available for hunting.
This made hunting them all the more valuable and exclusive. Even if some corporation bought the rights to the genes of a crown cat, the creatures they grew simply did not hold the same value as a crown cat who fought and resisted a mech hunting team under strict conditions. Felixia deliberately pursued a strategy of maintaining artificial scarcity while hyping up the uniqueness of their remarkable crown cats. Only the wild ones who have killed or eluded dozens of mech hunting teams were genuine apex predators. Those grown in a lab environment and killed under heavily skewed circumstances simply didn't give the killers any prestige.
The hunt must be respected. Only in Felixia do they count.
One of the biggest reasons why the hunting community respected the hunts on Felixia was their reputation for fairness. No one, not even a wealthy hexer who offered an enormous bribe to Felixia, could circumvent their rules for their hunts. While some parties did manage to bribe the authorities in the past, the disgraceful hunts would always be exposed by savvy hunters who were very zealous about the integrity of the hunting challenges. Those who got exposed not only lost all of the prestige of hunting down a crown cat, but their reputation tanked as well as every hunter hated their guts. A proper hunt had to be a test of skill and intuition. Bringing an overwhelming number of expensive and heavily armed mechs defeated the purpose of the hunt.
Hunters can't bring too many mechs, he muttered.
Mech hunting teams could only consist of a single full mech squad at most, along with a limited number of transport or auxiliary vehicles. The planet also imposed restrictions on the mechs that could be brought to the hunt. No aerial mechs and no heavy mechs were allowed to participate in the hunt, and ranged mechs couldn't bring too much firepower. The quality of the mechs also couldn't be too excessive. With all of these handicaps, it's no wonder the crowned cats foiled so many hunts. His face scrunched into a frown as he considered this problem. Certainly, if he could make a deal with the authorities to send an entire mech company into a hunting zone, he wouldn't have any problem with accessing one of these majestic creatures. Yet because the hunts were bound by so many rules, VS could very well die if he accompanied a hunting team. This is really dangerous. Nonetheless, the danger only added to the allure of hunting down the impressive cats. Well, what do you say, Lucky? Are you up for hunting down one of your upsized cousins? Meow. Ha ha. The more he read about Felixia, the more VS became attracted to the planet. Perhaps he was a bit of a cat lover after all. Cuddly cats, big cats, and huge cats all livened up the tourist planet, turning it into a one-of-a-kind destination that he simply had to visit. Chapter 1374 Smelly Cats. You know, there are an endless variety of cats for sale at Felixia, VS teasingly remarked to Lucky. Meow? Some of them are pretty good. There are even geneticists for hire who can customize a brand new kitty to my tastes. Doesn't that sound great? Meow! Meow! Ha ha ha, why are you so jealous? You won't be alone anymore. His cat hissed at him. Lucky really didn't like the competition. He was all the cat that VS could ask for. No cat could ever surpass a gem cat. VS paid Lucky's irritation no mind. Felixia offered a lot of attractions to both cat lovers and cats alike. He was sure that his pet would quickly change his tune once they arrived on the surface. There are 20 exceptional crowned cats and numerous other cats that are almost as great. Surely one of them ought to have what I need. To be honest, VS did not expect Exabeast to possess a great amount of spirituality. From his current level of understanding, only sentient species generated significant amounts of spiritual energy. Are the crowned cats sentient? He looked up their descriptions. The mech hunting community collected a lot of intelligence on the beasts, and a number of them certainly acted smart enough to make people suspicious that they were self-aware. Other crowned cats exhibited much more primal and instinctive behavior patterns. Instead of outwitting mech hunting teams through clever positioning and devious ambushes, they wrecked the hunting mechs through overwhelming force and ferocious assaults. VS couldn't tell from the footage whether any of the sentient or non-sentient crowned cats possessed a usable degree of spirituality. He risked wasting lots of time. He futilely tried to hunt a spiritually active cat when none actually existed. None of the cases alluded to anything that came close to matching the god species of Aeon Corona 7. Both the sacred gods and the wild gods of that heavy gravity planet mainly acquired their powers from exceptional conditions. Both types of spiritually powerful exabeasts benefited from extremely radical genetic modifications from researchers secretly aligned to the compact. The higher dimensional particles leaking from the Starlight Megalodon's FTL drives also provided the essential building blocks that made the god species so exceptional on the spiritual front. Felixia lacked these conditions. At the very least, VS could definitely rule out the latter. As for the former, a sudden realization came to mind. Now that I think about it, Felixia sure engages in a lot of genetic modification. One of the main areas of interest to the Five Scrolls Compact was their penchant for anything related to biology and living entities. Their understanding of selective breeding, genetic modification, exabeast studies, human augmentation, and more was at the forefront in the entire galaxy. Not even the MTA and CFA could surpass the Compact in these fields. Knowing that the Compact heavily emphasized genetic modification and knowing that the cultists set up various puppet organizations throughout the Star sector did not bode well to VS. If VS applied basic logic to the situation, then chances were high that the Five Scrolls Compact maintained a secret presence on Felixia. An even worse possibility came to mind. Agents of the Compact may have been involved in the founding of Felixia from the start. God damn it! If Felixia really turned out to be a secret playground for the Five Scrolls Compact, then VS would be jumping straight into the belly of the beast. However, even if the Five Scrolls Compact maintained a presence on the tourist planet, what were the odds that they discovered something fishy about him? As long as he blended in with the tourists, there shouldn't be much risk of discovery. "I'll have to watch my conduct," he murmured while he tickled Lucky's ears. "I'd better get used to eating lots of spicy Nick's dogs." If the Five Scrolls Compact really meddled with the biological research taking place on the planet, then Felixia became an even more attractive destination to VS. The odds that some of the remarkable exobeasts on the planets exhibited a potent degree of spirituality jumped significantly higher if that was the case. Risk is often accompanied by reward. Naturally, the degree of risk and the height of the potential reward varied enormously from instance to instance. VS did not have the necessary information to make an accurate judgment whether it was worthwhile for him to proceed with visiting Felixia. He made a decision based on his feelings, which strongly urged him to go through with his plans to visit the cat utopia. "The planet still has a lot to offer," he concluded. "Who knows where I can find what I need from some other place?" His intuition hinted to him that he probably wouldn't be able to obtain a better spiritual fragment for his devil tiger elsewhere. The planet of cats was by far the best destination in this region of space for him to secure one of the crucial elements of his upcoming tiger mech design. Having decided on his course of action, VS decided to confer with Nita about the precautions they needed to take. When his tall bodyguard entered his stateroom and listened to his speculations, she agreed with some of his concerns. "Your reasoning may be right, but the CFA and MTA are just as aware, sir. The Big Two normally subject every organization engaging in bioresearch activities to additional monitoring. Genuine compact researchers will never set foot in such a dangerous place for them. It's much more likely that the compact quietly set up a splinter organization on the planet." This realization eased some of their worries. A splinter organization like the Order of FL-19 and the Kinner tribe knew much less and were not as dangerous as core compact cultists. "There may be people among them who possess the same sensory powers as yours." VS gestured at her remarkable nose. "That is true, but unless their ability to distinguish your intangible scent is superior to mine, I'm certain that they won't be able to identify who you really are from all of the Gerald spice you've been consuming up to now. The spice is really pungent to my empowered nose." VS nodded in agreement. "I'll take that chance. Is there anything else to take note of while we're visiting Felixia?" "Try to act as if you are on a normal holiday. The lackeys of the compact don't have any reasons to screen the tourists in the first place, but if you stand out too much during the visit they might decide to look into you. Don't let that happen. As long as you maintain a convincing act, then you won't attract any more attention than the hundreds of millions of tourists that visit Felixia every year." Even if the compact and its offshoot organizations were keeping their eyes out on his most valuable possession, the star sector was simply too big. There was no way they could conduct an intensive search in every corner of the star sector. At the very least, before the reinforcements from the ruined temple arrived at the local compact cell, VS expected all of the searches taking place so far to be half-hearted efforts. Their discussion continued a while longer as they planned out several precautions. VS resolved to develop a persona of a wealthy mech designer looking to engage in his cat fancy, while Nita prepared some extra assurances in order to minimize discovery. The Kinner bondswoman directed her eyes to Lucky. "If you are willing to take the risk, perhaps we can do more. If we manage to identify a suspicious individual or organization, we can send out your cat to spy on them or sabotage their efforts.
Meow? Meow! VS tapped his pet on the head. Don't complain, Lucky. I gave you a very expensive miniaturized stealth generator. If you want to keep making use of this gadget, you better earn your keep. Meow. Just because you're a pet doesn't give you license to laze around. Meow. Look on the bright side. If you spot anything yummy during your jaunts, you can steal some if you want. That got Lucky all fired up. Meow. With that taken care of, VS directed his attention back to Nita. Do you know what the compact might be after on Felixia? She shrugged. I can't say. It may be that they don't expect to gain anything substantial out of the research being performed there except to steal some of the novel inventions emerging from the labs from time to time. Cats and their many genetically modified variants are the most popular pet category in human space, VS observed. Though some would argue that dogs are still better. Meow. Haha, don't worry. I'm not thinking about getting a dog anytime soon. Cats engineered for intelligence are some of the most prevalent pets that accompany people, Nita remarked. Sir, it has come to my mind that they make for better candidates for empowered noses. Their sense of smell is naturally superior to that of a human. Empowering it even further may lead to a creature who outranges me by an order of magnitude. This was a very astute deduction. If the Five Scrolls Compact was serious in pursuing their research into developing a metaphysical sense of smell, then working on highly modified cats and dogs made a lot more sense. His face grew grave. If this is true, then the Compact's presence on Felixia is a lot more important than we thought. I think we should thoroughly look into the research institutions and see if any of them are working specifically on enhancing a cat's sense of smell. His upcoming visit to Felixia no longer revolved exclusively around obtaining a tiger-based spiritual fragment. The possibility that the Compact engaged in research related to Nita's empowered nose was an opportunity to VS. If he could obtain their research files on this topic, then he may be able to use the information to develop a better way of blocking his scent than consuming lots of Gerald spice. Even though he liked the spicy taste, lots of people began to see him as a weirdo due to his spice-laden breath. Alright, we'll put that on the agenda as well. Is there anything more we should take into account when we arrive on Felixia? I'd like to receive some clarification. If you are going through with your intention to investigate a crown cat in person, then you'll have to accompany a hunting team. What are your plans? I've been thinking about forming my own hunting team from the battle criers, but they will probably fare poorly during the hunt. The crown cats have bested or eluded many experienced mech hunters. Expecting the battle criers to do better than specialized hunters is foolish. That leaves no other choice than to accompany an existing hunting team. Will they even agree to bring you along? Every hunting team is bringing a maintenance crew along. The terrain can be harsh at times and the scuffles between their mechs and their prey produces serious damage. Constant maintenance is crucial in keeping the hunting mechs in optimal shape for the inevitable confrontation. Few mech designers accompanied these hunting teams unless they were truly desperate. The risks were simply too big as many crown cats deliberately targeted the transports first. For this reason, VS would probably be in high demand if he sought for a spot on one of the mech hunting teams. Not only was he a qualified journeyman, but he also possessed extensive experience in the field. He could boast about his wartime exploits to hunting teams with a vacancy on their maintenance crews. He could also showcase that he could work under pressure, and that he knew his way around with fixing battle damage. A journeyman accompanying a mech hunting team was very remarkable due to the risks involved in every hunt. However, VS took solace in the fact that it still happened from time to time, so he wouldn't attract too much suspicion. Nita did not look happy about this, but VS already made up his mind. As long as he found a promising crown cat,
he would definitely accompany a mech hunting team in order to witness the huge cat in person. Chapter 1375 The Hunting Industry. The more VS immersed himself in Felixia's attractions, the greater his anticipation. The planet of cats had a lot more to offer than just their crowned cats, though to VS the huge mech-sized apex predators remained his top priority. Studying the crowned cats and the other huge cats that didn't quite make it into the top 20 gave VS a lot of inspiration. He carefully studied all the footage he could get his hands on. While most hunting teams kept their hunting attempts private, some opted to showcase their bravery and skill by publicizing authenticated footage of their hunts. Even if most of them ended in failure where only half or less hunting mechs ran out of the hunting zone intact, there was no shame in losing against the crowned cat. In fact, participating in a hunt already served as sufficient proof of the bravery of the participants. The honor they gained from setting out on a hunt and making it out alive was sufficient to propel them to the top of the mech hunting community. "Mech hunters are a weird bunch," he muttered. "Instead of piloting mechs out of money, duty, or advancing to expert, they are merely in it for the hunt. I never realized that there are so many proponents and traditions involved." Huge game hunting became popular activity in some circles. However, it also attracted a decent amount of controversy. First, it was an inordinately wasteful hobby. Most of the time, the hunting trips always resulted in a loss, as even if the mech hunters succeeded in their attempts, their prey couldn't be sold for too much money. Critics also questioned the utility to engage in this violent and costly hobby. Mech pilots who enlisted in the military or signed on to a private sector outfit at least served an important societal function. They contributed a lot to their societies. Even the mech games served a purpose by providing mass entertainment to a huge number of fans. The mech games also focused on combat between mechs, which was highly relevant to anyone active in the mech community. By far, only wealthy people engaged in huge game hunting, and only a few of them live-streamed or published footage of their hunting trips. Huge game hunting was all about hunting impressive prey. The more dangerous, the more impressive the prey. No one batted an eyelid if a huge game hunter bagged a docile elephant or something. In order for a hunt to bring prestige to the hunters, the prey had to be capable of fighting back. For this reason, huge game hunting led to an inordinate amount of waste as many mechs got trashed during difficult hunts. A lot of mechs got trashed in order to satisfy the vanity of their owners. Still, as a wealthy individual himself, VS recognized the appeal of engaging in this activity for those who weren't professional hunters. "It's all about earning reputation in a semi-controlled environment." A wealthy entrepreneur stood out from their peers if they could boast about an impressive hunt. Even if they weren't mech pilots themselves, merely financing and organizing a hunting team and accompanying them in a successful hunting trip was enough to enhance their renown. The most valuable invisible currency in human space was honor, which mech pilots mainly earned in serious battles. Huge game hunting did not involve a lot of honor. What the hunters were truly trying to gain was prestige. This was a particularly classy form of reputation that enhanced the standing of anyone who possessed it. The recognition of accomplishing something challenging was worth quite a lot in contemporary society. Successful huge game hunters brag about their successful hunts in the same way I boast about my wartime exploits, VS realized. Hunting trophies served a similar role as medals. For this reason, a lot of businessmen, nobles, and other wealthy people continually kept this perverse activity alive. VS sneered at these peacocks. "These people are too afraid to volunteer in the military during wars. The battles that they might be subjected to if they are deployed to the front are highly unpredictable. If they receive a safer assignment, then they won't be eligible to earn any prestigious medals." As VS experienced firsthand, war was dangerous and messy. Your own side tried their best to defeat their opponents while the other side tried their best to do the same. The huge scale of wars also diminished the individual agency of those who participated in the fighting. Many times, VS lamented his inability to control his own destiny. During his time in the Mech Corps, he functioned as a tiny cog in a very immense machine that followed the instructions of people far above his head. Participating in wars is a dangerous and unpredictable way to earn prestige. Hunting trips are much safer in comparison. Big game hunting in person and huge game hunting with mechs both offered crucial advantages. First, hunting was an activity where the leaders and organizers retained a lot of agency. They got to decide where to go, which creatures to hunt, which mechs to field, and so on. The risks were a lot more known, so the people involved could precisely calculate how much danger they faced during their hunting trips. As long as the hunters gathered sufficient intelligence, the hunting trips become predictable. Second, those who engaged in hunting knew exactly what they were getting into. A legitimate hunting trip still posed a threat, but compared to the completely chaotic battles taking place in major wars, the hunters and anyone accompanying them precisely understood the risks. The chances of something unanticipated happening was very low. Even hunting the crowned cats isn't as dangerous as an actual battle. Smart and resourceful hunters planned for every scenario. Those who undertook the most challenging hunts still managed to make it out alive with at least some mechs and vehicles intact. For this reason, VS looked down on wealthy people who tried to buy prestige in this manner. While it was certainly impressive to participate in the hunt for a renowned crowned cat, none of their achievements surpassed his own accomplishments. Still, it's better than nothing, I guess, he muttered. Very few people among the upper classes experienced the hardships that VS had gone through. These spoiled brats didn't have the stomach to expose themselves to greater risks. Participating in a hunting trip with accessible risks was already prestigious enough to impress those who didn't have the guts to do the same. Well, at least there are some hunters who are doing it out of the love for the hunt. VS respected the genuine enthusiasts and professionals in the hunting community. They weren't in it for a season or two, but dedicated their entire lives to the challenges. In every hunt, something can always go wrong. No matter how much the hunters planned ahead and calculated the risks, something catastrophic could always happen. Perhaps a single attempt may not lead to anything unexpected. However, if hunters continually re-entered the hunting zones, then one day they might bite off more than they could chew. Of course, the real hunters don't go into carefully managed hunting zones. Within the hunting community, the hunters who earned the most prestige consisted of those who entered newly discovered untamed planets and hunted exobeasts that had never been hunted before. The competition of earning a galaxy first achievement for bagging a novel exobeast species turned out to be quite intense. A lot of hunters even joined treasure hunting expeditions to the frontier just so they could encounter and hunt down exotic new alien beasts. Naturally, these hunts were a lot riskier due to the lack of information. Hunting a completely new beast often meant going in blind. At best, they might squeeze in a few days or weeks to observe their prey and assess some of the dangers. Earning these so-called Galaxy First achievements didn't interest VS very much, but he understood its appeal to others. It was very difficult for space peasants to find meaning in their lives once they became aware of how little they mattered in the galaxy. Being the first ones to hunt a formidable species of exobeasts was a good way to leave a mark behind. VS felt the same way about his works. Thousands of years from now, he'd probably be dead. Much of the details of his life would fade away with the passage of time as human civilization moved on from the past. The only legacy that he left behind was his work. As long as he advanced to star designer, VS was assured that his mechs would be remembered and recorded into history for eons. Reaching master is not enough. Although masters enjoyed an immense amount of prestige in today's society, There were too many of them to remember them all. Only the most exceptional and outstanding masters might stand a chance of lasting longer in people's minds than the more inconsequential ones. If VS truly wanted to leave a permanent mark behind in the galaxy, then he had no choice but to reach the pinnacle of mech design. Designing the Devil Tiger will help bring me a little closer to that height. He smiled. Isn't that right, Lucky? Meow. It's a long road, I know, but I think this little step will be a very meaningful one. VS resumed working on his Devil Tiger design. Studying the immense crowned cats of Felixia gave him a lot of inspiration on how to develop a deadly predator in the form of a mech. His mech became more refined, graceful, and threatening. Mech designers took inspiration from nature all the time, and this was no different. VS merely had to be careful that he didn't straight up rip off the contours, skeletal structure, and musculature of a single crowned cat. What worked for exabeasts didn't necessarily work for mechs. He also wanted to maintain ownership of his own design. If he copied too many elements from exabeasts, then did he truly understand his own design? VS had to justify every adjustment and avoid changing something just because it would look closer to one of the awesome-looking crowned cats. In addition, VS also had to work with the peculiar properties of asthmas. Armor and structural integrity posed significant challenges to him. One of the fundamental downsides to smart metal was that they weren't able to offer the same degree of protection as conventional armor systems. His Devil Tiger partially compensated for that by utilizing substitute asthmas that incorporated a lot of possible materials. If the owners fed the mech something cheap, then the substitute asthmas being formed would hardly be able to withstand a dent. If the owners managed to scrounge up something more valuable, then the amount of damage the Devil Tiger withstood rapidly increased. VS envisioned a situation where the Devil Tiger may start off modestly but slowly accrued patches of exceptional protective sections. As long as its mech pilot or owners found a couple of chunks of medium or high-grade exotics, then the quality of substitute asthmas that functioned as its exterior armor continually crawled upwards. It might take years or even decades of scavenging, but as long as the Devil Tiger avoided getting trashed entirely, it could become a very formidable mech. Sadly, it can't completely rely on itself to upgrade all of its systems. The Devil Tiger he envisioned fell short of a mech that could autonomously upgrade and evolve every aspect of itself. The more crucial and delicate systems such as the neural interface and various other critical functions had to be fixed components that couldn't be substituted by any form of smart metal. This meant that the owners of the mech had to replace old and outdated parts with newer ones over time. VS shrugged. Even with this shortcoming, it's not too big of a deal. As long as the Devil Tiger itself consents with the upgrade, this can easily be accomplished. At its heart, the Devil Tiger was still a mech that decided its own fate. VS wanted to create a mech that held the upper hand over the humans who piloted and sent it into battle. He took great pleasure in bringing such a machine into being that subverted the rules. Normally, the humans are in charge, but this time they are not. He grinned. Anyone who thinks they can treat my Devil Tiger as a machine they can use and abuse will be in for a very harsh lesson. Ha!